Chapter 86. Now, it had returned to what Scylla had seen at the beginning, except that there was one less wolf. The kitten was still lying there dispiritedly, its tail barely moving. However, Celine did not dare to underestimate this fellow now. He was not confident that he could win against a half-living creature that could swallow a wolf in one gulp. But was this semi-living cat really sick, or was it just pretending to be sick? If it was really sick, the speed at which it swallowed the wolf was simply lightning fast. If it were not for Scylla's good eyesight, which allowed him to capture such a fast movement and some of the details, the scene just now would have looked like a gray shadow flashing and the wolf disappeared. If it was pretending to be sick, it really did look sick and extremely dispirited. If it was in good spirits, these wolves would probably be buried in its stomach. In order to figure out the cat's situation, Scylla decided to wait and see. Knowing that the cat was a semi-living creature, Scylla did not dare to act rashly. But reality did not go as Scylla wished. The kitten, who was lying down dispiritedly, suddenly raised its head and opened its eyes. Unlike its previous confused look, its eyes were wide open, and its pupils had shrunk into a long and narrow line. And the place it was looking at was the direction where Scylla was. It seemed to be very excited. This time, it was not just its head, but its whole body began to change, distort, and transform. But it was only in the process of transformation, and it could not be fixed. Its fur and metal luster alternated between mechanical changes, and its body size was sometimes small and sometimes big. It was extremely strange, seeing the semi-mechanical cat stand up with its trembling limbs, but it could not take a step. Scylla now believed that this guy was indeed weak. Perhaps it was as the researchers said, naturally formed semi-mechanical life forms could not have a long life. They were not stable enough, and this cat was very obvious. It could smoothly transform between mechanical and carbon-based life forms, but now it could not stabilize even one of them. Previously, this cat had maintained its carbon-based life form because its carbon-based body consumed less energy and lasted longer than a mechanical body. As soon as they saw the cat in such a state, the remaining 5 wolves immediately ran away. The strange cat gave them a very dangerous feeling. In addition to the 5 wolves, the 3 big cats also retreated while trembling. After seeing the wolves leave, they also ran away, leaving the cat that could change its shape without a fixed shape alone. Scylla did not move. In that instant, he suddenly had a very familiar feeling. The chip in his body was excited again. At the same time, he felt that something was about to break out of the cocoon. Scylla looked at the leaf pattern on Xianxia's finger. There was something moving restlessly inside. It was that white ball. The cyborg cat stared straight at Scylla, who was 100 meters away. It lifted its leg with difficulty, and its body swayed. After stabilizing itself, it continued to move in Scylla's direction. With every step the cyborg cat took, Scylla could feel that the white ball's restlessness became more intense. Surprisingly, the more the cyborg cat moved, the more energetic it seemed. Scylla could just pull out his gun and shoot it, but his intuition told him not to. If he did, he would definitely be the one to die. Like 2 magnets attracting each other, Scylla's left hand was already raised uncontrollably. There was a domineering force on his left thumb that was pulling him in that direction. Scylla gritted his teeth and stabilized his body, but the force was too strong. Scylla's feet scraped against the ground as he was pulled in that direction. As if dissatisfied with this state, the leaf pattern on Scylla's left thumb began to twist in a spiral, forcibly tearing this subspace apart. The white ball flew out from inside, flew directly toward the cyborg cat, and then disappeared into its body. There was no dazzling white light, nor was there a loud explosion. There was only the cyborg cat lying there, transforming. However, Scylla knew that this was not all. Because of the chip, he felt that something was wrong. The electromagnetic waves and charged particles around him were all changing. At the same time, all the communication equipment on planet H036 was cut off. All the power transmission networks were also paralyzed. Even the solar panels could not be used. Diaz was planning a strategy to hunt the polar bears, but he found that his communicator had suddenly lost signal. Strangely, the polar bears that were roaring arrogantly on the hillside earlier were now lying on the ground, trembling. Diaz and the others also felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if their minds were being disturbed by invisible sound waves. However, all the instruments could not be used, so there was no way to find out the reason. The satellites and aircrafts outside Planet T, H036, were also affected to some extent. The satellites could not send signals or monitor the ground, and the magnetic and ray analysis instruments could not be used. They could not contact the ground or other planets. Before this, no high-energy particles, rays, or magnetic field abnormalities had been detected at all. Some people said that it might be a stellar flare, but Planet T, H036, was relatively far from the star it was orbiting. Otherwise, the temperature would not be so low. There were many planets closer to Planet T, H036, but they had never heard of such a thing happening. Of course, it was also possible that the same thing was happening now, but the communication was disrupted before they could say anything about it. No matter what, at this stage, they had to analyze how long this abnormality would last. Only then could they come up with countermeasures. However, without some of the analysis instruments, it was not very possible to get an answer in a short period of time. In the forest on the ground, Sillin looked at the cyborg that was still lying on the ground, unable to stabilize. He did not go closer to take a look. He did not have the confidence to block a blow from such a powerful life form, even if he was in a solidified state. After about an hour, the cyborg cat's form gradually stabilized. It was still a small cat, but it looked full of energy. Unlike the previous dispirited state, its gray fur was also bright, reflecting light onto the natural light. When the cyborg cat stabilized, the communication equipment on the planet also recovered and began to operate normally. The cat looked up at Sillin. There was no malice in its eyes, but Sillin would not let his guard down because of this. He maintained a state of vigilance. As long as this fellow made the slightest movement, Sillin would definitely escape immediately. What a joke. Trying to fight against such a cyborg life form? Was he looking for shit? When the cat was within 50 meters of him, Sillin warned, "If you go any further, I'll kill you." Usually, when Sillin really wanted to shoot, he would not say such nonsense. He just wanted to remind the cat to keep its distance, but he was not sure if it would understand. Hearing Sillin's words, the Hui mouse stopped and squatted on the ground. It pulled its ears back and revealed a very disdainful look. What a bad temper. Sillin, it spoke? Fuck, it really spoke. Chapter 87. Sillin stared at the cat that was looking at him with disdain. He really did not remember reading about cyborg life forms that could speak. However, it could also be because he had not come into contact with the real core content of the research. In any case, this kind of life form was really amazing. I didn't expect you to be able to speak. I learned it more than 100 years ago. The cat raised its hand. No, raised its paw and pointed in a direction. I remember there weren't that many buildings back then. There was only one landing spot on the entire planet. This planet was allowed to be open to hunting by the League of Stars more than 100 years ago. At that time, there were indeed not many human buildings. The direction that the cat's paw was pointing at was where their aircraft had landed. I didn't expect you to live for so long, Sillin lamented. Of course. Although I don't know how long I can live, it feels like I haven't grown much after all these years. Hui Mao was very dissatisfied that Sillin doubted its lifespan. Then what happened to you just now? Was that sickly and weak state that you were in? Was it an illusion? Sillin said with disdain, "There will always be a period of time, every 10 years or so. During that period, I will become weak and unstable. These two states are very difficult to control, and I will also emit an electromagnetic wave that will attract many hostile species to attack me. Those wolves just now were one of them." Sillin suddenly understood. So that was it. They were unstable, but that did not mean that their lifespan was short. The short lifespan that the researchers mentioned was actually when they were periodically weak. If they attracted a stronger species to attack them, they would definitely die. The cat was still talking to itself. Before, I didn't understand why I would emit that kind of electromagnetic wave uncontrollably, but now I know that it's to attract that white ball. I don't know what it is, but I know that the white ball is useful to me. It can stabilize this chaotic and unstable state. Scylla could not feel the existence of the white ball anymore. It seemed that the coincidental formation of cyborg life forms also included the white ball. Cyborg life forms that did not fuse with the white ball could change between the two states perfectly, but they would not be able to maintain a stable state. I feel like you and I are the same kind. The cat looked at Scylla. When it came to this world, it knew that it was different from the living beings around it. But now, Scylla gave it a very strange feeling, an inexplicable sense of familiarity. I'm a normal carbon-based life form. A pure human. Pure, Scylla affirmed. I know you're human, so I'm just saying it feels like. Sai, why don't you follow me? Now that I'm stable, I won't be as weak as before. I'm standing at the top of this planet. Not interested. Scylla walked back. He'd better get his bag and look for Diaz and the others. Hey, don't go. Do you want me to follow you? The cat ran behind Celine eagerly. Scylla stopped and looked at the cat. This time, he didn't ask it to stop and let the cat walk in front of him. You want to leave? Yes, I'm tired of staying here. I want to go out and broaden my horizons. You could go find other people. There are many people who come here to hunt, or you can sneak into one of the spaceships and go on a free vacation. No. The cat shook its head vigorously. They're not reliable. Either they're too weak or their character is bad. Scylla squatted down and looked at the gray cat in front of him seriously. Speaking of which, you did remind me of something. What? I went through a lot of trouble to get that white ball. If I sold it to those crazy researchers, I might be able to get a few $100 million, but you took it from me. No matter what, you have to compensate me. You can follow me, but you have to pay your debt. Pay my debt? Yes. Scylla took out a knife and scratched some numbers on the ground. You know the polar bears on this planet, right? The kind that can sell for about 10,000 galactic credits each. If the money you owe me is converted into polar bears, it'll be no less than 10,000. Of course, some exotic beasts are more valuable. Some are worth more than 1 million each. That way, you'll save more effort. At this point, Scylla paused and looked suspiciously at the cat in front of him, who was staring at the ground and listening to him. Of course, maybe you can't deal with that kind of exotic beast. Can't deal with it? It raised its claws. I'll prove it to you. Let me tell you, I've never seen a beast that could withstand 2 of my claws. If it's just a show of swallowing a wolf, then forget it. That's just to show that you have a big appetite. That'll cost me more money. The cat snorted through its nose and looked at its surroundings. Then it swept its gaze across Scylla once before raising its paw and pointing at its own head. Take out your gun and point it at me. Scylla didn't say much. A cyborg should be very powerful. Who knows, it might really be able to carry guns and block cannons. Bang! A gunshot. The cat was sent flying with a single shot. A gray shadow flew far away. Scylla was speechless. Was this proof? But soon, the gray cat ran over and spat the bullet out of its mouth. The bullet was intact, and the medicine inside did not leak out. The most surprising thing was that Scylla had aimed at the cat's forehead and not its mouth when he fired. Right now, the cat's head was perfectly fine, and there was not a single change to it. The bullet, however, had come out of its mouth and scathed. Moreover, this kind of bullet was specially made to deal with large white bears. One shot could break their skin. He didn't expect this guy to be able to withstand it. How is it? Not bad, right? Hui Mouse said proudly. You're not embarrassed to be shot away. It wouldn't have happened if I changed forms. Scylla put away the gun and asked curiously, how did you change into these 2 forms? Even the elements changed. A cyborg was a carbon-based life form when it was in biological form, and its elemental composition was no different from that of a normal living being. However, its elemental composition would change when it transformed into a mechanical form. Scylla had never seen a metal like this, even though he had worked with Mo Hung for a long time. I don't know. I was born with it. I can easily change elements. It continued to be proud. Let me see it turn into gold. Don't you know what a directional change is? Hui Mao looked like he was teaching. He stretched out his paw and drew a circle on the ground. This is the elemental composition of my current form. He drew another circle. This is the elemental composition of another form. Then he marked a two-way arrow between the two circles. This is the so-called directional change. Silin said disappointedly. So you can't turn into gold. Hui Mao's ears pulled back. He was depressed. He suddenly felt that he was being looked down upon. Forget it. Just make do. Follow me and slowly pay off your debt. At least you might encounter something similar to that white ball. You can perfect yourself, and you won't be sold to a research lab to be dissected by those crazy researchers. The gray cat was about to refute Silin's earlier words, but it immediately quieted down when it heard Silin's last sentence. Actually, it wasn't a bad idea. It was just a few 100 million GL credits and a couple of valuable alien beasts. Not long after, Hui Mao realized that he was too naive. Chapter 88. Silin took out a stack of dark gold items from his bag and started to write. Hui Mao lay at the side and watched, its tail swaying here and there. It knew the common language of the League of Stars, and the dark gold stack clearly said receipt. That was why Hui Mao was very disdainful when Silin took out this item. It wasn't going to deny it at all. It's just a few 100 million. Is there a need to act like this? What's your name? Silin asked. There's no need to write Hui Mao on the receipt, is there? Cubelu. What? Cubelu is the native language of this sector. It's the first language I came into contact with. Cubelu means overlord. There were originally no humans on this planet, and the first humans to come here were from Sector T itself. That was why this was the first language Hui Mao learned. Later on, people from other sectors also came here, and in the end, everyone used the common language of the League of Stars. Therefore, Hui Mao learned the common language later on. Silin curled his lips when he heard this. Overlord, what cocky fart. I've only heard of tigers possessing the aura of a king, but I've never seen a cat with the air of a king. Here, it's done. Take a look and see if there's anything wrong with it. If there's nothing wrong with it, just sign your name or a palm print. Silin passed the written item to Hui Mao. Hui Mao glanced at the number Silin wrote. It was 500 million, but it didn't think much of it. Without looking further, it raised its paw and pressed a palm print on the paper. Hey, all right. 2 copies, one for you and one for me, so that no one will go back on their word. Silin passed one to Hui Mao, but Hui Mao ate it in one gulp. He stood up, stuck out his butt, stretched his back, and shook his fur. Then Hui Mao said, We can go now, right? Wait, there's something I need to tell you. Silin put away the receipt and looked at Hui Mao seriously. What? Hui Mao asked lazily. I am now a member of a hunter group. If you want to follow me, you will not be following me as a member of the hunter group, but as the debtor. In short, I am the creditor, and you are the slave. Debt slave? It's so awful. The gray cat flicked its ears and said, Then let's make it a pet. It'll help us conceal our identities. Pet? I'm a dignified. Then we'll be debt slaves. I'll still be a pet. But let's make this clear. Once I pay off my debt, I won't be a pet or a debt slave anymore. Of course, you should be proud to have a pet like me. A dignified, in your words, a semi-mechanical life form is actually being treated as a pet. You have to know that I am. Blah, blah, blah. Hui Mao flaunted how special he was, how smart, and how strong he was. Through this cat's incessant chatter, Celine knew that ever since the humans had built a stronghold on this planet, this cat had often wandered there. From there, it had learned the language of the Star Alliance, knew how to remember the year, could eavesdrop on the development plans of the humans on this planet, and could simulate the weapons of the humans. This cat was very proud of this. After all, it was self-taught, talented, intelligent, and had outstanding abilities. Silin shook his head and ignored this guy who was immersed in self-improvement. He took out the hoverboard from his bag, unfolded it, activated it, and left. Hey, wait for me. Hui Mao kicked its legs and quickly hooked the back of the hoverboard with its claws. It jumped up and then lay on the hoverboard with its eyes wide open, looking at the ground, getting farther and farther away. Its round eyes were shining with excitement. When the time comes, don't casually say that you're a semi-mechanical life form, lest you cause too much trouble. Yes, yes, I know. Hui Mao knew in its heart that the degree of perversion of humans was unimaginable. It was really not easy to find a reliable person, so it had not let humans discover it for so many years. By the time Sillin found Dias and the others, they were more or less done with their work. At that time, the communicator could not be used, and the white bears were all lying on the ground. Although Dias also felt uncomfortable, he knew that this was a rare opportunity, so it did not take much effort to deal with the white bears. Tang Xiaoqiu was grabbing Ba Dao's uppermost arm and swinging it. Ba Dao freed 2 of his hands to deal with the animal hide, and the other 4 were for Tang Xiaoqiu to play with. Seeing Sillin coming over, Tang Xiaoqiu exerted strength in her arm and swung it in the air, doing a light somersault in the air and landing on the ground. Brother Sillin, you're really something. We've already finished the mission before you came over. Sillin laughed and fluttered Tang Xiaoqiu's head, purposely messing up her short hair. Tang Xiaoqiu did not get angry. She grabbed Sillin's fluttering hand and giggled. How many white bears did you catch? Sillin asked. A total of 7, and I killed one of them. No wonder she was so happy. When those white bears stood up, they were more than 7 meters tall. It was already very good to be able to kill one, let alone a child like Tang Xiaoqiu. Not bad, impressive. Not far away, Yudi, Xiaoshang, and the others looked at Sillin in surprise. He had indeed changed his skin. They could not even recognize him. Even his physique had changed. He was more muscular and not as frail as before. Hui Mao was dissatisfied that he was ignored. He jumped down from the hoverboard and walked elegantly to the side to watch the people deal with the white bears. He had eaten countless of these white bears. It was no less than the number of white bears hunted by the hunters every time the planet opened up for hunting. He did not expect that their skin could be sold for money. Sigh, he had to be more careful in the future. He had to divide the parts that could be sold for money and eat the rest of the meat. Hey, there's a cat. Brother Sillin, where did you get this cat? Tang Xiaoqiu asked as she looked at Hui Mao, who was strolling leisurely in the field. I picked it up. Why did you pick up a cat? It's a kitten. With such a small size, it probably won't survive for long in the forest. You went for a walk just to pick up this kitten? Carrie said. Hearing Carrie's words, Hui Mao turned his head and looked at him with disdain. Yo, that guy actually looked down on me. That was a look of disdain, right? Carrie shouted as if he had discovered another Miantuan chameleon. It's true. Brother Sillin, what's its name? Tang Xiaoqiu asked. Hubaelu, or Holu for short. Hearing Sillin's words, Hui Mao, who was watching with interest as Carrie and Dias skinned the white bear, was rather displeased. However, seeing that he was the creditor, Hui Mao did not argue with him. Hee, it's really cute. Tang Xiaoqiu laughed. What's cute about it? It's gray and ugly. Hearing Sillin's words, Hui Mao exploded again. You're the ugly one. You're ugly from head to toe. Carrie, who was skinning the bear, slipped and almost cut his hand. Oh my God, this guy can actually talk. Not bad. We can sell it for a good price. Not selling. Not selling. Sillin looked at Tang Xiaoqiu. She was the one who said, not selling at the same time as him. If we want to sell it, those white bears are enough. I'll keep it as a companion for the Miantuan. Tang Xiaoqiu treasured Hui Mao quite a bit. Dias waved his hand. All right, let's finish what we're doing first. The main ship is starting to rush us. After this batch of goods is done, we'll go do something big. Something big? Carrie's eyes lit up. Boss, are we going to do a 5-year mission? The 6 team had a rule. Every 5 years, they would do something big. It could take half a year, or even 4 to 5 years. If it was a short time, the team members would have a long vacation. If it was a long time, they would not have any vacation at all. The so-called 5-year mission was to report the results to the Vanguard A team. If there were no results, the team status in Vanguard would drop. On the other hand, if the results were good, the team status would rise. Chapter 89. A 5-year mission was the standard to measure AB Squadron's overall strength and development. It could elevate AB Squadron into the limelight of the League of Stars in one go, but it could also make AB Squadron the target of scorn and ridicule. This was also Schotten's second 5-year mission after becoming the 6th Division's captain. His previous mission wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either. Although he didn't become famous, he didn't tarnish his reputation either. At the very least, it proved his ability as the 6th Division's captain. A 5-year mission was difficult, that was for sure. They might encounter an unprecedented crisis, and no one could guarantee that they would survive a 5-year mission unscathed, not even the captain or the second-in-command. Losing a group of people, but at the same time, training a group of people. The hunter group had grown through such repeated training. Hunters were used to wandering on the edge of life and death all year round. It was precisely because they were used to this kind of excitement and a life of adventure that when they heard that there was a dangerous mission, they didn't show any anxiety or panic. Instead, they showed unbearable excitement, especially the veteran hunters. After receiving Diaz's affirmation, Callie and the others cheered. They didn't have much experience in the previous 5-year mission, and they hadn't enjoyed following behind their seniors. This time, they would enjoy it to the fullest. Thinking of this, Carrie and the others sped up their work. Sillin joined in as well. Tang Xianxia and Hui Mao squatted beside Sillin and watched as they dealt with the spoils of war. Seeing that Hui Mao wasn't even blinking, Tang Xianxia asked, "Are you interested in this, Wheeze? Call me Hubeilu." Hui Mao was very dissatisfied, but Wee sounds friendly. Friendly? Hui Mao was instantly elated. He no longer cared about how Tang Xianxia addressed him. However, he didn't mention that he owed money either. Calling him a debt slave was too embarrassing. After dealing with the white bear, everyone returned to the temporary base. After tidying up, they boarded the space plane and returned to the starship docked at the spaceport. Hui Mao walked back and forth on the starship with his tail raised, as if he was patrolling his territory. Behind Hui Mao, the Miantuan eagerly followed. It was not easy to find a fellow on the ship who was not a human like himself. The Miantuan was still very excited. At least he would have someone to share his fate with if he caused trouble in the future. Although the 5-year mission had yet to begin, the people on the starship were not idle. They checked the food storage, energy storage, weapons, and equipment. They also had to carefully inspect the starship. All the old parts had to be replaced. Since they were going to do something big, they could not afford to make any mistakes. Details determined success or failure. Sillin and the engineering team member on the starship were inspecting the starship together. The person in charge of engineering on the starship, Enji, was also an octopus. Unlike Ba Dao, who was robust, Enji was on the skinnier side. Although an octopus was tall, in terms of weight, Enji might not be able to match up to Sillin. There were many people like Enji. They would not rush to the front lines of battle, but were part of the logistics team. Of course, the technicians who could stay in a hunter regiment were not ordinary people. At the very least, they would not be lacking in courage. Whenever there was a need, they would pick up a gun and go to the battlefield. During the maintenance, Enji and Sillin exchanged their insights. Enji really admired Sillin as a young man. Although he was young, he was truly talented and knowledgeable. He was able to see through the key points of some machinery structure with just a glance. And Sillin was also able to listen to opinions and suggestions humbly. It was pretty good for someone his age. Enji's 6 arms were busy. Some were holding tools, some were holding parts, and some were holding instruments. Sillin was recording at the side. "All right, this area is done. Let's take a break before we proceed to the next area for inspection." Taking the water from Sillin, Enji gulped down 2 mouthfuls. He caught his breath and looked at Sillin's recording. Not bad. Very professional recording. Enji was not stingy with his praise. He unfolded a chair and sat down, placing the tools into the toolbox one by one. "Brother Enji, what's that?" Sillin pointed at Enji's tool and a small piece of reddish-brown crystal inside. "Oh, this." Enji smiled. He picked up the small piece and handed it to Sillin. "Look carefully. Can you guess what it is?" Sillin took the small piece of crystal. This small piece was only half the size of a thumb. Resin. Sillin could distinguish the main components of this thing. At the same time, he saw a creature buried in the bread. It was less than a centimeter long, and its body was semicircular. It had many pairs of legs and a pair of chelicerae. It looked somewhat ferocious. I've never seen this kind of creature. There are many kinds of creatures in the universe. It's normal not to have seen one. Enji smiled. Can you guess where the worm inside came from? Sillin shook his head. Although many creatures could be speculated about their living environment based on their body shape, more creatures could not be imagined. Sillin's intuition told him that the creature buried inside was not simple. Enji chuckled. He took the reddish-brown small piece, rubbed the surface with his fingers, and sighed. This is a parasite. Parasite. Sillin knew that Enji was not talking about human parasites, but parasites that lived on starships and spaceships that traveled in the universe. Yes, this is also something we have to pay special attention to every time we repair the starship. We also have to check it from time to time during long-distance flights. Once we find a parasite, we have to eliminate it in time. Otherwise, there will be endless problems in the future. Just a little bit like this can destroy a huge starship. They can withstand cosmic rays, withstand a vacuum environment, and are firmly nailed to spaceships. Many of the substances they secrete can corrode spaceships. Although it is not visible for a while, it will be troublesome after a long time. When it is really discovered, it will be too late. Do you know what will happen if a hole suddenly appears on a starship when it is flying in the universe, and there is no time to repair it? Sillin trembled unconsciously. How terrifying! They will also damage some key parts of the starship, whether it is the weapon system, the energy transmission tubes, or some interfaces. They may become their habitat. There are many kinds of parasites in the universe, and their preferences are different. Some like places with active energy, and some like places with oxygen. In short, what we need to do is to check the starship regularly to prevent future problems. Enji flicked the small piece in his hand and caught it again. Every time we do this, we will prepare an embedding fluid. Small parasites like this can be buried in the embedding fluid, just like amber. After the mission is over, we can sell it at a high price to researchers or collectors. Many people like to collect this kind of cosmic parasite. To a certain extent, these cosmic parasites are also very rare. The one in my hand was obtained during the last 5-year mission. This is just one of them. I kept one for myself and did not sell it. It is a souvenir. If you are interested, when we find parasites, we will call you over to take a look when we remove them. That's good. Thank you, Brother Enji. Kid, why are you so polite? Let's go to the next place for maintenance. After following Enji for maintenance, Sillin was ready to go back to the lounge to lie down, but he had only taken a few steps when he heard Carrie's roar. Sillin, look at what your cat has done. Chapter 90. Carrie looked at the storage cupboard in his room, his face livid with anger. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at the almost empty storage cupboard. He said to Sillin, who had just walked over, and Yudi, who was wearing strawberry-patterned pajamas and plush slippers, "Sleepy, you guys have to be responsible for the evil that your pets have done." Sillin glanced at the storage cupboard. It was really clean. No wonder Carrie was so angry. Yudi yawned and said without the slightest sense of guilt, "I told you to remember to lock the food cupboard. Who can you blame if it's stolen?" How is that reasonable? Carrie was so angry that his eyebrows were almost raised. "I locked it. What about the door?" The door was not locked. Seeing Carrie's constipated look, he knew that he must have forgotten to lock the door again. Yudi said lazily, "How many times has it been? I can only say that you are stupid and have no sense of worry." Carrie wanted to pick up a hammer and smash it. "How many times has that bastard chameleon eaten secretly? How dare you say that? That chameleon of yours is as smart as a ghost. It actually knows how to hide its toenails and uses a decoder." Carrie was annoyed at the thought of this. "And you, Sillin, listen." Carrie pressed the communicator in his hand. It played a recording. This was installed by Carrie on the lock. As soon as the cupboard was unlocked, it would automatically start recording. After a series of rustling sounds, 2 different rhythms of chewing food could be heard. Yudi's Miantuan had a specific chewing frequency. Carrie was quite familiar with this. He could even hear the sound of that bastard chameleon sucking food with its tongue. It had to be said that the Miantuan was indeed a freak among the chameleons. It had a wide range of diets. It could eat vegetables, eat meat, drink wine, and drink fruit juice. This was not a fucking chameleon, but a demon from somewhere. No wonder when Sillin first set foot on this starship, when Dias mentioned the Miantuan, the first thing he asked was, what did he do wrong? He recognized the sound of the Miantuan eating, and the other sound should be that of the Hui Mao. Meow. This satisfied meow after eating and drinking made the veins on Carrie's forehead bulge. Carrie's heart was bleeding. His compressed biscuits, jerky, and fruit pies. Hearing this voice, Sillin's eyes twitched. Meow my ass. You could do bad things, but don't let people know. Are you afraid that people won't know that you're the only cat on the starship? Sigh, that's enough. Sillin patted Carrie's shoulder. When we meet up with the captain, we'll stock up some food. I promise that your cabinet will be filled to the brim. As for that cat, you can treat it as a greeting gift. Maybe when you're in danger, the cat will repay you for saving your life. That kitten that hasn't fully grown yet? Don't judge a cat by its appearance. That little guy is very powerful. Carrie was silent for a while, then waved his hand. Get out of here, you two. I'm going to change the lock. Yudi, tell your Miantuan to hide well. Don't let me catch you. In the past, Carrie used to use fingerprint identification. Later, after the bastard chameleon stole his fingerprint, Carrie reflected on it. It was just a fingerprint. Where couldn't he get on the starship? The guy that had been with Yudi and Beaver for so long was used to this kind of thing. Therefore, Carrie changed the locks one by one to prevent the gluttonous chameleon. Somewhere on the starship, Hui Mao licked his paws and wiped his face. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He looked at the Miantuan. Are there any food scraps? The Miantuan shook his head. That's good. It's not bad to have a change of taste. Hui Mao was very satisfied. The Miantuan grinned. Finally, he had a companion to eat with him. The Miantuan nestled in Yudi's room. It was a lush, small tree that was only half the height of a person. However, it was full of leaves. The Miantuan liked to sleep on it. After eating, he would sleep. This was the instinct of an animal. However, the Miantuan's steps were a little hesitant. After all, he had done something bad again. When he arrived at the door of Yudi's room, he raised his forelimbs and pressed a button. A hole appeared. The Miantuan stuck his tongue inside. After scanning his tongue, a small door opened with a beep. He climbed in. His forelimbs landed on the ground. When he looked up, he saw Yudi waiting for him. Hurry up and get in here. Close the door. I have something to ask you. Yudi's voice sounded calm. The Miantuan moved in slowly. After the small door was closed, he still leaned against the wall. His eyes darted around, but he didn't look at Yudi. You were caught by Carrie again for stealing food today. The Miantuan's body stiffened and he lowered his head. When you open the lock, remember to check if there's anything else installed on the lock. After a pause, Yudi said, You didn't open the lock on Carrie's cabinet, did you? I remember Carrie changed the lock with multidimensional encryption. I haven't taught you how to open that kind of lock. The Miantuan nodded. How did he open it? Yudi took out an electronic drawing board. The Miantuan walked over and started to draw on it with his limbs. It was hard to imagine a dragon could use its limbs so flexibly. Looking at the drawing on the drawing board, Yudi's eyes flashed and he smiled. Get along well with that cat in the future. It'll benefit you greatly. The Miantuan nodded. All right, get out and find a place to sleep. You're not allowed to sleep in the nest today. Carrie told you to hide well. Don't let him catch you. Yudi put away the drawing board and stopped looking at the Miantuan. He lay on the bed and continued to catch up on his sleep. He didn't sleep well today before he was woken up by Carrie. The Miantuan looked pitifully at his little green nest and crawled out of the room through the little door. I'll have to find a place to sleep again today. Forget it. I'll go find that cat. At least I'll have a companion to share the punishment with when Carrie catches me. Hui Mao didn't fare much better either. He was taught a lesson by Sillin, and he even owed him a favor. However, the guy only felt depressed for a moment before he curled his body into a circle and slept soundly. The 6th team's target this time was Sector Z. It was one of the 3 most dangerous and undeveloped sectors in the League of Stars. There were very few official star maps of Sector Z. Almost only the outermost zone was shown. Sector Z was a dark triangle on the overall star map of the League of Stars. Darkness meant that it was undeveloped, and because it was triangular, it was called the Dark Triangle. Of course, this was only public information. If a hunter regiment had explored it themselves, the star maps recorded would either be sold at a high price or kept for their own use. Normally, they wouldn't make them public unless there was something special. If a hunter regiment could discover a habitable planet, then it would be a matter of both fame and fortune for a hunter regiment. The League of Stars had made relevant policies since a long time ago. If a habitable planet was discovered in an undeveloped area, they would allocate a large amount of bounty to the hunter regiment who discovered it. At the same time, they would also report it on high contribution magazines. It was enough to increase the hunter regiment's fame, and some would even allow the hunter regiment to name their own planet. The reason the 4 great hunter regiments were so famous was because they appeared so frequently in magazines that they outshone the other hunter regiments. Schotten's choice of Sector Z was also made after careful consideration and a show of hands by the 6 lieutenant commanders. If they wanted to increase their influence now, they had to produce results. Other than the discovery of habitable planets, the places that truly contained great treasures were the undeveloped areas. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Chapter 91. By the time Sillin and the others had arrived at the rendezvous point Shodan had mentioned, the other 5 squads had already returned to their respective squads. After they had merged their starships with the 6 squad's main starship, they reported their hunted goods and traded them to the buyers they had already contacted. However, Sillin didn't need to do anything about it. Right now, he was sitting in his room reading a book. It was a book about space parasites he borrowed from Engie. There were a lot of things that couldn't be found on the Federation's major online platforms, and normal electronic publications wouldn't record too much about them. Some of the truly useful things required permission to read. Sillin's current identity as a hunter couldn't read some official documents. Hunters usually kept their belongings to their own people and wouldn't easily make them public. The book in Sillin's hands belonged to Vanguard, and it wasn't announced to the public. This book was more like a notebook. It was something that the person who wrote it down. Although it wasn't the original, at least all the notes were copied exactly the same. Sillin could see the mood of the person who wrote it at the time from the handwriting. The person who wrote this notebook was called Komunidin, but Engie only said that it was left behind by a deceased senior. He didn't explain too much about Komunidin, but Sillin could roughly guess the person's identity from the contents. From some of the things recorded in the notebook, Sillin knew that Komunidin was a member of the 3rd B Squadron. He was probably an engineer on a starship like Engie, but his position was higher than Engie's. This was because Komunidin had mentioned the 3rd B Squadron's commander Nada more than once, and it seemed like he had a good relationship with Nada. The problem was that the current commander of the 3rd B Squadron wasn't called Nada, but Falvey. That being said, 47 years was enough for the masses of humanity to welcome a new generation. Judging from the ephemeris recorded in the notebook, this notebook had been around for a while. The last record was 47 years ago, and there were no other records after that. There were a lot of pictures in the notebook, and they were all of the parasites Komunidin encountered when he was in the 3rd B Squadron. There were also annotations and explanations at the bottom of the pictures, stating the habits and hobbies of the parasites shown in the pictures. As Sillin was reading, the doorbell rang. It was Carrie, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Although he was waiting outside, Carrie's face was full of excitement. "What? Did you win a prize? You look so happy." Sillin closed the book and said to Carrie, who came in, "Hee, I have something to show you." Carrie took out his laptop and brought up a 3D projection. "Look, new equipment. Do you feel domineering? This time, the captain is really going all out." Carrie said excitedly as he switched images. Just looking at the image alone was enough to shock Sillin. There was a wide variety of weapons in this batch, ranging from cold equipment to firearms. Although he didn't recognize many of the strange weapons, he knew that they were expensive just from the plasma guns and shoulder cannons. Carrie pointed at one of the wrist blades and asked sneakily, "Do you know how much this wrist blade costs?" "What material?" "I don't know, but I asked the lieutenant before, and this is how much it costs." Carrie held up 5 fingers. 50,000? 500,000? Truly shocking. Sillin had always thought that he was a little rich, but now he was dealt a blow. It really is a money-burning job. Seeing Scyllin's expression, Carrie said, "You can't be thinking that those lousy guns you use to kill white bears are enough for a 5-year mission, can you? Exploration in the universe is a money-burning job. If your equipment is not good, no matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough." In the last 5-year mission, I remember that when I went to kill a strange creature, it crushed my high-strength alloy knife like it was mud. I almost lost my life. Carrie dragged a chair over and sat down. Before I became a hunter, I was very naive about everything. Only after I became one did I realize how stupid I was. Luck doesn't come to me all the time, and benefits don't come to me all the time. In the captain's words, we have to be pragmatic. Confidence needs the accumulation of capital. So, basically, the trivial missions that we usually do are prepared for the 5-year mission. Cylin agreed with Carrie's words. A few $100 million might seem like a lot, but in reality, if it was really used on high-level missions, it would burn through very quickly. Just like the results published in Glory and Code, they were obtained by stepping on the corpses of countless people and test subjects, and burning through countless amounts of money. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to have such illustrious achievements that would affect the entire League of Stars? Even Ori, the one who created the strange chip, must have sacrificed a lot of people's lives even if he didn't necessarily spend a lot of money on it. Cylin still remembered the failed experimental subjects who were preserved in liquid, like specimens in Ori's laboratory. Looking into Cylin's room, Carrie asked, "Where's that bastard cat of yours?" "He went to patrol the territory." That guy had to patrol this starship every day, clearly dividing it into his own territory. The Miantuan also joined in the fun. However, Cylin did not allow Huimao to step into other starships. He was only allowed to move around in the small team starship. "By the way, Carrie, do you know Comunidin?" "Comunidin?" Carrie frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Never heard of him." "What about Nada?" "Nada? I think I've heard of him." "Oh, he's the father of Falvi, the captain of Team 3. Nada was the previous captain of Team 3, but more than 40 years ago." At this point, Carrie paused and scratched his head. "Cylin, some things are hard to say." Cylin waved his hand. "It's okay, I'm just curious." This notebook was written by Comunidin, and Comunidin used to be a member of Team 3. However, Brother Enji said that Senior Comunidin had passed away many years ago. The last record in this notebook was from 47 years ago. 47 years ago. That year, many glorious people fell. Sigh, I've only heard a few words. If the captain doesn't talk about these things, it's better for us not to talk about it. You know, the incident that year involved many people. It's too complicated. The 4 major hunter regiments, the military, and even some political figures were involved. Yes, I understand. Although he said this, Cylin was actually very curious about the incident that happened 47 years ago. After all, he had never heard anything about it until now. However, what Cylin thought was one thing, but he could not show it on his face. "All right, I'm here to talk to you about the new goods. As frontline combatants, we have the right to choose first, but our choices are limited. Think about what you want to choose first, and I'll send you the information." The lieutenant and the others are probably coming back from a meeting soon. When they return, we'll depart for Sector Z. We must do a good job this time. Not long after Carrie left, Diaz returned from a meeting and notified the members of the squad to go over and instruct them on the relevant matters. Then, the staff members returned to their positions. Although they were connected to the A Squadron's large starship and did not need to do much, they still had to pay attention to some details. They had to be prepared to deal with unexpected events at all times. Amidst the music, the giant starship marked with the Vanguard emblem left Sector T and headed towards their destination, Sector Z of the Dark Triangle. Chapter 92. Although Sector Z was called the Dark Triangle, it didn't mean that it was actually a sea of darkness. It was just that it was an undeveloped area, and that was why it was black on the League of Stars star map. Carrie looked at the exterior scene displayed on the screen and muttered, "This really doesn't look like the Dark Triangle." The scenery outside the starship was similar to the other sectors. The stars were bright, but it was known that the creatures in this area were very dangerous, and magnetic anomalies were common. There was a team made up of specialized personnel on the main ship that was responsible for scanning and probing. According to the old rules, they had to probe at least 10 planets every time they arrived in an undeveloped area, or it would be a disgrace to Vanguard. The periphery of Sector Z had been explored before, and some of them were done by Vanguard. However, no matter which hunter regiment it was, they would only explore a certain number of planets each time. They would not explore too many planets at once, and it was fine as long as they could do it. Exploration was not the same as suicide. At least they had to know their limits. After looking at the general star map, Xianxia chose a flight route. This route extended slightly towards the center of Sector Z at a certain angle, but not too far. He would proceed step by step. The partial results of the exploration team's analysis would be transmitted to the 6 squadrons on the main ship at the same time. Looking at the data displayed on the screen, Carrie sighed. They had explored 3 planets since they came to Sector Z. One planet's habitability was rank C, and the other 2 were rank D. Habitability was the degree to which a planet was suitable for human habitation. It was usually divided into 4 levels: B, C, and D. A planet meant that the planet was very suitable for human habitation. If they discovered a planet like this, the 6th team would become famous, and they would receive a huge fortune. If it was B class, then it was just SOSO. Although the conditions were not very good, they could still make do with it. It should be noted that many planets with rank B habitability were not very suitable for human habitation, but they were suitable for other life forms. Therefore, many large families would buy these planets for special breeding purposes. Rank C meant that the planet was not suitable for human habitation. The environmental conditions there prevented humans from staying in their natural state for long periods of time. Rank D meant that the planet was extremely unsuitable for human habitation. It was not a matter of time before humans could survive in their natural state. If the habitability level was D, they only needed to send out probes to search, take samples, and record various parameters, coordinates, and so on. However, these were the work of the technical staff and had nothing to do with Carrie. However, if it was a grade C planet, then it would not just be a matter of the probes. They would also need to send a small team to search the planet, retrieve living creatures, and list out the evolution of the creatures on the planet. When Carrie heard that one of them was a C-grade planet, he stood up and prepared to pick up his weapon. However, Xianxia arranged for another team to go down. Although they didn't find much, and the evolution level of the creatures on the planet was relatively low, there wasn't even a single high-grade plant. However, Carrie felt that it was too idle, and it was fine to go out for a walk. Bored, he glanced at the Miantuan that was rolling around with Huimao not far away. Carrie chuckled and grabbed the Miantuan's tail before it could sense the danger and escape. He rolled it into a ball. Carrie threw the Miantuan like a pinball against the wall. He caught it after it bounced back, threw it again, and caught it again. Seeing this, Huimao's pair of cat eyes widened, and its pupils dilated. Its head swayed along the Miantuan's trajectory, and before the Miantuan hit the wall, it jumped up with a whoosh. Smack! Not bad. Other than eating and sleeping, it seems that you still have some uses. As he spoke, Carrie threw the Miantuan that had been smacked back to another angle, and it was smacked back again. He changed the angle again, and it was smacked back again, and again, and again. The man and the cat were having a lot of fun playing there. All teams, attention. A Gray B planet has been discovered. All teams, get ready. Smack. The Miantuan was smacked against the wall. Carrie and Huimao were attracted by the news, and no one smacked it again. Everyone gathered in front of the screen closest to them, which displayed the results sent by the detection and analysis team. Low atmospheric pressure and oxygen partial pressure, strong radiation. Sigh, it's actually not that bad. It's fine even without the protective suit. Carrie said excitedly as he stared at the screen. A Grade B planet was not that easy to discover. A Grade C planet was enough to make Carrie excited for a long time, let alone a Grade B planet. Most of the time, a small team would be enough for a Grade C planet, but for a Grade B planet, everyone would basically be sent out. Through the pictures, analysis data, and various parameters sent back by the detector, everyone started to make preparations. Each of the 6 teams had to send out a team in advance. When Tang Xiuqiu saw that Silin, Xiaoshang, Ba Dao, and Carrie were all in the advanced team, she wanted to go with them, but Dias rejected her and asked her to go with the second team. A Grey planet meant that there were a lot of advanced creatures. No matter what level they evolved to, whether they were similar to humans, and no matter what level their civilization had developed to, they could not be underestimated. Even plants could eat humans sometimes. After all, Tang Xiuqiu was still young. In terms of adventure experience, she definitely could not compare to the others. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Dias rejected Tang Xiuqiu's proposal to join the advanced team. Seeing that Carrie and the others had left, the Miantuan slowly crawled to Yudi's feet with a heavily injured look. It hugged Yudi's trouser leg, looking very aggrieved. It wanted to complain that it had been mistreated. Yudi calmly took a sip of tea. Today, we can go and loot Carrie's cabinet. The previously dispirited Miantuan trembled when it heard that. It quickly perked up as if it had been injected with chicken blood. It turned around and ran toward Carrie's room. It crawled very quickly and did not seem to be injured at all. On the other side, Huimao naturally followed Silin and the others into the aircraft. Seeing that, Carrie nudged Huimao with the barrel of his gun. "What are you going to do?" Huimao said with anticipation. "I'm going to look for food, of course." Carrie choked and said to Silin, "Silin, aren't you afraid that something will happen to this little one?" Silin glanced at Huimao, who was squatting by his feet and shaking its head rhythmically. "It might not be worse than you." "Yes, I'm definitely not worse than you," Huimao said. "Right my ass. Don't think that I won't know the contempt in your words just because you changed the order of your words." Carrie knocked Huimao's head with the barrel of his gun. "I heard that cats and tigers share the same ancestor. We're about to go to war. Let's give a loud and domineering roar to boost the morale." Originally, Carrie wanted to give this gluttonous and sleepy cat a blow, but he did not expect Huimao to really open its mouth. "Be careful. We're on the aircraft," Silin reminded him. Huimao's mouth was wide open. It paused for a moment and adjusted itself. "Take a deep breath. Roar." The communication devices of the 6 spacecrafts that were part of the vanguard of the 6 squads were switched on, and the main ship was also connected. Therefore, the sudden roar that sounded like a prehistoric behemoth directly shocked everyone. The aircraft that Silin and the others were on also made an S-shaped trajectory. The pilot of the aircraft was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Roar of a beast. Where did the beast come from? Was it a purposely played sound effect? "Dias, what's going on?" On the main ship, Shotten shouted into the communication device. "Ahem, this is a roar made by one of our members to boost morale." Dias wiped his sweat. He looked at Carrie, who was a little dazed, and Huimao, who was licking its paws as if nothing had happened after the roar. He sighed in his heart. "No wonder it's our team's cat." The 6 aircraft flew out of the starship and headed toward the green planet in front of them from 6 different directions. After scanning the terrain and confirming the landing point, they landed. The defense system was activated and the Sentinels were released. The Sentinels were distributed around the aircraft in a regular pattern. After confirming that it was safe, the cabin door opened. The first to come out was not Dias, the deputy captain, but Huimao. Huimao couldn't wait to jump out. Its nose twitched, and it took a deep breath. It let out a long sigh. The smell of food. Then it ran away. "Don't worry about it. Let's do our job," Silin said. Dias nodded. Previously, when they were on the starship, they had already distributed the work, so there was no need to give more instructions now. "Let's go." Everyone was wearing protective clothing and masks. In addition to blocking radiation, resisting pressure, and maintaining a constant body temperature, the protective clothing was mainly used to prevent contact with poisonous plants. Unknown planets and unknown species, so it was best to be careful. The protective clothing was equipped with weapons. Everyone's equipment was different, so they chose their equipment according to what they were familiar with. There was a scanner attached to the mask, and it had settings such as zoom, filtering, and locking. It provided a variety of vision while also locking on to the target. This kind of equipment did indeed cost a lot of money. It also proved what Carrie said. This was a job that burned money. Chapter 93. Although the detectors and the 6 squads that were scattered around did not find anything related to the mechanical civilization, everyone was still fully armed. Sometimes, native animals and plants were more difficult to deal with than machines. Silen's party was led by Dias as they walked through the jungle. The reason why this planet looked green was because there were many jungles. The trees were many and dense, and many species had never been seen before. The collection and analysis of the plant species was done by the detectors, and Silen's party would collect the information of the animals according to the situation. One had to know that even if it was just information, as long as the species was special and had never been discovered by humans, information about them would be worth a lot of money. The results of the sensors will be displayed on the mask, and the humidity, temperature, and pressure of the surrounding air would also be displayed. There were birds flying over the forest, and they were very fast. Through the instantaneous capture and analysis of the images, they could tell that these birds were similar to eagles, but they were slightly different. Moreover, their cries were sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes sharp and sometimes low, and sometimes long and short. Stepping on the thick leaves on the ground, the group walked carefully. Silen loosened the mask and took a breath of the surrounding air, distinguishing the mixed smell in the air. The main tree species in the forest was a large tree that had never been seen before. Diaz chopped down a large tree that was growing relatively well. The tree was very hard, and it would be very suitable for some manufacturing. The horizontal cut of the trunk showed its growth rings. They were very dense, and there was not much space between each ring. Diaz sent the image of this cross-section of the tree rings to the spaceship, and the people on the spaceship sent the information to the starship outside the planet. There would be specialized personnel to collect and analyze the information. "Yo, the flowers on that tree are quite beautiful," someone said. There was a tree not far away. It was not too tall, but it was very thick. The center was about 5 meters tall, and the diameter of the trunk was about 1 meter. There were many branches distributed on both sides like open wings. The leaves were very thick, and there were some dark brown dots on the trunk, arranged vertically on the trunk. What was strange was that there were some vine-like things on the trunk. One end of the vine was connected to the trunk, and the other end was filled with beautiful red and white flowers. The red and white petals seemed to be arranged by a thin layer of scales. The scattered light from the leaves above shone on the flower and was reflected by the scales. It was like the bright starlight in the universe. Just looking at it gave people the urge to reach out and pick it up. Silen sniffed the air. There was a slight, licky smell in the air, like a temptation. If it was an ordinary person without a mask, they would definitely not be able to resist this temptation and walk forward. Although the flowers were beautiful, no one walked up to them. Although the flowers gave people a breathtaking feeling at first glance. Based on experience, the more beautiful the flowers were, the more murderous they were. Carrie chopped off another section of the tree that Diaz had cut down and threw it at the tree. Almost at the moment when this section of the trunk touched a flower, the surrounding branches that spread out like wings closed at lightning speed, imprisoning the prey. At the same time, with a whooshing sound, Silen and the others saw a row of sharp thorns piercing through the trunk. Those sharp thorns were the dark brown dots that they saw on the trunk earlier. And from this series of reactions, it could be seen that this arrangement was simply a natural trap. The group of people shivered. The trunk was very hard, but those sharp thorns easily pierced through it like tofu. It could be seen that the hardness was extraordinary. Diaz waved his hand, and the group continued to walk forward. The more they walked, the stranger they felt. Other than a small number of lethal plants, this forest was actually considered safe, and there were not many poisonous plants. However, other than some small insects, it was too quiet. This kind of silence was not in terms of sound. After all, there was the occasional sound of insects flapping their wings and birds flying in the sky from time to time, but their figures were blocked by the increasingly dense branches. This kind of silence meant that after walking in this forest for so long, they did not see a slightly larger animal. Rabbits, monkeys, wild boars, mice, and whatnot. Based on past experience, The group also looked for some places that might have animal caves, but still did not find any. There were no animals in such a good environment. That was impossible. Some of the images taken by the probes in space around the planet had seen a few large and ferocious animals. It could be said that although this planet did not develop a mechanical civilization, the species evolution had also evolved to a relatively high level. Dias was puzzled, and he had an inexplicable sense of crisis. He had always trusted his intuition, and his intuition told him that this situation was very bad. They were now deep in the forest, and the deeper they went, the more they felt that there was a big mouth waiting for them. While the group was thinking, the sensors sounded an alarm. Through the scanning area displayed on the masks, the group discovered that some things were coming towards them. There were more than 30 of them, which was 3 times the number of people they had, and they were moving very fast. Without needing Dias to say anything, the group formed a formation, and the weapons in their hands were ready. As they got closer, even without the face scanner, they could hear the sound of those things running and the low growls they made. Bang, 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 bang. Before those things completely came into sight, the group opened fire. If they waited until they really saw them before firing, it would be too late. Everyone was an experienced hunter. Even new members like Silin, Ba Dao, and Xianxia had a lot of experience, so they did not panic at all in this situation. Their hands holding the guns were steady, and their aim was good. With the positioning signal on the masks, although it was not 100%, it was definitely 99% accurate. The display of the heat signal also allowed them to seize the opportunity to shoot those things when they were not blocked by thick trees. After so many years of experience, they tried to minimize the wastage of ammunition. However, this time, they had no choice. After shooting those things, they didn't die. Although there was a moment of pause, they were still full of momentum. It seemed like they wouldn't give up until their last breath. Dias calculated that it would take about 5 bullets to kill one of them. He was sure that he had hit the heads of those things every time, but they did not die. They would only stop after the 4th or 5th bullet. Perhaps they were dead, but Dias was not sure. Based on the speed of those things, the gap of 4 or 5 bullets was enough for them to get closer. Moreover, there were only 12 people on their side. Not everyone could kill 3 of those things before they reached them. Silin had already killed 2 of them. His firing rate was very fast, so fast that the others suspected that he was wasting ammunition. In fact, according to Silin's heat signal, as long as those things were not blocked by trees, even if it was only for a moment, Silin would shoot them. He even calculated the speed of the bullets and the running speed of the things, so it was almost accurate. Moreover, Silin had locked onto 3 of them at the same time. When the others killed one, he was already on the 3rd. Finally, the first one jumped out of the bushes. Silin and Xianxia shot it almost at the same time. Probably because it had been shot before, it was shot twice more before it fell to the ground. Dias did not have the time to take a closer look at these things. With just a quick glance, he knew why these guys were so resistant. Chapter 94. The thing looked very strange. Its head was simply too small compared to its entire body, and a thick layer of hardened keratin almost covered its entire head. At the back of its head, the keratin layer and bony plates extended backward, covering 1/3 of its torso. It was spread out at a certain angle, so that it could easily block all the attacks from the front. The parts that were not covered by the hardened keratin layer looked extremely thick. Although the 2/3 of its torso did not have thick keratin armor, there were many protruding thorns, making it look even more ferocious. Their legs were thick and short, and the soles of their feet were shaped like hooves. Overall, they looked very cumbersome, but no one would have thought that such a seemingly cumbersome fellow could run so fast. This thing was very well armed. Some people had once said that small animals had low intelligence. In order to survive, they would evolve their bodies into a strict defensive state, making up for their lack of intelligence with the defense of their bodies. Silin did not know if these things had high intelligence, but even if they were not, they were definitely not idiots. When they attacked, they aimed their heads at the enemy and attacked in a straight line. They tried not to expose the parts of their torso that were not covered by the hardened keratin layer. Although it was only a short glance, everyone had their thoughts. After all, they were veterans, so there was no need to say much. They adjusted their angles and continued to shoot. This time, the focus was on their legs. If they were accurate, one bullet would be able to make them lose their ability to move. In fact, it was not a bad idea to shoot their limbs, but the bushes and some dense grass in the forest cover their thick and short limbs very well. Even a heat sensor might not be able to accurately sense them all the time. Fortunately, there were only about 30 of them. If there were more, they would have to fight in close combat. When they finally got rid of these guys, everyone let out a temporary sigh of relief. However, they did not dare to relax too much. Temporary peace did not mean temporary safety. A few people walked over and shot the ones that were still breathing. Diaz walked towards the closest one. This one was the closest to them, so it was also the one that suffered the most. Looking at the thick keratin covering that thing's head, Diaz fired a shot. Seeing the effect of this shot, everyone was speechless. Based on the gun in his hand, a single shot was enough to leave a huge hole in the chest of those polar bears. But when it hit this thing, it only took off a piece of its skin. If he shot the same spot a second time, he would be able to penetrate the skin, but he didn't know how deep it would go and how much damage it would cause. After all, when it was alive and in a state of attack, the tension of its muscles was different. Perhaps it had some life-saving skills. If there's another wave of these things, we might have to use armor-piercing bullets, someone sighed. Micro-armor-piercing bullets were not used to deal with armored vehicles or some armed aircraft. Instead, they were specifically used to deal with creatures covered in armor, including humans and some other creatures. However, everyone had a limited number of armor-piercing bullets, so they hadn't used them before. I really didn't think that there would be such well-armed creatures on this planet. That hardened stratum corneum and bony plates are way too hard. If these things were as dense as rats. Carrie didn't finish his sentence, but everyone shuddered at the thought. How terrifying. As Carrie spoke, the detector sounded an alarm again. This time, it sounded very urgent. This alarm meant that a foreign life form was approaching. It was the same as the previous alarm, but the previous alarm didn't sound this urgent. What's going on? Someone said. Everyone entered a state of high alert. But not long after, black bugs the size of a fist burrowed out of the ground. These bugs crawled out of the places where the dead creatures were lying. The black bugs burrowed into the wounds of the horny creatures. Not long after, a large number of black bugs wrapped around the creatures, and then the pile of creatures shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. When these bugs finished eating and burrowed back in the ground, all that was left was a layer of stratum corneum and bone. These were the forest cleaners. As long as any animal died, they would burrow out of the ground and eat the dead animal. Then, they would return to the ground and hibernate, waiting for the next feast. Carrie let out a long sigh of relief. That scared me. As soon as he said that, the alarm sounded again. This time, it wasn't urgent, but that didn't mean it would be easy. Fuck, there's no end to it, Carrie said angrily. Sillin frowned. He had just heard the sound of a bird. Although it wasn't loud, probably from a distance, and it was short, it was definitely the kind of bird he had seen before. It's a snake. Damn, these snakes can change color. Through the scanning, the mask revealed the true appearance of the newcomers. It was difficult to accurately spot these snakes with the naked eye. Snakes were temperature-changing creatures, different from the heat signals released by the horny creatures. But the scanning device still displayed them perfectly on the mask, so everyone could know the specific location of these snakes. Fuck, why are there so many snakes? I didn't see a single one before. Why did so many suddenly appear? That's right, why? Everyone was puzzled. But while they were puzzled, they still had to deal with it. Since it was just snakes, there was no need to retreat. Don't use the flamethrower. Use ultra-low temperature condensation, Diaz said. Got it. Everyone took out a tube-shaped object. When the snakes came within 15 meters of them, they pressed the button on the tube, and white mist sprayed out. When the snakes came into contact with the white mist, they instantly hardened and froze. If the snakes behind wanted to come over, they could only go around the frozen snakes in front. Because even if they hadn't come into contact with the frozen snakes, the previously active snakes couldn't take it anymore. The temperature was too low. With the ultra-low temperature condensation, it didn't take much effort for the group to freeze the snakes. After the snakes were frozen, they smashed them with telescopic sticks. Looking at the white chunks that were smashed on the ground, Dias waved his hand and continued forward. But after a few steps, the alarm sounded again. One wave had just subsided, and another wave had risen. It was the horny creatures from before. But this time, there were more of them, no less than 100. Carrie looked at the miniature submachine gun he was carrying and sighed. The bullets of the submachine gun were really useless against these creatures. It was better to change to armor-piercing bullets. Retreat, Dias said immediately. This kind of environment was too disadvantageous for them. At the same time, Dias also sent out a distress signal, asking for help. He also sent some information about these horny creatures. Outside the planet, on the starship, Schotten looked at the situation of the 6 teams on the screen. Of the 6 teams, 3 had sent out distress signals. Schotten estimated that the remaining 3 teams wouldn't have it easy either. It was only a matter of time before they called for help. Second team, get ready. After giving a few instructions to the people beside him, Schotten took his equipment and went to support the second team. Chapter 95. In the forest, Dias opened the subspace container in his hand and took out the ammo inside for everyone to replenish. Logically speaking, subspace containers on planets with a habitability rating of A and below would be unstable. Therefore, most people would only use subspace containers on habitable planets. For planets with a habitability rating of B and below, opening a subspace container would involve different degrees of risk. Even so, Dias still opened it. If they did not replenish their ammo, it would be difficult for them to have time to replenish their ammo once they started fighting. Fortunately, the activation went smoothly. Although there were some effects, and it was not very stable, they were able to take out the items. Vice Captain, it's not just one side that has those things. Xianxia exclaimed. The scanner showed a few more dots. After a second scan and cross-analysis of the parameters, they confirmed that these were indeed the creatures with keratin on their heads. They had formed a fan shape and surrounded Dias and the others. They were either surrounding them or forcing them to the back. They're forcing us back, Xianxia said. Yes, if they were only surrounding them, why were they only forming a fan shape? If they were forcing them back, then what would be waiting for them? Although they did not know, it would definitely be more dangerous and disadvantageous to them. They could not retreat. They were in a dangerous situation now. If they retreated, they might be in a situation where they would most likely die. It seemed that these guys were quite intelligent, far higher than they had imagined. After replenishing their ammo, if their aim was good, they could finish them all off with micro-armor-piercing bullets. But this time, these guys seemed to be chasing after their lives. They were even faster than the previous ones. Bang! The bullet struck the hard surface of the horny creatures' heads and drilled through them, entering their heads. Killing one with one shot was indeed a lot easier. However, there were too many of them, and the distance between the two sides was still shrinking. Even though there were only 12 of them, they still had a certain level of confidence in facing those guys with no less than 300. At least the situation was not too bad. Just as they had this thought, the alarm sounded. This time, what the scanning system showed made their hearts sink. Behind these horny creatures, another group of unknown creatures came. They were very fast and did not move in a straight line. The most special thing was that although the unknown creatures behind them were not running in a straight line and were dodging, they were still running toward them in a fan shape. Not long after, everyone saw the creatures running from behind through the telescopic system. They were larger than the horny creatures. Excluding the spikes on their backs, these horny creatures were about a meter tall, while the creatures behind them were more than twice the size of the horny creatures. If these horny creatures were partially armed, then the ones that came later were fully armed. Damn it, these guys are wearing armor again. Moreover, the armor was a lot more difficult to deal with than those guys who only had their heads and torsos equipped. Its body was covered with a hard, red and black substance that looked like a crystal. From its appearance, it looked a little like a leopard. Carrie took out another type of bullet. This type of bullet looked similar to the armor-piercing bullet, but the color of the bullet was different. Each bullet had a special symbol on it. Bang! The bullet hit one of the big guys, penetrated the thick, hard surface, and went inside before exploding. Blood spurted out of the creature's mouth. A lot of the hard, red and black substance on its body was lifted up due to the internal shock, but its body did not seem to have been blown into pieces. Of course, even though it looked fine, its internal organs were blown up. It moved around for a while before it stopped moving. When the others of its kind saw this, they sped up again and ran with more skill, agility, and leaping ability. It was very difficult to lock onto them and shoot them. The two shots that Carrie fired later did not hit their targets, but hit the tree trunks instead. The resulting explosion did not affect those creatures much. As long as they missed, even if the explosion happened right next to them, it would not hurt them much. The hard protection on their bodies allowed them to avoid the damage of such an explosion. Due to the red and black monsters coming from behind, the horny creatures running at the front became even more desperate. The horny creatures at the front were the ones who died, and they were also the ones who attracted most of the firepower. There were more than 20 monsters at the back, and this was only what they could see. Diaz did not know if there were more hiding outside their scanning range. Perhaps there were some lying in ambush at the back. Up until now, Carrie was the only one who had killed one first. They were having a hard time fighting two of the creatures at the same time. The two sides were getting closer and closer. Retreat first. Stall for time. The captain and the others will come to support us. Diaz roared. He had no other choice now. If they did not fight while retreating to find suitable cover, it would be very difficult to deal with them once they got close. The monsters behind them could probably kill them with a single swipe of their claws. Climb up a tree? Impossible. They would be dead meat if they did that. No matter how thick a tree was, it would not be able to withstand the claws of these things. Moreover, based on the movements of those creatures, they could also climb up trees. Perhaps they were much more agile in trees than they were. Hoverboards? Although they brought them, they did not dare to use them. If they wanted to fly, they could only fly above the forest. Judging from the jumping speed of those things, they could reach a certain height as long as they borrowed the strength of the tree trunk. Meanwhile, many birds had gathered in the sky above the forest at some point. They could only see their shadows flashing by through the gaps between the leaves. However, everyone knew that as soon as they went up, they would become the target of a multitude of attacks. In the air, humans were not as agile as those big birds, so they would only die even faster. Although they knew that there would be more difficult situations ahead, they had no other choice. Now that they had been forced to this point, they could only take one step at a time and wait for reinforcements from the back. Boom! Someone used a shoulder cannon. Although shoulder cannons were more destructive and definitely more lethal than bullets, they were not very effective against those big guys. The reason was because of the terrain and environment here. This was a forest, and there were thick tree trunks everywhere. Those big guys had very sensitive senses and dodged very quickly, so it was very difficult to really lock onto them. The energy bullets that hit the tree trunks would at most cause some damage to the horny creatures in front of them, but they would not cause much actual damage to the big guys. At most, they would peel off some of their hard skin. However, if they used a shoulder cannon, they would be able to wipe out some of the horny creatures in front of them first, which would reduce their burden by quite a bit. They had already eliminated 3/4 of the horny creatures in front of them, and they had yet to deal with the monsters at the back. The 12 of them alone would not be able to handle them. One of the big guys running at the back ran into one of the plants with red and white flowers when it was dodging bullets, and it directly used its 2 claws to tear the plant in half. This made everyone realize just how difficult it would be to fight these guys in close combat. Even a genotype would not dare to fight them head-on without a weapon, not to mention that the other party had the advantage in numbers. Ba Dao's extra 2 pairs of hands came into play. Although his accuracy might not be as good as Silen's, it was still an extra helping hand. Silen's rapid fire had killed most of the horny-skinned beasts on his side, so the others should be able to deal with the remaining horny-skinned beasts. After reloading, Silen aimed his gun at the big guys behind the horny creatures. They were very alert especially when they saw Carrie kill one of them with a single shot. They became even more vigilant, and they were very sensitive to being locked onto. Before Carrie could fire, they had already dodged to the side. Bang! A hole was blasted open on the head of one of the big guys, and the dark red hard substance on its skin splattered everywhere. Due to inertia, it rolled on the ground twice before it stopped moving. It had not even sensed that it had been locked onto, and it was suddenly shot while it was running. Bang! 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 Another 3 shots were fired in quick succession, and 3 more big guys were shot and fell to the ground. After Sillin killed 7 of them, the remaining horny creatures and the big guys covered in hard substance caught up to them. Clang! Sparks flew when the wrist blades that popped out cut into the skin of these big guys, which showed just how hard their skin was. Although they managed to cut in a little, the wounds were too shallow. Unless they were all cut in the same spot, they would not be able to do much damage even if they were torn apart. Extremely low temperature condensation and flames were not very effective against them, and their surface defense was too good. Fortunately, Sillin had taken care of 7 of them, and together with the one that Carrie had taken care of first, there were still 15 left. The horny-skinned beast did not stop there. Instead, they continued to run, so the group only had to face these 15 big guys. Although they were wearing protective suits, the group's dodging speed was still very fast, and they were looking for points of attack as they dodged. Perhaps they knew that Sillin posed the greatest threat to them, so 3 of them attacked Sillin. Using the recoil from the wrist blades hitting their bodies, Sillin jumped up and fired a shot into the mouth of one of the big guys that was pouncing at him. The impact from the bullet's explosion lifted countless small pieces off its hard surface, and dark red blood and internal organ fragments also sprayed out of its mouth. After that shot, Sillin did not stop. He dodged the one that was coming at him from behind, stepped on the tree trunk with his foot, twisted his body, and quickly jumped up to dodge. Then, he fired another shot at the one that was pouncing at him from the side. This series of attacks was extremely fast. Even Diaz would have a hard time doing this while wearing protective suits. The big guy that was pouncing at him had already leaped off the ground, so it could not dodge instantly and was shot directly. He put away his wrist blades, and at the same time, 3 small hooks popped out and hooked onto the thick tree trunk next to him. He turned around along the trunk and fired another shot at the one that was about to make a move. Diaz, who was fighting a big guy, roared in his heart, "I haven't even taken care of one, and that kid has already taken care of 3. After taking care of 3, Sillin found an opening and helped Xianxia take care of one. That big guy's mistake was that it should not have sent Xianxia flying at that moment, giving Sillin the opportunity to take care of it. If the 2 of them were too close, it would not have been easy to shoot. "Sillin, go help Carrie. There are 2 attacking him," Xianxia roared. They thought that Carrie was the first to kill one, so the big guys classified Carrie and Sillin as dangerous. The most threatening one was Sillin, so they sent out 3 of them, followed by Carrie. So 2 of them went to deal with Carrie, and the remaining one was a one-on-one. Carrie? That guy was pushed too hard by 2 of them, so he should have retreated a little further than everyone else, but he should not have retreated beyond a range of the scanner, right? In terms of flexibility, Carrie was not as good as Sillin, so the only thing he could do was to prevent the 2 from attacking him from the front and back. However, this guy could not have retreated so far that he could not even see his shadow, right? Chapter 96. The further he went, the denser the grass became. From the knee-high grass, Sillin followed the traces left behind by the creature. It didn't take long for him to see a dead alien beast covered in black and red scales. Judging from the signs, this big guy was indeed killed by a bullet that exploded from the inside after it was shot. Black bugs crawled out of the ground and were eating. The strange thing was, not far from where the big guy died, the traces on the grass changed. They looked like they were dragged. There were many broken vines in the surroundings. Although these vines weren't thick, they were very tough. The broken parts of the vines weren't smooth, and it looked like they were forcefully broken. After tracking for a while, Sillin saw another big fellow. It had also been shot and died from an internal explosion. From this point onwards, there were clear signs of struggle in the dragging traces. Pushing aside the grass, Scylla discovered 3 deep scratches on the ground. They were probably left behind by Carrie's claws when he was being dragged by the vines. Just a few steps later, Scylla found a severed vine in the bushes. The cut was very smooth, so it should be Carrie who cut it with a knife. Further ahead was a steep slope. Below the slope was a green river. The river wasn't wide, but the current was very fast. Scylla found Carrie's gun on the slope. Carrie must have rolled down the slope and fell into the river. The protective suit was waterproof, but after all this, Carrie's protective suit must have been seriously damaged. The positioning device on his body didn't respond either. Scylla turned on the communicator to leave a message for Diaz, but he found that the communicator was buzzing and the signal was in chaos. What's going on? Forget it. Let's not worry about it for now. Scylla had installed a message button at the slope. If Diaz and the others had finished their business on the other side and followed the trail here, they would definitely discover this button. Scylla exhaled and looked down the river, hoping that Carrie was still safe. How is Carrie now? Carrie's current situation was very bad, very bad. When he was chased by the 2 big guys, his feet were tied up by the vines under the grass. But thanks to these vines, the speed at which his feet were tied up was very fast. Carrie didn't need to pay attention to his feet. He could focus on the 2 big guys behind him. The 2 big guys were obviously also troubled by the vines, which gave Carrie an opportunity to take advantage of. Otherwise, with the speed of those 2 beasts, they wouldn't have been destroyed so easily. However, success was due to vines, and also due to vines. Carrie's protective suit was torn by a big guy, but he wasn't scratched. When the vines wrapped around Carrie, the capillaries on the vines pierced through Carrie's skin, which was not protected by the protective suit. The neurotoxin penetrated deep into Carrie's body, so when Carrie cut the vines, his consciousness was already blurred and he was in a trance. After staggering a few steps, he rolled down the steep slope and fell into the river. Before falling, Carrie pressed the life button with difficulty, and a life buoy surrounded him. He didn't know how far he was washed away, but Carrie's A-rank genes played an advantage, and the trance caused by the neurotoxin in his body began to lessen. If a person below C rank suffered from this toxin, they probably wouldn't last long before dying. After recovering some consciousness and physical strength, Carrie pressed a device on his arm, and a drill with a rope flew out. The drill shot into the stone wall next to the river and drilled into it. Then the rope retracted and pulled Carrie to the shore. After climbing ashore and retrieving the drill in the stone wall, Carrie looked above the stone wall. Above it was the forest, similar to the steep slope that he fell down. However, Carrie planned to stay here for the time being. What if he went up and encountered those big guys again? He didn't know if the communicator was broken or there was no signal, but there was no response. Taking a breath, Carrie looked at the dark green river. The river was a bit strange. The speed of the river had decreased a lot, and it was almost flat. Carrie saw a bunch of egg-sized emerald green objects floating towards him from the river. Although his vision wasn't as sharp as usual due to the neurotoxin's influence, Carrie was sure that there were no such things just now. The emerald green objects on the river's surface increased, and they gathered toward Carrie. Fuck! No matter how confused Carrie was, he knew that these things were not good. He flicked the drill hook again and threw it toward the steep slope above the stone wall. After pulling it up the slope, the claw hook popped out from his wrist, and he climbed up the slope bit by bit. What if he accidentally fell down again? After climbing up the slope, Carrie lay on the ground beside a large rock. He felt like a puddle of paste, and he had no strength left. Although the symptoms of the neurotoxin had lessened, and his consciousness was much clearer, he still felt weak all over. He didn't know where the firearms on him were. If he encountered those hard black and red alien beasts again, only death would await him. In his current state, it was difficult to even cut a fruit with his wrist knife. As Carrie was thinking, he heard a familiar low growl. It was the kind of growl that was slow and rhythmic like breathing. Auditory hallucination? He listened attentively and raised his head. What a tragedy! Carrie wailed in his heart. He had just thought of these guys, and they had appeared. 1, 2, 3, 6. What happened to Diaz and the rest? Why were there 6 of them here? If it was possible, Carrie wanted to grab the cannon and fight it out with these guys. He would die without regrets. However, the current situation made him feel very unwilling. The 6 black and red alien beasts were not in a hurry to pounce on Carrie. Instead, they slowly walked towards him. Their gazes made Carrie feel like he was a stupid monkey for others to watch. Gazes? Carrie looked carefully. Indeed, the gazes in their eyes were not like those of ordinary animals, but more like the eyes of humans. That was called, yes, spirituality. That was what Yudi said. Seeing the 6 big guys slowly approaching, Carrie slowly propped up his upper body, leaned his back against the rock, and flicked out his wrist knife. In fact, his entire arm, which was connected to the wrist knife, was trembling. The neurotoxin had not been completely cleared, and his muscles were still twitching. However, there was still a grenade in the bag at his waist. In such a situation where death was certain, some people would choose to commit suicide, but not Carrie. He would fight to the end, even if he had to die together with his enemies. This was his belief, the belief he had chosen when he walked the path of a hunter. Seeing Carrie flick out his wrist knife, the 6 big guys revealed looks of disdain. "Come on, you ugly guys." When they were within 10 meters of him, Carrie's other hand, without the wrist knife, turned to the grenade, ready to press the button. Roar. A long roar, like the roar of an ancient giant beast. The sound wave almost burst Carrie's eardrums. However, hearing this sound, Carrie almost cried. A gray figure flashed. Bang! Out of the 6 exotic beasts, one was sent flying, one was stepped on, and the other 4 were forced 20 meters away by the sound waves coming straight at them. The streamlined body glowed with a metallic luster, with a different kind of elegance, looking down at the 4 black and red alien beasts 20 meters away. Chapter 97. Carrie stared blankly at the gray fellow in front of him that was even bigger than the red and black exotic beasts. From its appearance, it looked a little like a cheetah and a little like a lion. Its skin had a metallic luster, but it felt very soft, like liquid metal. Moreover, it didn't look as ferocious as the red and black exotic beasts. However, why did that sound so much like that gluttonous Weemow? In the roar, just now, the high-frequency sound waves were only directed at the red and black exotic beasts and not in Carrie's direction. Otherwise, based on Carrie's current state, he would probably die on the ground with blood flowing out of his orifices. This big fellow with a metallic luster knocked a red and black exotic beast into the air and even stepped on another one under its claws. The hard surface of the exotic beast that was stepped on was cracked, and many red and black fine pieces were peeled off to the side. It clearly didn't look as ferocious as the red and black exotic beasts, and its body was only slightly bigger. However, its domineering aura was displayed to the fullest. Under its elegant appearance, it couldn't hide its arrogance and recklessness. It exerted force under its claws. Crack, crack, crack. A cracking sound came from the red and black exotic beast under its claws. Black-red blood flowed continuously from its mouth, and its sharp white teeth were dyed red with blood. Roar! A miserable howl resounded through the forest. Even Carrie felt a chill run down his spine when he heard the voice. The birds circling in the air hurriedly cried a few times and flew away in a hurry. The 4 red and black exotic beasts bared their teeth and let out a low roar. The big metal fellow looked at the red and black exotic beast that could no longer move under its claws. With a chi sound, it extended its scythe-like claws. Carrie felt that the big metal fellow laughed disdainfully when it looked at the 4 red and black exotic beasts in front of it. Then, its claws swept across the red and black exotic beast that had lost its ability to move on the ground. Carrie was dumbfounded as he watched the red and black exotic beast that even his wrist blade couldn't finish off in one go be cut into pieces. It really was like cutting a fruit, and there wasn't a single trace of blood on its claws. After it was done, it even looked at the 4 red and black exotic beasts in a threatening manner. It didn't roar or bare its teeth. With just a simple glance, The 4 red and black exotic beasts turned around and ran away. Yo, what a mess. After absorbing the white ball, Hui Mao's metal form had become even more perfect. Without that kind of mechanical roughness, it looked smoother. Listening to the familiar voice, Carrie was still a little unsure. Snore? It's Hubie Liu. Hui Mao's body slowly shrunk, returning to its original cat form. However, even this small cat form could not conceal its arrogance. It was clearly much lower than Carrie's, but Carrie felt that this fellow was still looking down on him. Carrie smiled and accidentally choked. He coughed twice and then looked at Hui Mao, who was licking his claws and wiping his face. Wheeze, come and give me a hug. Hold my ass. I could have eaten all 4 of them, but because of you, I had no choice but to spare them, Hui Mao said unhappily. Sillin told it, focus on Carrie's comfort. Don't just think about eating. Then I'm really sorry. I dragged you down. Even so, Carrie didn't feel very apologetic. He was very grateful to Hui Mao for saving him at a critical moment. At the same time, Carrie also understood what Sillin meant when he said, when in danger, that cat will show mercy and save your life. Why don't I treat you to a feast next time when I have time? At least you know what's good for you. Hui Mao's tone showed that he was giving him face. By the way, how did you find me? Carrie asked. Sillin sent a sonic signal flare. I only found out that something happened to you when I came over. I was wondering how something could happen to Sillin so easily with his ability. Where's Sillin? I'll be there soon. After Sillin handed the task of finding Carrie to Hui Mao, he returned to check on Dias's situation. If he was looking for Carrie, Hui Mao would have an advantage. Moreover, Sillin believed in Hui Mao's ability. Before he left, he added, other than eating and sleeping, prove your worth. If you can't even save a person, you can stay here and live with the Ultra Beasts. Hui Mao was so angry that he almost chopped down all the trees in the area. Not long after, Sillin came looking for him. He and Hui Mao had a special connection. This was also why Hui Mao said that they were the same kind. After checking Carrie's physical condition, Sillin was relieved when he found that there weren't any particularly serious injuries. The vice captain and the others should be with the captain now. The reinforcements are here, and they came directly with the aircraft. I left a message for them and left a signal transmitter along the way. This place is very strange. There's a strong interference effect, but as long as they fly over here, they should be able to receive the signal within a small range. Knowing that everyone was fine, Carrie was also a lot more relaxed. Wheeze is very strong. Hui Mao squinted his eyes, enjoying Carrie's scratching of his chin surface. When he heard this, he snorted. Sillin glanced at the two and shook his head. He then walked to the red and black ultra beast that Hui Mao had chopped into pieces. I really don't know how many of these things there are. There were 6 of them just now. If it wasn't for Wheeze, I would have been dead, Carrie said. No, it's not. These 6 are not the group we originally encountered, Sillin said with a frown. Group? Yes, they're social animals. The forest that we passed through before was a group. There are many smells in the air, including the smell of their territory. However, the smell on this one doesn't belong to that forest. Carrie's face twitched. He thought that his sense of smell was very sensitive, but he really did not smell anything special. Of course, apart from the smell of blood. They're very intelligent. At the beginning, they were probably driving the horny-skinned beasts to test us. It's not that those horny-skinned beasts are intelligent. The real masterminds are these guys and those birds in the sky. Sillin pointed above his head as he said this. The snakes we encountered were thrown down by those birds circling in the sky. With the cover of the dense branches, those snakes wouldn't fall to their deaths even if they fell from the sky. These snakes should be very familiar with the smell of those horny-skinned beasts. They will chase after the smell factor in the air. And these snakes are also testing us. Carrie's mouth was wide open. Weren't these red and black ultra beasts a little too cunning? Then, for the 3rd time, they drove out even more horny-skinned beasts to exhaust our weapons and ammunition. At the same time, they close in on us in a fan shape, forcing us back while preparing to attack from behind the horny-skinned beasts. It's like they're hunting. While they're hunting, They'll force us towards the steep slope. There will be vines entangling us along the way. They'll watch their prey struggle and force them into a corner step by step. Their goal isn't to eat, but to enjoy this pleasure and learn from it. Carrie felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. After being a hunter for so long, this was the first time he was counterattacked by an ultra beast and ended up as prey. Captain and the others are coming. Scylla looked at the sky and turned around to help Carrie up. They used a hoverboard, and the two of them and one cat flew towards the slowly descending space plane that opened its hatch. Seeing that both Carrie and Scylla were fine, Dias's worried heart finally relaxed. Let's return to the starship first. The situation this time is a little complicated. Chapter 98. The 6 advanced teams all suffered casualties. Other than Dias's team and Lu Sua's team, the other 4 teams all suffered from varying degrees of death. After returning to the starship, Carrie was sent to the emergency room for treatment. Dias followed Schotten to the main starship, while Scylla stayed with the rest of the team. Scylla, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, our team would have lost a lot of people. Xianxia smiled at Scylla. His face was filled with exhaustion and joy. Not long after Scylla left, Schotten brought the others over in a spaceplane. The remaining red and black exotic beasts stopped fighting and quickly fled. Scylla waved his hand. Is everyone all right? Their wounds have been treated. The more serious ones are still in the emergency room, but their lives are not in danger. Where's Beaver? He's in his private workshop. He's processing the data he brought back. A copy of the data was sent to the technical analysts on the 6 team's main starship for analysis. However, Beaver was itching to do the analysis himself. Scylla went to Beaver's workshop and knocked on the door. Generally speaking, Beaver did not like to be disturbed when he was working. Therefore, the doorbell was set to silent, so Scylla could only knock on the door. After knocking for a long time, Beaver finally opened the door. His eyes were bloodshot. It seemed like the data analysis was not going well. What? Beaver asked weakly. It was too mentally exhausting to analyze so much data in such a short period of time. Moreover, it was still chaotic. He kept feeling like something was missing. Let me borrow your analyzer to analyze a piece of audio. Scylla did not walk into Beaver's workshop. It was Beaver's private, forbidden area. Other than Dias, no one else had entered it. Even the 6 team's leader, Schotten, was not included. Audio? What audio? There were some audio recordings in the information Dias and the others collected, but they were all the sounds of the horny-skinned beasts and the red and black exotic beasts. It's a bird. Beaver's eyes flashed. Go sit in the cubicle next door. I'll analyze it immediately. Nodding, Scylla walked to the cubicle next to Beaver's studio. Hey, why are you being so secretive? Why aren't you letting me in? Huimao followed Scylla in and jumped onto the table, asking Scylla to pour him a glass of juice. After licking it twice in a picky manner, he raised his head and said to Scylla mysteriously, Do you want me to eavesdrop and see what data you're processing? Eavesdropping? You can find out what he's dealing with through listening? Scylla was surprised. Huimao raised his head as if he was the #1 expert in the world. Of course, all machines will make a specific sound, and the data they process will be spoken through language. It's just that you guys don't know about it. You guys can only know the calculation results and part of the process that are displayed on the screen. Then wouldn't we be able to eavesdrop everywhere as long as we invent a device that can receive and translate this machine language? Hearing Scylla's words, Huimao looked at him with disdain. Let's not talk about whether or not those low-grade machines can hear. Even if they can hear, they might not be able to understand it. For example, can you understand the indigenous language of those remote planets? In other words, the language produced by different machines is different. But why can you understand it? Agreeing with Huimao, Scylla knew that it was not easy to understand that kind of machine language. Otherwise, the League of Stars would have invented that kind of eavesdropping device a long time ago. There was something else that Scylla was puzzled about. Beaver Studio had very good soundproofing, so how did Huimao hear it? Or could it be that this kind of machine language was not sound waves? I don't know. I just know that they are talking, and I can understand them. This is the ability of the miracle life of the universe. Sillin rubbed his chin. Just as Hui Mao was about to float with pride, he grabbed one of its ears and changed the topic. Actually, you're hiding something from us, right? What? No way. Hui Mao's arrogance was blown away by Sillin's words. You're trying to cover it up. I know what you were thinking in your head the moment you move your ears. Nonsense. How is that possible? Hui Mao tried hard to control his ears and maintain a normal state. Look, your whole body is tense, as if I have seen through your thoughts. Sillin pressed a button, and a mirror appeared on the wall. In the mirror, Hui Mao looked like he was frozen and was suspiciously stiff. You don't even know how to lie. You are so stupid. You call yourself a centuries-old cyborg life form. Hui Mao opened his mouth and tried to relax his body. Then, he hugged his head on the table and curled his body into a ball, ignoring everyone. Looking at this guy's awkward look, Sillin flicked the tip of Hui Mao's ear in amusement. All right, don't be shy. This is also a learning process. If you meet some crazy researchers, they will dig out all your information with just a few words and then dissect you in detail. Sillin didn't want to scare it, but some of the researchers in the League of Stars were too crazy. They would really do anything, no matter the cost, by hook or by crook. Hui Mao's situation was too special. Compared to the cyborg life forms that had been recorded, Hui Mao definitely had more research value. He belonged to a different kind of existence. Sillin was afraid that one day in the future, if everyone didn't have the ability to protect Hui Mao, this guy would be able to survive with his own ability. He wouldn't be sold by someone and still have to pay for the person. Hui Mao's claws that were hugging his head loosened, but his body was still curled into a ball. Sillin rubbed Hui Mao, who was curled into a ball hard, still throwing a tantrum like a child. After a pause, Sillin smiled and said, You actually found a mine, right? How did you know? Hui Mao suddenly raised his head. Sillin smiled, but didn't say anything. He was just speculating based on various situations. As for what exactly it was, he didn't have a conclusion. However, since Hui Mao had this reaction, it was true. I've read some articles in high-contribution journals. Some researchers say that in some high-energy states, cyborg life forms will be forced to turn into a carbon-based state. That's because in that state, their mechanical form will be seriously affected. Hui Mao thought about it and shook his head. I don't know. I don't have that kind of feeling. Even though I wasn't used to it when I was near the mine area, I'll be fine after some adjustment. It's nothing. If that's the case, it might be the function of the white sphere. Yes, it must be. Let's not talk about the white sphere. About the energy mine, if I can guess it, those experienced analysts should be able to guess it as well. Hui Mao was stunned for a moment. Then he shouted, It's all your fault. If you didn't call me over, I could have gone to mine the mine. I'll let them have it for free. Sillin reached out and knocked on the cat's head. You still say them. No matter what, they are part of this hunter team. If the team can find the mine, it will be very beneficial for their future development. Without the energy mine, whose starship will you fly around? If you collect the energy mine, won't you eat it? Hui Mao thought about it and agreed, but he was still a little unwilling. He whispered, I can get the energy mine to repay my debt. All right, don't worry about it. Sillin rubbed Hui Mao's head. You saved Carrie and found the mine. I'll give you a 100 million off. Really? Hui Mao's eyes lit up. It had only been a short while, and he could repay 1/5 of his debt. It seemed that the day when he would be free from debt slavery was not far away. As they were talking, Sillin and Hui Mao sensed movement beside them and stopped talking. Soon, Beaver came over and said excitedly, The analysis is out. I've also figured out some of the problems. Sillin, let's go find a vice captain. This is an important clue. Sillin did not leave. You go find a vice captain first. We'll announce the results when the time comes. All right, I'll go first. Sillin, you've done a great job this time. Beaver was very excited to be able to analyze more information than the analysis team on the 6 team's flagship. Watching Beaver leave, Sillin sat down again. He already knew what Beaver had analyzed. He had passed the audio to Beaver to analyze so that Beaver could tell Diaz about the missing information. However, It seemed that the real important thing was not the beast. Chapter 99. Without waiting for Beaver to leave the team's starship, Diaz returned. After communicating with Beaver for a while, he called all the team members over and summarized the results of the analysis team and Beaver's analysis for everyone. What we faced before was a highly intelligent species. It wasn't just one, but two species acting in concert. The so-called highly intelligent species was the standard used to measure animals, not humans. A highly intelligent species might not necessarily be smarter than humans, but they were definitely not stupid either. Diaz pulled up the images of the red and black exotic beasts and the birds in the sky on the big screen. There are also two images taken from high up in the sky. I believe everyone will have a better understanding of them after seeing them. In the image, there was a basin with many stone circles made out of huge rocks, and the horny-skinned beasts were being kept in the stone circles. Outside the stone circles were some red and black exotic beasts pacing back and forth. The image changed to a cave. Around the cave were birds that resembled eagles of prey. They used their sharp beaks and claws to tear the horny-skinned beasts apart before tossing them into the cave. The series of actions were very practiced, and it was obvious that they had done this many times before. The team did not know what the depths of the cave looked like, but from the creatures that crawled out of the cave, everyone knew that this was a snake cave. There were many snake species that would not eat dead or still objects, but it was obvious that this was not the case. When a minced meat was tossed down, they fought to snatch it. Neither of these two creatures are at the top of this planet. There are many creatures that are larger and more lethal than them, but these two creatures are living very well. The reason is because of their cooperation, a mutually beneficial symbiotic relationship. When the birds encounter their natural enemies, they will run to the red and black exotic beasts for protection. And when large beasts that pose a threat to the red and black exotic beasts approach, the birds will also warn them. After a long period of evolution, they have become more and more adept at interacting with each other, and at the same time, their intelligence has also increased. Diaz switched to another image. This is the scene when the team leaders came to support them, and they retreated. Look at the eyes of this big guy when they retreated. It was a kind of unwillingness to give up, just like a human's. An animal's intelligence can be reflected in its eyes. The higher its intelligence, the stronger its ability to learn. When Miantuan saw the look, it quickly hid beside Beaver's trousers. What a scary look, as if it was going to jump out and eat it. As for Hui Mao, he only glanced at it calmly, then yawned and went back to sleep. Sleep after eating. Yes, that was the truth. No wonder I felt like I was being played. Carrie sighed as he sat on a chair after treating his wounds. Yudi gave him a sideways glance. Now you know the consequences of a hunter having a lower IQ than his prey. Carrie's face twitched, and he wished he could slap himself. Why did he speak at this time? Wasn't this purely asking for contempt? The members of the team thought deeply about what Diaz said. This meant that they were going to face two highly intelligent animals that cooperated with each other. At the same time, they did not know what other trump cards these two creatures had. However, if they wanted to understand this planet with a level B habitability, they had to face these two creatures. Many people were deep in thought after listening to him, and so was Sillin. However, it was not because of what Diaz had said, but because of something else. Although his eyes were fixed on the big screen, his attention was on the data monitor that he could not see on the other side. That was the monitor that they had sent to orbit the planet. As it orbited the planet, it monitored some of the conditions on the planet, such as the general image, local weather conditions, energy detection, and so on. Ever since we spoke the machine language, Sillin had paid special attention to it. When his concentration was at its peak, he really could hear some things. When he converted these things into words and images in his head, he could see some vague images that he couldn't see clearly at all. Even so, it was enough to excite Sillin. He was sure that it was the machine language that Hui Mao had mentioned. Hui Mao, who had been sleeping on his stomach, twitched his ears, and his closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at Sillin with a strange gaze, but he seemed to understand something and immediately felt relieved. He buried his head and continued to sleep. After explaining it to everyone, Dias's expression turned serious. Scylla thought, the real show is coming. Dias cleared his throat and said solemnly, after saying so much, let's get to the main point. According to the analysis of the main ship's analysis team, there may be a large amount of energy ores on this planet. It's just that for some unknown reason, we are temporarily unable to detect them. Therefore, our next mission is to return to the planet for further energy detection. The technical team has already modified the detection parameters and optimized the detectors. The new detectors will be sent over tomorrow. Before the detectors are sent over, everyone should rest well. Once we return to the surface, we will have to face more than just these two intelligent life forms. The moment the gray cat heard the word energy ores, its ears immediately perked up with a whoosh. Although it still had its eyes closed and head buried, its ears betrayed its current mood. Seeing this, Scylla sighed inwardly, as expected of a cat. After the small team meeting, Scylla returned to the lounge and sat down. Huimao jumped onto Scylla's lap. Are we only looking for one of the energy ores? Scylla thinks for a moment and said, I don't know, but the 6 teams will be sent out separately to explore different areas. Maybe the other teams will be in charge of other energy ores. How many do you know? Scylla had seen the images taken by the orbiting detection satellite and a few simple parameters. From these parameters, Scylla speculated that there might be more than one energy ore, but he did not know how many there were. After all, the data was limited. He believed that the main ship's analysis team would have a more accurate conclusion. However, compared to the analysis team, Scylla trusted Huimao's judgment more. Huimao narrowed his eyes. The area I ran was limited, but within this area, I found 2 types. One is in that forest, and the other is in that green river. Scylla nodded. These 2 places were indeed strange. When he thought that so many energy ores would be confiscated, Huimao was a little dispirited. Seeing that Huimao was a little unhappy, Scylla pulled its ear. If you can find the energy ores before the detectors, you can eat some first. Really? I won't be kicked out of the team and thrown to stay with those ugly people on the planet? Don't worry. As long as you limit your appetite, I believe the captain and the others will understand. What a joke. Who would be stupid enough to kick a cyborg out? There were many smart people in the team, and they knew what was at stake. All right, I'll definitely find the energy ores before those stupid machines. When the time comes, I'll eat first and tell you guys when I'm full. Great, this guy was getting carried away again. Stupid, just keep that last sentence in your heart. Don't say it out loud, you'll get beaten up. Scylla cupped Huimao's head and said, Yes, keep in my heart. I'll say in my heart next time. I won't say it out loud. Huimao was happy and did not mind Scylla beating its head. During the time they returned to the surface of the planet, Huimao was always in a state of excitement. It patrolled the starship 3 times a day, but everyone was used to it. Carrie even brought food for Huimao every day to thank it for saving his life. When the Hoodie spacecraft landed on this piece of land again, the hatch opened and Huimao ran away. Chapter 100. Due to the importance of the energy ores, the 6th team had even sent out fighter jets this time. There were aircraft and fighter jets in the air, and the birds wouldn't hover above them to inform the red and black exotic beasts to cooperate with them. The red and black exotic beasts only watched from afar and didn't come over. They knew that it wouldn't end well for them if they forced their way in. Tang Xianxia followed beside Dias. She held a gun in her hand, but her eyes were curiously looking at the plants around her. She had seen some strange plants in the videos before, and seeing them with her own eyes gave her a different feeling. Well, she had to record more videos as souvenirs. This area was the territory of the red and black exotic beasts. No matter which group they belonged to, they wouldn't act rashly if they saw such a situation. It was precisely because they were smarter than the other animals that they wouldn't act rashly. Without the threat of these 2 exotic beasts for the time being, Dias's team could spend more energy searching for the energy ores. For the sake of these energy ores, they had even sent out some technicians. They had wanted to send out some robots as well. But the closer they were to the ground, the greater the interference the machines would receive, and their programs would be a little messed up. This was something that would happen in a high-energy field. This was also the reason why they rarely used weapons that could trigger the energy ores here. In the end, they still rejected this idea and sent out manpower to search for the energy ores. However, even after modifying the parameters and optimizing the detector, it still didn't show any specific information. It couldn't detect the specific location, and it only showed that there were energy ores. If they were to blindly mine, they would probably use up all the energy they brought along. By the time the manpower they had mobilized was almost exhausted, the energy ores might not even show up. Yudi held the detector casually. Right now, he was only holding it for show. From the looks of it, the modified detector by the technical team wasn't of any use at all. If they were to continue searching like this, they might starve to death and still not get any results. The Miantuan lay obediently on Yudi's shoulder. It didn't want to be left on the starship, but it was too timid. Once it got out of the aircraft, it stayed close to Yudi. It didn't dare to run around randomly like the Huimao. 8 hours later, Diaz sighed. There was still no progress. If it really didn't work, he could only ask for permission to open a few random holes. Both fighters and spaceplanes consumed a lot of energy. If they couldn't find any energy here, then they would have suffered a great loss. They still had to stay in Sector Z for a while, and if they couldn't replenish their energy and deplete their reserves prematurely, then they would face a very difficult situation. DDD. The alarm indicated that there were animal life forms coming their way at high speed. The members of the advance team, who had similar experiences before, reflexively tensed their nerves and quickly adjusted their state of mind. They ignored the detectors and prepared their firepower first. It couldn't be helped. Once bitten, twice shy. It was just a conditioned reflex. Could it be that there were waves and waves of traps waiting in front of him? Wait, it's Wheeze. Scylla motioned for everyone to calm down. That guy probably found the energy ores. The first sentence did relax everyone's taut nerves a little, but the second sentence was undoubtedly another bomb. They had wasted 8 hours exploring with the detectors. In order to record accurate data and send it back to the starship for parameter calculation and further upgrade of the detectors, everyone was on foot. Not only did they have to be vigilant of the animals and plants around them, they also had to keep an eye on the detectors for minute changes. It was practically exhausting, but the cat that ran away the moment the hatch opened could find the energy ores? If that was true, then they were practically trash compared to a cat. A gray shadow flashed by and jumped onto Silen's shoulder. It was none other than Hui Mao's Wheeze. Silen raised his hand and placed it next to its mouth. Then Hui Mao spat out a fingernail-sized black and red crystal with a spit. After checking the size of the crystal, Silen glanced meaningfully at Hui Mao. Hui Mao turned its head and looked at the surrounding scenery with an innocent expression. It had indeed eaten a meal before coming over, and when it came over, it had specifically bitten off a crystal the size of an egg. However, as it held it in its mouth, it had unknowingly absorbed some of the crystal, reducing it to the size of a fingernail. When Hui Mao spat out the small crystal, everyone's eyes were focused on Silen's hand. Silen handed the crystal to Diaz. Diaz carefully took the small black and red crystal. It was obviously a deep black and red, but it gave off a sparkling and translucent feeling. At the same time, it was so deep that it was full of fatal temptation. Diaz slowly brought the small black and red crystal in his hand closer to the detector. When it was about 5 meters away, the detector suddenly had an abnormal reaction. As the distance got closer, the detector's sound became more rapid and sharp. After a rapid, high-frequency sound, the detector exploded. At this time, the crystal in Diaz's hand was still more than 3 meters away from the detector. Only less than 2 meters could cause such a huge change. It had to be said that this energy ore was amazing. What a powerful energy field. Everyone's eyes shone. An energy ore of this quality only needed a cube that was about 1 meter long to make up for all the energy they had used up since they entered Sector Z. This reminds me of those black and red alien beasts and those horny-skinned beasts with slightly black keratin and bony plates on the front half of their bodies. Maybe it's because of this energy or buried under the ground that the high energy field produced by this energy or had stimulated them to develop hard epidermis, even when they couldn't sense the existence of the energy field. After a long period of evolution, this hard epidermis gradually developed completely. Yudi analyzed. Other than the animals, the plants in the forest are also slightly hard. Maybe it really is because of this energy, or if this guess is correct, then we have truly found a treasure. Dias looked at the black and red crystal in his hand and said excitedly, "The appearance of every new high-quality energy or would set off a wave, and the 6 team's trip this time was definitely not in vain. As long as they could get their hands on this energy, or their 6 team will be able to stand tall in the entire Vanguard Hunter Regiment, even if they didn't gain anything else in Sector Z. Wheeze, you really are the treasure of our squad." "Huh." Carrie tossed the detector aside and walked over to scratch Hui Mao's chin. Hui Mao narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. But Sillin knew that it wasn't Carrie's praise or chin scratching. It was because the cat had eaten its fill and was thinking about sleeping. "Ah, Wheeze, where did you find this? Bring us over to take a look." Diaz spoke to Hui Mao in a tone one would use between friends. He didn't mean to order it all. He knew that this cat was special. Hui Mao swatted away Carrie's hand, tilted its head, and scratched its neck with its hind legs. Then it yawned and stuck out its butt, stretched its waist, and smacked its lips. Finally, it said slowly, "Sure." It jumped down from Sillin's shoulder in a flash and ran in a certain direction. "Hurry up and keep up." Diaz directly used his hoverboard. Those who had hoverboards behind them also used theirs and flew over. Those who did not have hoverboards returned to the aircraft and followed the people who were in front of them. Hui Mao led them through a series of twists and turns until they reached a certain part of the forest. The density of the trees there was very high, and the trunks of the trees were getting thicker and thicker. Everyone had to squeeze in one by one. Those who were slightly fatter or those with more developed muscles might not be able to make it through. When Diaz wanted to use his knife to chop off a few branches, he realized that the trees there looked similar to the trees in the forest, but they were at least 10 times harder. Diaz didn't order them to cut down the trees on a large scale. His intention was to first find the location of the energy mine and then deal with it according to the situation. Just as Diaz felt that his bones were starting to deform from being squeezed, Hui Mao turned to look at him. "You can't squeeze in anymore." That's fine too. There are energy ores all over this area." After taking 2 deep breaths, Diaz asked, "The range of energy ores start from here?" Hui Mao had an innocent look on his face. "No, it starts from the place where some of you with more developed muscles couldn't squeeze in." Diaz, his eyes nearly rolled back and he vomited blood. Diaz was filled with regret. The place that Hui Mao had mentioned was more than 500 meters from where they were. In other words, when he had squeezed so hard that his internal organs were about to deform, he was told that he had squeezed for more than 500 meters for nothing. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Diaz gritted his teeth. "Because the quality of the energy ores there was not good. The one I gave you is better than the one there. However, you still have to go further in." Hui Mao didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Beside him, Sillin shook his head. This cat was really slow. It just looked smart. Chapter 101. Diaz, with a face full of resentment, squeezed his way back to instruct his men to start mining. Mining in this place was not an easy task. Diaz sighed in his heart. There were so many technicians and so-called professionals, but they could not even compare to a simple-minded cat. As for Sillin, who had a strange bone structure, Diaz and the others had always thought that Sillin was born with the ability to change his bone structure and body shape. Sillin followed Hui Mao and continued walking. Diaz did not say anything. It was always better if someone could follow the cat and see what was going on. As they continued walking, even a person as thin as a bamboo pole might not be able to squeeze in. Many times, Sillin's bones would be dislocated in order to pass through the narrow gap and then straighten again. If Diaz and the others knew that Sillin was playing with his bones like a jigsaw puzzle, their jaws would probably drop to the ground. "Ah, it's here!" Hui Mao shouted from not far ahead. Sillin took a few more steps forward and realized that from this point onward, there were no trees. The ground was covered with a layer of rocks, which looked similar to the rocks in other places. Sillin took out his knife and stabbed it into the ground. The rocks here were very hard, and even if he stabbed for a long time, he might not be able to stab very deep. If he used too much force, the knife in his hand might even break. Below the rocks was a layer of rock. According to Hui Mao, the black and red energy ores were below this layer. Sillin could also feel that this place was different, and some of the factors in his body began to stir. If this was the core of the black and red energy ores, it was hard to imagine that the strength of the energy fields in this vast forest, as well as the large area around it, was similar. Other than the core area, the energy fields covering such a wide area further highlighted the uniqueness of the energy ores. This rocky area was not exposed to the outside world. The sky was densely covered with spreading branches, which was why this rocky area was not found in the images taken by the orbiting satellite probes. In the middle of the rocky area, there was a hole that had been dug. It was Hui Mao's masterpiece. Sillin walked to the side to take a look. The rock layer was about 15 meters deep, and below there were the black-red energy ores. However, that was only the information that Sillin could glean from the cave walls. As for this hole, the black-red energy ores that extended from 15 meters underground to 30 meters underground had all been destroyed by Hui Mao. At this time, the cat jumped in and continued to eat, as if it was chewing on ice. If Carrie saw this, he would probably worship it again. No matter how intelligent an animal was, it would not eat energy ores as if they were food and crunch them loudly, right? Sillin jumped into the cave and touched the black-red cave wall with his fingers. When we spat the red-black energy into his hand, Sillin didn't test it because he was being stared at by so many people. In fact, a series of changes had started happening inside Sillin's body the moment he came into contact with the energy. It was as if he was trying to absorb all of the energy inside the energy. If Sillin had not forcefully suppressed this change, by the time it landed on Dias's hand, it would have shrunk to the size of a grain of rice. Sillin could feel the boiling factors in his body yearning for this kind of energy. Although Sillin did not understand what would happen, he knew that it was definitely not a bad thing. When he touched the black-red energy ores on the cave wall, the cold feeling from his fingers did not last long before it was replaced by scorching heat. Sillin felt like there was a whirlpool in his body, crazily absorbing the energy contained in the black-red energy ores that his fingers touched. This kind of energy made the chips in his body become active and stimulated the metabolism in his body. At this moment, Sillin could feel that there was no change in his genetic information, but the information that was transcribed from his DNA was different every time. In other words, every time it was transcribed, the original information would be automatically edited, so that the final information that was transcribed would be different. This seemed to be an experiment, using the energy absorbed to supply energy for the experiment. At the same time, this energy also provided a comparison, so that each experiment would get closer and closer to the point that this energy measured. The chips integrated into his genes stimulated some of the silent areas in his genes to start expressing themselves. At this moment, Sillin felt as if he was being painted layer by layer, and then this paint seeped into his body. Not only the surface of his body, but the organs in his body, from the tissues to the cells, were all undergoing strengthening experiments over and over again, until the most suitable and most advantageous point was found. Hui Mao, who was originally leaning on the cave wall and gnawing on the energy ores, suddenly felt that something was wrong and turned his head. What the heck? Hui Mao was so shocked by Sillin's current state that he slipped and fell from the cave wall. Fortunately, he was a cat, and after twisting his body and landing on the ground, Hui Mao immediately ran to Sillin's side. However, he did not get close to Sillin, because there was a strange aura around Sillin at this moment. Moreover, Sillin's entire body had turned black-red, and the color was deepening until it was almost the same color as the energy ores on the cave wall. Hui Mao circled around Sillin twice, then sat down helplessly. He propped himself up on his forelimbs and stared unblinkingly at Sillin, who was touching the cave wall with one hand, eyes closed and brows furrowed, and his entire body was black-red. At the place where Sillin's fingers touched, the cave wall began to slowly sink inwards. Then, around Sillin's fingers, the depression began to gradually expand. Hui Mao knew that this was because Sillin had absorbed all the energy contained in the energy ores. However, even if it was Hui Mao, it had only eaten them first, then digested and absorbed them. Although the absorption was fast, it was not as efficient as this fellow, right? What the hell was this fellow doing? Why did he need to consume so much energy? As he watched, Hui Mao fell into deep thought. Yes, it thought that it was deep thought, but according to Sillin's standards, it was actually in a daze. Pain, intense pain. It was as if every part of his body, from the inside to the outside, was being torn apart and reassembled once again. Sillin had always felt that if he wanted to activate the remaining portion of the chip, he might need to increase his stamina or work hard to upgrade his gene to a rank. However, he had always neglected one thing. The small portion of the chip that had yet to be activated was also the most crucial part. If he wanted to activate it, not only would it be a matter of increasing his strength, he would also need a large amount of energy. However, the energy that could allow the activated chip to automatically experiment until the main body was upgraded to the most suitable point was no ordinary energy. At least until now, other than this black-red energy or all the energy ores that Sillin had come into contact with before, regardless of whether they were good or bad in the eyes of others, could not be activated. Chapter 102. Within his body, the experiments led by the AI chip were carried out again and again, and Sillin was enduring more and more pain each time. However, Sillin was very happy. He knew that this was not a bad thing. This was also the most important opportunity since he had been injected with the AI chip for more than a year. He did not know how long this pain lasted, but suddenly a feeling of enlightenment came over him, and he instantly felt a sense of comfort. At the same time, the black and red color on the surface of Sillin's body slowly faded until it disappeared, and Sillin seemed to have returned to his original appearance. Sillin stretched his arms a little. He felt good, very good. Even if he was not in a solidified state, he believed that his current body would be able to withstand even stronger attacks. He was very clear about his current state. Although the AI chip in his body had been activated a little, it was still in an incomplete state. However, Sillin was also satisfied. This opportunity allowed Sillin's gene rank to evolve again after more than a year. A-rank gene. Yes, the A-rank gene that many people yearn for even in their dreams. For Sillin, the shadow hunter who had once lived in a poor little town and could not see the light of day on that underdeveloped planet, it was indeed a distant existence. However, that time, he had met Ori and was injected with the AI chip as a test subject. His gene rank had jumped to B rank, and now it had evolved again to A rank. However, Sillin was still clear-headed, and this situation was only temporary. Whether the existence of the AI chip was ultimately a blessing or a curse, Sillin himself could not say for sure. Letting out a long sigh, Sillin looked at Hui Mao, who was sitting there in a daze with his front limbs propped up. He knew that this fellow had slipped away again. Hui Mao, who was in a daze, suddenly heard a loud shout accompanied by sound waves. He immediately arched his back and jumped high in the air. Sillin held back his laughter. This fellow was really scared. After Hui Mao landed on the ground, he huffed and puffed a few times. Then, he turned his head and jumped onto the stone wall to vent his anger on the energy ores, expressing his emotions very well. I am not in a good mood. Hui Mao probably knew that he was in a daze and jumped up reflexively because of a cry. He felt very embarrassed. So now Hui Mao was throwing a tantrum again. All right, Wheeze, don't be angry. Let's go and find the vice captain, Sillin said. Hui Mao ignored him and continued gnawing on the black and red walls of the mine. Snore. Hui Mao flicked his ears and continued to ignore him. Sillin sighed. Even though it was a cyborg, it could not get rid of the fact that it was a cat. Cats were a little willful and did things their own way. You clearly heard it, but you pretended not to know. You're so awkward, and you even bear a grudge. Walking over, Sillin directly pulled Hui Mao down from the wall of the mine and jumped out of the cave with it in his arms. Although Hui Mao, who had a "I don't want to talk to you" attitude and had pointed its tail at Sillin, was dragged out of the cave by Sillin like a child, Hui Mao only struggled a little symbolically to express its dissatisfaction. However, it was not stupid. Now was not the time for it to gnaw on the energy ores unscrupulously. Since Sillin gave it a way out, Hui Mao also gave face and stepped down. Of course, this gave face had always been what Hui Mao thought. When Sillin and Hui Mao saw Dias was discussing mining matters with a few team members and technicians. There was a tree that had been cut in half and left there untouched. When Sillin arrived, Dias and the others had just come to a decision. They would start digging a mine at the periphery where the trees were still sparse, and then extend the mine underground to the place where the ores were stored until they reached the central area Hui Mao mentioned. Only then would they start mining on a large scale. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste to only get the low-quality ores after spending so much effort. Also, if they were to cut down the trees in the forest, Dias was worried that it would expose the mineral deposits in this area. After all, Vanguard's 6th team was not the only one who had entered Sector Z. If there was another company who happened to find this planet and effortlessly set their eyes on these mineral deposits before they reported to the A Squad, then the 6th Division would die an unjust death. After Diaz contacted Schotten also agreed to this method. Because the energy ores were too special, it was best to conceal them as much as possible. Sillin talked to Diaz alone and explained to Diaz that Hui Mao could eat energy ores. Otherwise, how was he going to explain to the team that there was such a big hole there? Moreover, Sillin thinks that Diaz had learned about Hui Mao's situation from Carrie a long time ago. He knew that Hui Mao was a cyborg. Since they knew about it, then smart people like Diaz and Shodan would naturally know the value represented by cyborg life forms. It'd be a great help to them in the end. Right now was the time for the 6th Division to work hard to develop. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to recruit talents. However, Sillin's own secret couldn't be exposed, so he could only let Hui Mao suffer. Of course, Sillin and Hui Mao had discussed this. As for taking the blame, Hui Mao didn't say anything, but he didn't object either. He just remained silent, because he was still at odds with Hui Mao. Sillin knew that this guy had actually agreed. He rubbed Hui Mao's head and said, "When the time comes, they will ask you to look for the other kinds of mineral deposits." Hui Mao's ears pricked up. Of course, it could hear the hidden meaning in Sillin's words. It could eat them again after it was found. Diaz's team was very excited about mining. The whole team had recovered from their previous depression, so everyone's attitude towards Hui Mao was very good. They knew that this cat was not ordinary. Thanks to this cat, their team was the first out of the 6 teams to discover the mineral deposit and start mining. "Vice Captain, the captain is looking for you." A team member came over from the aircraft on a hoverboard and handed the communicator to Diaz. The closer they got to the mineral deposit, the stronger the signal interference. Therefore, in this area, communication equipment was not very good. If they wanted to communicate, they could only fly into the air and stay further away from ground. Unlike the forest where the signal was intermittent, there was no signal at all around the ground. Diaz accepted the communicator, launched his hoverboard, and flew into the air. A while later, he came down and said to Sillin with a smile, "You and we should head over to the other squads. Their exploration isn't going too well, so a space plane will come and pick you up later. Is there a problem?" "No." Before Sillin could answer, Hui Mao agreed eagerly. It was obvious that he couldn't wait. Diaz moved closer to Hui Mao's ear and whispered, "When you eat, be discreet. Take turns to work. If there's anything, look for Captain Schotten." Hui Mao's round eyes were bright, and he said in a tone that said, Of course. 5 minutes later, an aircraft flew over. Sillin and Hui Mao boarded it on a hoverboard. After the aircraft flew away, Beaver said doubtfully, "There's something wrong with Sillin. It feels different from before." Of course. Diaz smiled happily. The guy has already evolved to rank. Sillin did not deliberately hide it. There was a slight resonance between rank A and rank A genes. This slight resonance did not exist among the ranks below rank A. As long as one did not deliberately hide it, if the other party was sensitive to this slight resonance, they would be able to detect it. That's good news. Our team is going to make a name for themselves. When that guy was rank B, he wasn't any weaker than Carrie. Vice Captain, I think Sillin is our team's lucky star, Carrie said. Diaz raised his head. Of course. Don't you know who discovered this star? Chapter 103. On the spaceplane, Shotun looked very happy at the data displayed by the energy analyzer in his hand. He promised repeatedly that he would not mistreat the gray cat as long as it could find the source of the energy. He even promised to give the gray cat tens of thousands of GL credits. Although this amount of money was too little for the gray cat, since it had always measured money in the hundreds of millions, it was still meat no matter how small a mosquito was. The gray cat accepted the money out of respect, and most importantly, Shotun allowed it to give the gray cat special treatment openly. When he found out that Sillin's gene level had evolved to grade A, Shotun congratulated him happily and did not ask too many questions. The first place they arrived at was where the Cold Beauty Ash's team was. Previously, Ash's team had landed at a place where the rivers crisscrossed. From the sky, all they could see was a green river. Unlike the creatures in the forest, which had hard skin on their bodies, there were not many animals with hard skin on their bodies in this green river. Some small mammals like rabbits were active in the area around the river. However, they had a special characteristic. Their bodies were generally green. The creatures in the river were not to be underestimated. Just like the green blobs that Carrie had encountered before, they all carried deadly toxins. One of the members of Ash's team had almost lost his life in the hands of these small blobs. These green blobs were originally flat, like leaves in the river. However, when they discovered prey on the surface of the water, they would fill their bodies with gas and float to the surface of the water. Then, they would swim toward the prey and inject the toxins into the tissues of the prey, causing these parts to become soft and fluid for them to absorb. There were many hidden dangers in the river, especially a type of large jellyfish. Their long tentacles would extend out of the water to capture the land creatures that were closer to the river. There were also some amphibians that Asha and the rest had been guarding against. When Sillin and Hui Mao arrived, Asha and the rest were resting at a place far away from the riverbank. Shotun asked them to stop what they were doing and wait. Up until now, they had made no progress in their exploration. Moreover, 10 minutes ago, they had exchanged fire with more than 10 frog-like big guys. Asha and the rest had been exploring for a long time, but they still had no idea where to start. The technicians were sweating profusely and constantly changed the parameters of the detector to better match the situation here. However, the results were not satisfactory. When they heard that Captain Shotun had a solution, they could finally rest more comfortably. However, they did not expect that the solution that they had been waiting for was a cat. They had also heard that Diaz's team had a cat that always followed the Miantuan into trouble. Asha looked at Hui Mao, who was sniffing left and right on Sillin's shoulder. She frowned and said nothing. Shotun said to Asha, "Get everyone ready. We're going to start looking for oars. Those who have hoverboards, get on the hoverboards. Those who don't, get on the aircraft. Also, get your weapons ready in case those things in the river come out and cause trouble again." After saying that, Shotun turned to look at Hui Mao with a smile. "Wheeze, please." Hui Mao ignored him. After sniffing and confirming a direction, it jumped down from Sillin's shoulder and ran in a certain direction. Sillin activated his hoverboard and followed behind. Shotun signaled for everyone to follow. However, Shotun did not get on the aircraft. Instead, He activated the hoverboard in his backpack and chased after the gray shadow with Sillin. Huimao only wanted to find the energy ore as soon as possible, so it chose the shortest route, a straight line. Regardless of whether it was land or a river, Huimao was still traveling in a straight line. Because of this, everyone was surprised. At first, Shotten was going to ask someone to help clear away the green obstacles next to Huimao, but Sillin said that it was fine and that the little guy could handle it. What happened later proved that it was true. Fuck, this cat could actually swim, and it swam faster than fish in the water. Fuck, why was the cat covered in those green obstacles? It shook itself on the shore and was completely fine. What kind of cat was this? It could actually swim in such a dangerous place, as if it was playing. When the jellyfish reached out their skilled hands, the people in the sky fired their guns. Although everyone's target was the jellyfish, it was still a jellyfish and a hail of bullets. If it had been someone else, they would have been scared out of their wits, or at least panicked. However, this cat continued to swim as usual, turning a deaf ear to what was happening around it. It was very calm. Looking at Sillin, it was true that the cat was like its owner. It was as calm as the wind without a trace. Not long after, Huimao stopped on a piece of land at the junction of two rivers. Then, Huimao began to dig a hole. Its two front paws were like drills, and in a short while, it had completely drilled into the ground. Asha and the others watched with their mouths twitching. This cat, not only was it good at swimming like a fish, it could also dig holes like a mouse. Shotten gestured for everyone to wait on the surface. Sillin looked around. There were no trees or tall plants on this piece of land. It was covered with a thick layer of something that looked like moss. A technician used an instrument to measure it. The photosynthesis of this moss-like plant was actually more than 200 times faster than that of normal moss. Previously, they had discovered that the concentration of oxygen in the air near the river was very high, but that level of oxygen concentration was still bearable. However, the oxygen concentration here was too high. If this continued for a long time, everyone would suffer from oxygen poisoning. Therefore, everyone put on a mask. The mask would adjust the oxygen concentration in the air to an acceptable range. After about an hour, Huimao jumped out and spat out a small emerald green piece in front of Sillin. Even though it was such a small piece, it seemed to reflect a lush world that was full of vitality. Seeing this emerald green energy, or even the usually calm Asha, could not help but feel excited. She had never seen this kind of energy or before. This was the energy or that they were looking for. Although it was only slightly more than an hour, it was enough for Huimao to have a good meal down there. Since they knew that there was an energy or here, Shotten, Asha, and the others began to formulate a plan. From time to time, they would ask Huimao about it. Huimao licked his paws and wiped his beard as he answered lazily. "How does the ore taste?" Sillin asked. Huimao smirked. "The taste is not bad. If the black and red energy, or is meat, then this emerald energy, or is vegetables. Just like how I occasionally eat vegetables. Eating vegetables helps to reduce internal heat, and it's also beneficial to me. Indeed, cats would sometimes eat grass." Huimao jumped onto Sillin's shoulder and whispered into Sillin's ear, "Swim to the bottom of the river. You'll be able to reach the energy ore." Sillin thinks for a moment, then walked over to Shotten and said, "Captain, Wheeze and I will go down to the river to take a look. It said that we might be able to reach the energy ore from there." "That's a good idea. Although it will be more difficult to mine from the river, it will be more hidden. Should we send someone to help?" Shotten said, "No need. Wheeze and I can handle it." "All right, be careful." After Sillin and Huimao jumped into the river, Asha said, "You trust him that much? Whether it was his ability or his character?" Shotten smiled. "I trust Dias." Asha was silent after hearing that, but her furrowed brows were smoothed out. Chapter 104. Sillin followed Huimao downstream. With his current physique, he could withstand the water pressure and dive for a long time without relying on a mask. Therefore, when Sillin jumped into the water without wearing protective clothing or a mask, and without using a small submarine, some people on the shore were a little dumbfounded. Although it was only a river, its depth made many people flinch. The further down they went, the less light penetrated. At first, there were some dense water plants on the stone walls, and some plant-eating fish were looking for food around the water plants. As they continued to go down, the water plants decreased, and the surroundings became darker. This kind of environment made the hidden murderous intent in the darkness even stronger, and people could not help but feel anxious and panicked. However, Sillin and Hui Mao did not feel the slightest bit of such emotions. There was no need for an underwater searchlight. With just a little bit of light, Sillin could clearly see this area, and the source of this little bit of light was some glowing river mussels attached to the stone walls. Those magical light sources were what they used to attract prey. Perhaps it was because there were energy ores here, so these river mussels had evolved special suckers to attach to the walls. You would be wrong if you thought of them as normal river mussels. These river mussels range from 1 meter to 5 meters in length, and Sillin could clearly see that there were some barbed teeth hidden inside their shells. When a prey came close to the mussel, these sharp teeth would firmly hook the prey in place. There was also the clamping pressure of the mussel shell. In this part of the river, there should be very few prey that had fallen into the trap and escaped. As soon as he turned his head, Sillin found that the stupid cat had come close to the mussel, and only its fat but 2 hind legs and tail were exposed. Knowing that there was no one else here, Hui Mao became angry. His whole head directly turned into a mechanical form, and it was the enlarged type. He swallowed the whole mussel and then returned to his small cat form. Not far away, there was a fish almost 10 meters long swimming in this direction, ready to sprint to catch prey. When it saw this scene, it flicked its tail, turned around, and ran away. It seemed that the intelligence of the animals here was not low. Hui Mao shook his head. He was very unhappy about being caught, but he went up to it out of curiosity. In the end, he felt that the mussel was not bad, but he was caught before he could bite into it. Hui Mao turned around and swam 2 steps. It stopped and spat out a green bead. It was the thing inside the mussel. Celine caught the orb before it could sink into the ground. Pearls? Sillin looked at this green bead. It didn't have any energy fluctuations, but it had a feeling of vitality. Obviously, it couldn't emit light, but because of the reflective effect, it reflected the light emitted by the mussels next to it with a kind of psychedelic brilliance. What is this? Even though they were underwater, Hui Mao's words were not affected. Sillin made a gesture. It was a gesture that Hui Mao was familiar with. It meant money. In other words, this thing was worth a lot of money. Hui Mao didn't look for energy ores anymore. After it came close to the bead and sniffed, it spread its limbs and began to search along the mussels one after another. However, this time, it wasn't stupid enough to go close directly. Although these mussels didn't cause any harm to it, it was embarrassing to be caught. This one doesn't have it, and this one doesn't have it either. Oh, this one does, but it's too small. As long as there was a green pearl, Hui Mao would directly swallow the whole mussel and then spit out the pearl. Eat the mussels, keep the valuable things. In the end, Hui Mao directly swallowed all the mussels with the green pearls and then spat them all out for Sillin. This was what it needed to repay its debt. After a while, Hui Mao finished his inspection. He counted a total of more than 20 mussels. Many of the mussels didn't have green pearls, and among these 20, most of them were on the small side. There were only 5 big ones. Sillin put all these into the leaf ring. This was Hui Mao's personal item, but after the debt was paid, it would belong to him. Waving his hand, Sillin and the gray cat continued to dive deeper. As they continued to dive, Sillin could clearly sense the energy ores wrapped inside the layer of rocks. He didn't know if it was because his genes had evolved to rank under the influence of the red and black energy ores, but Sillin could also sense these energy ores. He hadn't said anything before, and everything had been guided by the gray cat. But in reality, Sillin could also sense the energy ores on this side. Maybe his senses weren't as clear as the gray cat's, but he had definitely sensed them and had a clear direction. Even Hui Mao didn't know about this. In the 6th team, Hui Mao was the only one who could clearly feel the energy ores. This way, Hui Mao's role would be highlighted, and the team would place Hui Mao in a higher position. It's here. But the quality will be better if we go further down. Hui Mao dived straight down. Sillin didn't stop until he was close to the bottom of the river. Sillin only stopped. The quality of the energy ores here was quite good. Although there were more down there, it wasn't necessary. You absorb it. I'll be on the lookout. Hui Mao's back was facing Sillin, and he looked at the huge object that was slowly approaching from the darkness in the distance. He was very excited. This thing that was approaching seemed to be quite tasty. Sillin used his bare hands to break open the hard outer layer of the rock. Slowly, a palm-sized area that was glowing with green light was revealed. Sillin placed his hand on the surface. The factors in his body had already begun to clamor. As soon as Sillin released the seal, the energy within the surged toward Sillin. The changes that happened to his body when he absorbed the energy were similar to before. The only difference was that the green energy could activate the AI chip to produce an optimal memory point that stimulated the human body to recover its vitality. In other words, if Sillin was in some kind of life-threatening situation, this memory point would be activated, and his recovery ability would obviously increase by a lot compared to before. The effects would also be much better. This time, Sillin absorbed the energy very quickly. When he opened his eyes, there was already a depression in the area where his palm touched. Sigh, I'll continue to let that cat take the blame for me. On land, Xianxia looked at the data that the technician had obtained from the hole that Hui Mao had made. He didn't speak for a long time. However, he was extremely happy. After being suppressed for so long, he finally saw a gentle light. Whoosh, a 10-meter-long, strange-looking fish with dark green patterns on its body jumped out of the river. No, it was thrown out. When everyone took a closer look, they found that the tail of the big fish was gone. If it was whole, it would be at least 20 meters long. Green blood was still flowing. After it was thrown out, it was still churning. Hui Mao jumped out of the water and went straight for the big fish. It lay on top of it and continued to chew. As long as it was not dead, the meat was still fresh. Before the fish died, Hui Mao had to chew more. Looking at this cat and fish, such a sharp contrast in size and such a strange scene, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. As for whether this fish was thrown out by Sillin or some other reason, everyone had their own guesses. However, the most important thing now was to mine, so they didn't continue to think about these questions. After Sillin went ashore, he told Xianxia about the situation at the bottom of the river. The bottom of the river is the territory of this big fish. Looks like we'll have to use some underwater tools this time. Yes, you've worked hard. Take a rest first. We'll go to the next stop in about an hour. The slightly larger, specialized underwater tools were all on the starship. Xianxia needed to make some arrangements. Sillin walked to the side of the big fish. Hui Mao's eating speed was like a locust passing by. Now, the big fish was no longer struggling and was on the verge of death. Sillin cut open the fish's belly and flipped it open to see what was inside. What are you looking for? Hui Mao licked its lips and stopped eating. It planned to catch another one when it had time in the future and eat it directly at the bottom of the river before coming up. I'm looking for something. Sillin continued to look without looking up. Chapter 105. Sillin used the foldable knife to look at the thing inside the fish's stomach. This big fish was completely dead, and its body was starting to change. Sillin's hand paused, and a black shadow shot out from the fish's stomach. Sillin's free hand grabbed it with lightning speed. It was a long thing that was as long as a finger. Its body was dark green, and it looked almost black at first glance. There was a big mouth on its head, and it let out a shrill cry that hurt people's ears. Many people who were busy turned their attention to Sillin's hand. Wow, what is this? It looks like it tastes good. Hui Mao was planning to run to the side to sleep, but when he saw this thing, he ran back. If you want to eat it, look for it yourself. There's more inside, Sillin said. Hui Mao sniffed the smell of this bug-like thing. He didn't care that it was dirty, and he went straight into the fish's stomach to look for food. "What is this?" Xianxia walked over and asked. "It should be a kind of parasite. I've seen some people find parasites on the bodies of deep-sea fish. Although this big fish is not in the sea, it's almost there. I heard that the parasites in the deep-sea fish are very powerful." Xianxia observed the struggling parasite in his hand, and he put a stone next to its mouth. Puff! A hole was bitten out of the stone. Everyone who saw this took a deep breath. Such a powerful thing was a parasite. If it lived in a human body, wouldn't it be dead? No matter how hard a bone was, it wouldn't be enough for it to chew. After Xianxia cut off its head with a knife, this thing still struggled for a while before stopping. It was obvious that it had a strong life force. Xianxia used the knife to rummage through the fish's stomach again. The parasites inside were almost eaten by Huimao. This guy was quite fast. "Hey, wait, leave me some of that thing." Xianxia used the foldable knife to knock on Huimao's head. Huimao, who was about to take a bite, spat out the thing in his mouth. "This thing tastes good." Of course, these are all things that absorb the host's essence. Xianxia stored the little green bean-sized balls into a special bottle. These balls were the eggs of the parasite he had encountered earlier. Huimao, who had been tossing and turning in the belly of the fish, was covered in the green blood of the big fish. Xianxia kicked him into the river to take a bath, and only allowed him to go ashore after he was clean. After arranging everything here, Xianxia brought Xianxia and Huimao to the next team location. It was a land of ice and snow. It was also the coldest place on the planet. The area covered by ice and snow was also very wide. Huimao found two kinds of ores there. One was transparent, and the other was white. The transparent ice ore was a special kind of ore, not an energy ore. It could not provide energy, but this ore was very dense, and almost all of it was made up of water molecules. It was a high-density compressed water crystal. If it was turned into a liquid, its volume would expand by 50 to 100 times. If it was placed in an ultra-low temperature environment, it would absorb the ice in the environment, integrate, and slowly expand. It could be said that it was an excellent crystal for storing water. It was very useful for long-distance travel for the fleet. The other kind of white, or was indeed an energy ore. It could emit a cold light source, and objects that were illuminated by this cold light would be instantly frozen. Before this, there were only cold beam guns and airborne cold beam cannons, but there were no cold beam weapons that were more lethal and suitable for installation on starships. This white ore could achieve that effect, and the technical team was preparing to use this or to develop a new cold weapon. Other than this spot, the energy ores at the other team's locations were about the same as before. That was why Huimao couldn't even be bothered to lick them. He was already sick of the taste. Everyone was very excited now that they knew the location of the ores. However, Xianxia did not participate in the mining. Instead, he returned to the starship and slept for 2 days. The energy he absorbed had greatly affected the chips inside his body. While his genes were evolving, Xianxia needed to control the changes and take the initiative. He could not allow these changes to happen willfully, or he might even turn into a monster when the time came. Xianxia had already reported the matter of this planet to the A-Team, and the A-Team immediately sent people to the planet marked on the star map Xianxia had given them. What the 6th team needed to do now was to mine, while waiting for the A-Team to arrive and hand the planet over to them. Then, they would proceed with the next step of their operation. Sector Z's planning mission hadn't been completed yet. Although these energy ores were enough to raise their influence in the vanguard, they had to finish what they had to. It had to be said that Xianxia had chosen the right route back then. From the start of their voyage until now, other than some of their own kind at the outskirts of Sector Z, they had not run into a single hunter regiment for a long time the deeper they went. Right now, there was not a single exploration team like theirs that had come to the planet's surroundings. Sector Z was huge. No one could say for sure what they would encounter in the future, how many sacrifices they would have to make, and how much they would gain in the future. But no matter what, since they had made the choice, they had to keep going. During this time, the logistics team members seized the opportunity to replenish their food supplies. Only with energy and food supplies would they be able to travel more smoothly in the future. A technician had deduced a conclusion based on some parameter changes. Due to the effect of the energy field, there was a limit to the mining rate of the energy ores. There was a critical point to mining, which was also their equilibrium point. If this equilibrium point was broken, the planet would fall into chaos, and humans would not be able to stay on this planet for long. If it was serious, the planet's habitability would drop from rank B to rank C, or even lower. After sleeping for 2 days, Scyllin returned to the planet. "Hey, Carrie, where's Scyllin?" Beaver asked. The man who had slept for 2 days had actually disappeared. That guy's been obsessed with parasites lately, and he went looking for them with Engie. The moment he thought of those disgusting bugs, Carrie couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, Scyllin was watching Engie dissecting a crab. This crab was something he had come across by chance at the green riverside. It was nearly 5 meters long, and its entire body was covered in thick green fur. At the side, Hui Mao was happily tearing off the crab's giant pincers. Engie picked out a bug from the crab's lungs. "Oh, I didn't expect to actually have one." Engie smiled as he picked out a bug. "I've only seen parasites in ordinary crabs, but I've never seen this one. But it should be about the same. We can study it when we have time." The infection rate and degree of this parasite are very high. They live in the lungs, stimulate and destroy the host's lung tissue, causing coughing and hemoptysis. Some even invade the brain and cause paralysis. The ones Engie mentioned were just the ordinary ones. The parasite he was holding was probably much more terrifying. We usually don't bring parasites onto the starship easily. The risk factor is too high, and if we lose control, the entire starship may die. Never underestimate these tiny things. As he was speaking, Scyllin and Engie's communicators rang. Scyllin turned on the communicator, and Carrie's big face appeared on it. "Scyllin, the A-team is here." Chapter 106. As Carrie was speaking, Scyllin saw a spacecraft enter the planet from outer space and fly toward the mining site where Dias was. "Scyllin, do you want to go and take a look?" Engie asked. Before Scyllin could answer, his communicator rang again. It was Shotten. "Scyllin, come over here for a moment. Dias is here. Bring Wheeze with you." "Okay, I'll go right away." After ending the call, Scyllin turned to look at Engie. "Let's go together." Engie nodded and put away the tools in his hands. Hui Mao quickly gobbled up the remaining crab meat and was about to jump onto Scylin's shoulder when Scyllin stopped him in midair. "Go take a shower first." If Scylin's guess was correct, the A-team's focus this time was not only on the energy ores, but also on Hui Mao. Maybe there were a lot of people in the 6th Squad who had overlooked certain aspects of the Grey Cat's performance. Or maybe they didn't know much about cyborgs and wouldn't think in that direction. But Scyllin believed that a lot of people in the 6th Squad had already speculated in that direction. Although he felt that the A-team's attitude towards the Grey Cat would be positive, they hadn't truly expressed their stance yet. He was sure that he would know Vanguard's Corps' attitude towards the Grey Cat after this meeting. When Scyllin arrived at the mining site, Dias was talking to a technician. When he saw Scyllin, Dias put down his work and walked over with a happy expression. "Scyllin, I'll bring you in. The A-team's people said they want to see you and Wheeze. After all, you two contributed to the discovery of the energy ores." Before bringing Scyllin onto a spacecraft, Dias patted Scylin's shoulder. "Don't worry, everything is better than you think." Of course, Scyllin understood the hint in Dias's words. With a smile, Scyllin made a gesture of acknowledgement. This aircraft did not belong to the 6th Division. Although the structure was similar, the logo on it was different. It was also the symbol of sharp knife, but there were more lines. Someone on the aircraft was already waiting in front of the hatch. When they saw Scyllin, they enthusiastically led the way for him. Scyllin did not know any of the people they met along the way, so they were probably from the A-team. The people on the aircraft only looked at Scyllin for a moment. Then their eyes fell on the arrogant cat on Scylin's shoulder. This cat was quite interesting. Scyllin was brought to the door of a conference room. "Here it is," said the man, knocking at the door and shouting at the top of his voice. "Chief, here he is. Gotta get lost." Scyllin had never heard this voice before. The man was still smiling mischievously. He opened the door and said to Sillin, "I'll be leaving first. You go in." Sillin walked into the conference room. It was a small conference room, and there were 3 people sitting at the small table. There was Shotten, and there were 2 people he did not know. Sillin could tell that these 2 people were very strong, but they both had their own characteristics. One of them had a very long chin, and his beard was so long that it almost reached his abdomen. The other person wore a large black hat that covered almost half of his face. His eyes were blocked, and his emotions could not be seen. He did not speak, and he was as still as a mountain. However, his presence was enough to make people feel pressured. The bearded man and Shotten were the only ones chatting in the conference room. "Sillin, come over here and let me introduce you." Shotten pointed at the bearded man. "This is Senior Bart, the former commander of the 8th B Squadron." Then Shotten pointed at the person sitting on the chair. "This is Senior Somba Leruo, the former commander of the 2nd B Squadron." In a hunter regiment, the older generation was respectfully addressed as seniors because many of the newer generation were brought up by them. Therefore, anyone who was addressed as a senior had great influence in a hunter regiment. "Greetings, seniors." "Greetings, my ass." Shotten came all the way here, and he can't even bring himself to make a cup of tea. Bart complained while playing with the strands of his beard. Shotten was already familiar with Bart's personality, so he ignored Bart's complaint completely. "Hey, why are you so reserved? Sit." Bart pointed at the chair next to him. Sillin looked at the chair and then at Bart. Then he walked over to another chair and sat down. He did not take the one Bart pointed at. Bart's expression immediately twisted. Shotten smiled happily. Somba Leruo, who had been silent all this time, chuckled and said in a low voice, "I say, bearded man, you lost the bet. Hurry up and hand over the money, or write an IOU. I still have a lot of Vanguard's bills." Bart snorted. "It's just 200,000 GL credits. Why would I not have money like that? Why would I sign something like an IOU?" Bart slapped a debit card on the table. "There's more than 200,000 in here. You 2 split it, and give me the extra. This card looks familiar." Somba Leruo said, "Did you steal Manny's card again?" "Uffed. With my character, why would I steal her card?" Bart took his arm and said proudly, "She forgot to take her card for lunch, so I brought it over. She only has a few passwords. You could try them one by one." "Celine, just how good are these people's morals?" Bart turned to look at Sillin. "Kid, you made me lose the bet. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me?" The chair Bart pointed at had been tampered with. Anyone who sat on it would definitely have their buttocks smashed. However, most people would not be able to tell. Only those with extremely good observation skills or strong senses will be able to tell. "What do you want?" Sillin asked. Bart rubbed his long chin and pointed at Hui Mao, who was sitting on Sillin's shoulder. "I want it. Sure. It still owes you a debt. You just need to pay it off." Sillin nodded. Hui Mao stared at Bart with his round eyes. "Pay off the debt. That's great. I'll be free after I pay it off." How much?" Bart asked. Sillin stretched out 5 fingers. 500 million galactic credits. Bart's expression turned serious. "Let's not talk about that. Let's talk business." The topic changed so quickly. "Bastard, it's clearly 400 million. No, it should be more than 300 million. Hui Mao slapped Sillin's face with his front foot to correct him. Bart looked at Hui Mao, and his serious expression immediately turned into a smile. "Hey, kitty, come here. Let's talk." Hui Mao looked at the person who had no intention of paying his debt. He walked over with elegant steps, stood up, and jumped. Under the gaze of the 4 people, Hui Mao grabbed Bart's long beard and swung it around like a toy. He even pulled on it to vent his anger. "Hey, kitty, be gentle. I'm telling you, you have to pay your own debts to show your integrity," Bart said. Shotten and Somba Leruo gave him a sidelong glance. "Integrity? Do you even have that?" Hui Mao tilted his head and thought about it. "That's right. It would be too embarrassing to let others pay for it. It would be beneath his dignity." Letting go of Bart's beard, Hui Mao jumped back on his Sillin's shoulder. "Hey, kitty, don't be angry. If you need anything in the future, just come to us. With our protection, Don't be afraid, even if the military comes. Bart's words sounded like a joke, but in reality, he had already expressed Vanguard's attitude. Sillin smiled and nodded at Bart to express his gratitude. They did not ask too many questions. They just chatted casually and conveyed their attitude. It didn't take long for Sillin to leave the meeting room. After Sillin left, Bart's playful expression turned serious for real. Shotten, we received news on our way here that Poison Fong has entered Sector Z. Chapter 107. Poison Fong was a very special organization. There were hunters, assassins, rebels, and even retired soldiers among them. These people had complicated backgrounds, but they shared a common characteristic: madness. Madness that did not take life seriously at all, be it other people's lives or their own. Poison Fong's symbol was a bloody skull with 2 fangs growing out of it, making it look like a devil. Every Poison Fong member wore a bloody skull emblem on their body, and this emblem was made from a certain part of their own bones. Poison Fong originated from Sector V, and it was a gathering of madmen from all walks of life. They carried with them the cruelty and slaughter of Sector V, and they would do anything to achieve their goals. In their eyes, both the army and the 4 great hunter regiments were the same, targets to be slaughtered. Other people would have to think twice about sacrificing 800 men to inflict 1,000 damage on the enemy, but Poison Fong was more than happy to do so. This was also a headache for the military and the hunter regiments, who would be so bored as to risk their lives against them. It would be fine if these people were just blindly crazy, but the troublesome thing was that they were not blind. There was no lack of geniuses in Poison Fong. Even if they went to extremes and had twisted personalities, one had to admit that they had something in their heads. They liked weapons of mass destruction and nuclear reactions with high radiation energy. Sector V had plenty of places for them to test new weapons, and that was why more than half of them suffered from radiation sickness. A few days ago, Poison Fong tested a new nuclear weapon, and they forcefully turned a rank B habitable planet into a rank C planet. The remaining survivors were tortured and killed one by one. To this end, the League of Stars' military had sent people to Sector V to surround and kill Poison Fong. Strangely, however, Poison Fong did not fight them head-on this time. Instead, they gathered their people, stole some warships and fighters, and left Sector V for Sector Z. Some people say that they were forced to flee to Sector Z, but I don't think it's that simple. Bart said, "Amen, I'll be careful." Shotten could not be careless when it came to Poison Fong. You came to Sector Z to complete a mission. If you run into Poison Fong, stay as far away as possible. It may be a little frustrating, but if you want to avoid unnecessary casualties, don't fight them head-on. We're not the army, and we don't have rigid rules. Don't be like Heaven's Birth. Heaven's Birth was one of the 4 great hunter regiments, just like Vanguard. A few years ago, a Heaven's Birth B squadron had encountered Poison Fong's people when they headed to Sector V and fought them head-on. Although their losses weren't great, it wasn't small either. After all, the people who could fight solo in the B squadron of the 4 great hunter regiments were all elites. Losing even one was a loss. On the other hand, Poison Fong had dropped 5 consecutive shockwave bombs on the densest area of the aircrafts while the 2 sides were engaged in battle. More than 30 aircrafts were blasted to smithereens, and 9 of them belonged to Heaven's Birth B squadron, while the other 20 belonged to Poison Fong themselves. This was why they were so crazy. Naturally, Shotten knew about Heaven's Birth. If a 6th squad ran into the current Poison Fong, Shotten felt a headache coming on. My suggestion is for you to turn back and leave Sector Z. After all, you've discovered a couple of different energy ores, and this is enough for them to go crazy. Although the news hasn't been leaked yet, it's better to be safe than sorry. If your squad runs into the current Poison Fong, your losses will probably be huge. Bart's expression was serious. After a period of thought, Shotten said, "I'll discuss this with the lieutenant commanders before making a decision." After Sillin exited the spaceplane, he returned to the starship with Enji. Enji brought Sillin to his own workshop. There were some parasites sealed there, but they were all specimens and not alive. They may be dead, and they don't have eggs, but the genetic material in these specimens is still intact. Enji pointed at one of the parasites he discovered during a starship cleaning. Their genetic material is different from human DNA. Their genetic material isn't made up of purines and pyrimidines like us humans or common life forms, but a couple of other substances. Sillin accepted the document Enji handed over. It was Enji's research results in his spare time. It was just some basic research and not in depth. After all, Enji wasn't a professional in this field. While they were talking, Sillin's communicator rang. It was Carrie again. Sillin, where the hell are you slacking off? Come over now. What is it this time? Come over and move the oars. Those transport robots go crazy the moment they touch the oars, so we have no choice but to do it ourselves. The commander told us to hurry up. He has other plans for us later. All right, got it. I'll be right there. Sillin disconnected, apologized to Enji, and left to move the oars. Enji waved his hand. It's time for our team to follow up. I'll go check on the starship first. You guys go ahead. When Sillin returned to the mining site on the planet, Carrie was moving the oars. The dark red energy oars made him look even darker. Putting the energy oars on the transporter, Carrie wiped his sweat. I didn't know this stuff was so heavy. Hey, Sillin, I heard we have to change our plan. Sillin gave him a questioning look. Carrie looked around and whispered, I heard it from the deputy commander, but I don't know the reason. The deputy commanders were called to a meeting again. They're probably thinking about this. Seeing that Sillin didn't respond, Carrie elbowed Sillin again. Aren't you curious why? With the commander's personality, he won't give up on the original plan so easily. Yes, continue. Sillin rolled up his sleeves, walked over to pick up an energy ore, and walked over to the transporter. Carrie also picked up a piece, but his attention was clearly not on it. That means there must be some special reason. Take a guess. What is it? How would I know? We'll know after the commander's meeting. Why are you so anxious now? Carrie was about to say something when Tang Xianxia jumped out of an aircraft that had just landed. Big brother Sillin, big brother Carrie, I'll show you something. Tang Xianxia ran over with a smile, something wrapped in her clothes. Hui Mao's nose twitched. Yummy. Tang Xianxia carefully opened the wrapped jacket, revealing an egg the size of 2 fists. There were white circles on the egg, and it was very beautiful. Oh, not bad. It'll be an extra for dinner. Carrie laughed. I want to eat too. Hui Mao moved forward. No, I found this not far from where Uncle Lu Sual and the others were mining. Look, doesn't it look like cream candy? Since Tang Xianxia had nothing better to do, she went to the mining sites to take a look. Not far away from the mining site in the land of ice and snow, Tang Xianxia was digging ice for fun and warming herself in the process. Who knew that she would find an egg like this? Normally, Tang Xianxia didn't have much love for eggs, but this egg looked very much like the cream lollipop she loved to eat. The circles of white lines looked like the rings of cream smeared on the outside of the lollipop. Tang Xianxia fell in love with it at first glance. If this egg looked similar to other eggs, it would probably be thrown into the frying pan. Chapter 108. Carrie poked the egg in Tang Xianxia's arms and asked, what exactly was this egg made of? I don't know. Uncle Lu Suwa said that they encountered a few types of exotic beasts. I just don't know which one this egg belongs to. However, I've memorized all the exotic beasts that Uncle Lu Suwa mentioned. Tang Xianxia took out an electronic notebook and showed the image to Sillin and Carrie. You only need to smell it and you'll know. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Hui Mao said disdainfully. Really? Tang Xianxia's eyes lit up. I saw some claws and fur of the exotic beasts that Uncle Lu Sual and the others killed on the aircraft. Are those all you can smell? Of course. Hui Mao raised his head proudly. Tang Xianxia brought Hui Mao to the aircraft. Carrie asked Sillin, what's inside the egg? The exotic beasts that Lu Sual and the others encountered were quite terrifying. No matter which one it was, they all felt dangerous. Or maybe it's none of them, Sillin said. When Sillin touched the egg just now, he did an isotope analysis on it. Although he didn't have an accurate reference, Sillin was certain that the egg was definitely more than 500 years old, or even 1,000 years old. It was even older than Hui Mao. The most amazing thing was that the egg was still alive. Although the life force inside the egg wasn't strong, it was easily detected when one got close. As expected, not long after, when Hui Mao and Tang Xiuqiu came out, Tang Xiuqiu was obviously doubtful. Her conclusion was, it's none of them. Let's put the egg in the incubator when we get back. Maybe we'll know the answer soon enough, Carrie suggested. At this time, Carrie was hoping that there wouldn't be a second Mianwan hatching. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to store anything in his storage cabinet anymore. All right, but I will visit it often. Tang Kikiu touched the egg in her arms and smiled happily. After the meeting, Diaz gathered everyone in the team for a meeting. His intention was to change their original plan and leave Sector Z. According to the League of Stars calendar, the 6th squad had been in Sector Z for a few months now, and it would be about a year by the time they left. It was already a great harvest to find these minerals and a planet with a rank B habitability in a year, but some people were still a little reluctant to suddenly abandon their original plan and return straight away. According to their usual style of doing things, they wouldn't stop here even if their harvest was bountiful. However, they wouldn't complain about anything either. The captains naturally had their reasons for their decisions. After Diaz was done, he left some of the core members behind to continue the meeting and briefly explain the matter of Poison Fong. The moment Poison Fong was mentioned, everyone knew immediately. No wonder the captains would make such a decision. It made sense who would want to run into those madmen at this time. After moving a portion of the mind energy ores to the special energy storage on the starship, the 6th squad left the planet. The A squad would take over the remaining matters on the planet, and the 6th squad didn't have to worry about anything else. In order to return and leave Sector Z, Shotten didn't turn back the way he came. This was also the result of his discussion with the lieutenant commanders. They would leave through another path. Although this path had been explored before, it was only a small part of it. If they could find something that they missed, then it would make everyone feel a little more balanced, and they wouldn't have the mood to turn back halfway. It had to be said that the planet along this path was quite good. It didn't take long for them to discover a planet that was unmarked on the star map and had no signal response from the planet. Its habitability was rank C. The 6th squad stopped, and Shotten sent someone to explore the planet. Meanwhile, Sillin, Carrie, and a few others were chatting at the lounge outside the control room. Sillin, the captain's looking for you. Carrie called out from his chair without looking back. Sillin turned around and saw Shotten walking in from outside the door. Actually, he could have just contacted him through the communicator if there was anything. However, since Shotten had come in person, it shouldn't be a simple matter. Sillin, I just received a message from Bart that there's something he needs to solve with Wheeze. Fortunately, we're not too far away, so you can arrive in less than 2 days with a long-range spaceplane. If there's no problem, you can go with Wheeze. It's probably about the energy ores. The exploration here will take about 5 or 6 days, so it might not be done by the time you return. There's no need to rush. Shotten said. The planet was huge, and someone had just reported the discovery of some energy ores. Although they were just ordinary energy ores, it was still good enough. Therefore, more than one small team was sent this time. Based on the current situation, the exploration would take a little longer. All right, I'm free now. We can set off right away. The spaceplane has been prepared for you. The pilot has already been arranged. You don't need to pilot it yourself. Wait, Captain, can I go too? Carrie scooted over excitedly. He was regretting that he forgot to stock up on food. He remembered that there were many special fruits there. When he had time, he would hunt a few beasts to make jerky and bring back to grind. I'll go too. I'll go too. Tang Xiuqiu jumped over. The egg was already in the incubator, but Yudi said that some parameters were missing. Although these parameters could be calculated slowly, it would be good to go back and get more data. Sure. Shotten didn't object. All right, let's get ready to go. Sillin asked Carrie and Tang Xiuqiu to pack up. He picked up Hui Mao, who was bullying the Miantuan, and walked toward the spaceplane that Schotten had prepared. Although the maximum speed of the spaceplane was not as fast as a starship, it was just as Schotten had said. They returned to the green planet in 2 days. When Bart and the others obtained new parameters and recalculated the planet, they guessed that there might be a few more mineral deposits. However, they couldn't calculate the exact location. They could only calculate a rough range. The improved detector could only narrow down the range, but it couldn't determine the exact location. It just so happened that the sixth team wasn't too far away, and they encountered a planet with a C-class habitability that needed to stay for a while. After discussing it with Schotten, Bart let Sillin and Huimao come over. The detector couldn't detect the mineral deposits, but Huimao solved them quickly. There were indeed energy ores, but they were all small ones. The quality of the energy ores was much worse for Huimao than the ones he had eaten. Therefore, Huimao didn't pay much attention to these small mineral deposits. Since Bart wanted to find them, Huimao helped him find them. For this, Bart specially gave Huimao a large piece of energy ore of good quality. When Huimao had nothing to do, he would hug the energy ore and gnaw on it. Carrie and a few members of the A-Team went to hunt a few exotic beasts, roasted them, and turned them into jerky. They also got some fruits, specially stored them in a large storage bag, and brought them to the spaceplane. Under the guidance of the people sent by Bart, Tang Xianxia headed to the land of ice and snow. She measured some of the missing parameters that Yudi mentioned, so that she could more accurately adjust the incubator's incubation environment when she returned. In a day, everything that needed to be done was done. Sillin and the others didn't stay for long. They boarded the spaceplane and left the green planet, flying back to where the fleet was. Going back and forth, including the day they stayed on the green planet, made a total of 5 days. For the hunters who traveled between sectors, it really wasn't a long time. However, it was in these 5 days that the sixth team underwent a huge change. When Sillin and the others arrived at the fleet's resting point, they were greeted by the sight of fighter wreckages floating in space. What exactly happened? Chapter 109. The scattered wreckage caused the people on the spaceplane to feel cold all over. What on earth happened? Maybe they had guessed it already, but there was always a voice in their hearts roaring loudly to deny that guess. The familiar patterns, colors, and emblems on the wreckage were familiar. They had piloted this kind of fighter before, but now it was scattered into pieces in this cold, infinite space. It looked exceptionally lonely and tragic against the dark background of space. Some of these pieces obviously didn't belong to the 6th Division, but they couldn't be sure who they belonged to. From the amount of wreckage they saw, it was obvious just how intense the battle here had been. The 6th Division's main starship was parked there quietly, and the B Squad starship was beside it. Both the main starship and the B Squad starship were covered in holes and dents. It was obvious that they had suffered a fierce collision, and it was almost an encirclement attack. The engineering robots were repairing the damage. While the space plane was slowly approaching the starship, Carrie had already begun to lose control of his emotions. He kept sending messages to the main starship and the B Squad, but there was no response. Finally, the communication went through. Schotten's exhausted face appeared on the screen. "We'll talk after you return to the starship." Schotten cut off the communication once he was done. Carrie kept sending call requests to Diaz's B Squad starship, but there was no response. Carrie didn't care what the people inside the spaceplane were saying. He just kept pressing the call request button. Tang Xianxia hugged her little backpack and curled up in her chair. She was terrifyingly silent. There were a lot of things she didn't know, but she came from Sector V after all. She knew very well what a battle of this scale meant. Tang Xianxia buried her face into her backpack. For the first time ever, she was afraid to know the result. Sillin stared expressionlessly at the scenery outside displayed on the screen. His fingers repeatedly stroked the hair on Huimao's back. Huimao was also very obedient and didn't make a fuss. The space plane flew into the starship. The moment it came to a stop, Carrie rushed out. Where is he? Where's Beaver? Where's Yudi? Where's the vice captain? Sillin walked slowly behind them. From a moment the space plane entered the starship, he knew that they could no longer rush out of the starship. The starship's passageway behind them had been sealed layer by layer. This was probably because Xianxia was afraid that they would rush out with their fighter or space plane on impulse. Afraid that they would be impulsive? Has the situation become so serious? Beaver, Yudi, Little Eight, Xiaoxiang, Dias, not a single one of them was present. They entered from the starship of the small team. After they entered, the small team starship docked with the main team starship. Generally speaking, every spacecraft that came in from the outside had to be inspected to prevent any foreign threats from being brought into the starship without their knowledge. The person in charge of the inspection had always been Enji, but not today. Instead, it was Enji's assistant. Although the assistant was wearing a protective mask and his expression couldn't be seen, Sillin noticed that his hand holding the cleaning tube was still trembling. Silence. It was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Xianxia had someone bring them to the main ship and briefly explain the situation. A day after Sillin and the others left, the 6th Division ran into Poison Fong. This was something Xianxia had been trying to avoid all this time, but he never succeeded. No one expected Poison Fong to pass through here. They did not try to hide themselves, and it was as if they wanted to tell everyone where they entered Sector Z, where they passed through, and which direction they went. Running into Vanguard Division 6 was also unexpected for Poison Fong, but it also stimulated their bloodthirst. They would fight the 4 great hunter regiments if they could run into them, and they would not give them any face at all. Originally, the 6th Squad should not have suffered too much of a loss against Poison Fong, even if their new energy weapon had not been developed yet. But the problem was that when Poison Fong came over, a couple of small teams were scouting the planet and isolated from the starship. Therefore, when Poison Fong's fighters attacked, the situation was very disadvantageous. Poison Fong's people had attacked in a suicidal manner and did not care about anything else. It was easy to imagine what kind of attack the scouts on the planet had encountered. Less than half of the people returned safely from the planet. Dias and Lu Suo were heavily injured and were still in the ICU. Akai, Huaqin, the 2 lieutenants, and more than 30 members were captured. As for why they were captured and not something else, Xianxia did not say. There were also some members who returned to the starship who were still heavily injured and in critical condition, such as Beaver, Yudi, and the others. Although Xiaoxiang and Ba Dao were injured, their injuries were not serious. They had been staying on the medical floor of the main ship all this time. The medical floor of the main ship was filled with hurried paramedics and the members who were waiting anxiously outside the emergency rooms. When Celine came up, she saw Ba Dao and Xiaoxiang standing outside the door of an ICU. Their expressions were heavy, and they seemed to be in a very depressed mood. Carrie said a few words to them before covering his eyes and leaning against the wall. Feeling his hand being held, Sillin turned his head and saw that Tang Xiuqiu was holding her bag with one hand and tightly holding Sillin's hand with the other. It was as if she was holding onto the last life-saving rope. Up until now, Tang Xiuqiu had not said a word or cried. She simply stared blankly at the sick room with wide eyes. She did not see clearly who was lying inside the sick room, and she was also afraid to find out. Her feet felt like they were nailed to the ground. Sillin crouched down and picked up Tang Xiuqiu. Then he walked towards the sick room. The closer he got, the tighter Tang Xiuqiu's grip on Sillin's hand became. Through the transparent barrier, Sillin saw the people inside. It was Yudi, Beaver, and a few other members of the same team. They were lying quietly in the ICU. From the equipment and the data displayed on their bodies, Sillin knew that they were not out of danger yet. He did not know how long they would stay like this, and he did not know who would be able to survive until the end. "Where's the vice captain?" Sillin looked at Xiaoxiang. In that ward, Xiaoxiang pointed at a sick room. His voice was still trembling and suppressed. However, when Sillin saw the sick room Xiaoxiang was pointing at, he sighed in relief. That sick room was the one that was out of danger. Sillin carried Tang Xiuqiu and walked to the sick room Xiaoxiang mentioned. Through the barrier, Sillin saw Dias lying on the bed. He was probably asleep. Asha was guarding him. Her eyes were red, and she looked haggard. Silin and Tang Xianxia walked into the sick room. When they entered, they realized that Diaz was missing an arm. Looking at the stable data displayed on the equipment, Silin patted Tang Xianxia's head. Vice Captain is fine. He'll wake up after a nap. You and Vice Captain Asha stay here with Vice Captain. I'll go check on the others. Okay? Tang Xianxia lowered her head and nodded. Asha got up and led Tang Xianxia to the other side to sit down. Her movements were gentle, afraid that she would wake Diaz up. After leaving Diaz's sick room, Silin asked around before heading to another sick room in the intensive care unit. The people in the intensive care unit in this area were in a worse condition than Yudi and Beaver. At least Yudi and Beaver could still recover. However, the people here had already been sentenced to death. The treatment would only allow them to stay in this world for a while longer. Non-medical personnel were not allowed to enter the sick room because they would carry germs. Silin stood there quietly and looked at the people inside. The person lying on the sickbed, who was almost completely covered by the medical equipment, seemed to have sensed something. He raised his hand to lift the equipment off his head. The medical staff next to him wanted to stop him, but was waved away by the hands. It was hard to imagine that he still had the strength to push away the medical staff in such a situation. Silin, come here. Chapter 110. Silin took an isolation suit from the medical staff and put it on before walking into the ICU. After entering, Silin realized that only one of Enji's 3 pairs of hands was left. Enji was skinny to begin with, and now it felt like he was only supported by bones. The medical staff had told Silin earlier that Enji's injuries were too severe. Coupled with Enji's gene rank, he might not be able to hold on for long. Even with the help of the medical equipment, he would only be able to hold on for 2 days at most. Most importantly, Enji had no intention of surviving. Silin walked to Enji's side and sat down. He leaned forward to listen carefully to what Enji had to say. Enji was having difficulty breathing, and every word he said required a lot of energy. However, although Enji spoke very slowly and his voice was not loud, his pronunciation was very clear. Bring the diary over. I'll go get it right now. Silin got up and ran out quickly. Of course, Silin knew which diary Enji was talking about. Not long after, he brought Komunidin's diary to Enji. The last page. Silin flipped the diary to the last page. Although the middle of the notebook was mostly blank, there were words on the last page. It was a poem. Enji looked in one direction. There was a shelf outside the ICU, and on it were some of the items that the patients brought with them when they were sent in. Among them was Enji's small toolbox. Silin brought the toolbox over. The medical staff wanted to sterilize the box, but Enji waved his hand. No need. When Silin brought the box closer, Enji raised his hand and grabbed it tightly. He touched the box lightly and opened it. He swiped his finger on a small compartment inside. After unlocking it, Enji took out a key from inside. It was the key to Enji's workshop. On the starship, very few people use keys instead of password locks. Enji handed the key to Silin and placed it in Silin's palm. Enji didn't trust anyone else with the things in the workshop. Enji felt that only Silin would understand the preciousness of the things inside. Enji had difficulty breathing due to the removal of the equipment on his head. Silin wanted to help him put on the device again, but Enji refused. If I put on these things, I won't be able to hear. Enji caught his breath and pointed at the notebook. He asked Silin, I remember that you're from Sector X. Do you know Sector X's sector language? Silin nodded. A smile appeared in Enji's eyes. It's been a long time since I've heard Sector X's language. Help me read the poem at the back of the notebook in Sector X's sector language. Enji's words were spoken calmly, but Silin felt that Enji was speaking with his last breath. However, his eyes were bright, as if he could see the distant starlight. Komunidin was originally from Sector X, and his dream was to become a freelance poet. Later on, Komunidin's hometown was affected by war, and he met the then 3rd B Squadron Commander Nada. He was brought to the 3rd B Squadron by Nada and became a member of the 3rd Squad. Even after he arrived at the 3rd B Squadron, Komunidin still wrote poems frequently. Every notebook and diary contained at least a few poems. At the time, Inji and some people from the 3rd Squad listened to Komunidin recite poems in his standard Sector X's sector language. However, those people had all died in the incident that year, and Inji had been transferred to the 6th Squad before that. That was how he had avoided that disaster. However, if Inji had a choice, he would rather become a speck of dust in the universe with those people. Inji's current age, according to the age of the OTOP people, was only a third of the average age. However, Inji was already satisfied. Sitting beside Inji's sickbed, Sillin flipped open the notebook and looked at the poem on the last page. Then, he began to read slowly. From heaven or heaven's vicinity, and with the music that flows freely, pour out your heart with unpolished art. Fly up and soar higher. From the ground you leap, like a cloud of blazing fire. Through the blue heart of the sky, forever singing to fly, flying to sing. The sun below the horizon, radiating golden lightning. Rosy clouds steaming in the clear sky. You soak in the sunlight, like an incorporeal joy just beginning a swift expedition. Faint purple dawn melts around your voyage, like the stars in the day sky. Though you can't see them, yet you can hear the strong sound of your joy clearly. The music that is incomparably sharp, like a sharp sword of silver starlight. Its strong light, dimmed in the morning light, until it's hard to distinguish, yet you can feel it in space. It was a very standard Sector X's sector language. The medics didn't understand it. They weren't from Sector X, and they only needed to know the League of Stars' language to navigate the galaxy. Moreover, they had always thought that all languages other than their homeland's language and the League of Stars' language were awkward. But when they heard Sillin's voice now, they felt an unusual feeling. It was like a cool breeze brushing across the sandy ground, sweeping up dust and blowing it straight into the blue sky. The light in Inji's eyes was very gentle. It was as if he had met an old friend from many years ago. Inji's genotype rank was not high. The average genotype rank of an OTOP person was rank C. However, perhaps because he had been exposed to too many rays, Inji's genotype rank was only rank D. Moreover, compared to the usual robust OTOP people, Inji was pitifully thin. The happiest days of Inji's life were when he was carried by Komunidin to sail within the galaxy. So it had been almost 50 years before he knew it. As if in the desolate night, behind a solitary cloud, the bright moon shines its light, and its clear splendor fills the universe. After reading the poem, Sillin closed the notebook and looked at Inji, who still had his eyes closed and a smile on his lips. He bowed. Have a safe journey. The heartbeat shown on the machine had stopped. Sillin walked out of Inji's ward. Ba Dao stood outside the ward for who knew how long. Ba Dao felt that he couldn't understand Sillin. From a moment Sillin came to this floor, whether it was Yudi, Beaver, and the others in the ICU, Diaz, who had already passed away but lost an arm, or Inji, who had just passed away, Sillin had been terrifyingly calm. What was this person's true thoughts? Ba Dao didn't think that Sillin didn't care about their lives, but compared to Carrie and Xiaoxiang, Sillin's calmness was creepy. There was no emotion on his face, but when he met that pair of eyes, Ba Dao couldn't help but feel the urge to retreat. Ba Dao remembered what his seniors had said. There's a kind of person, when their emotions reach an extreme, they will be no different from normal. If you encounter this kind of person, don't provoke them, or you won't even know how you died. Sillin. Ba Dao wanted to say something, but after 2 words, he couldn't say anything else. How are Yudi and Beaver? Sillin asked. His voice was so calm that not a trace of emotion could be heard. The medical staff said they're getting better. They just need to survive these 2 days. They have to rely on themselves. The medicine might have side effects, so unless it's the last resort, no one dares to use it. Sillin nodded and walked to Yudi's ward to take a look. The Miantuan was stuck to the wall. It looked like he hadn't eaten for a few days. After looking at the situation, Sillin walked out. Description: the poem was extracted from Shelley's To the Skylark. Chapter 111. Xianxia sat in the meeting room with his hand pressed against his forehead. His eyebrows were knitted together, and his body was covered in fatigue. Sitting next to Xianxia was Lero, the only one among the six who was relatively well. Diaz and Lu Suo were heavily injured, and Asha had been guarding Diaz all this time. Akai and Huaqin had been captured, so Lero was the only one left. Both Xianxia and Lero had been silent since they entered the meeting room. They didn't know what to say. Putting our hopes on the A Squadron? Xianxia wiped his face. He hadn't rested for a moment for the past few days. As expected, the 6th Division was still too few in number. The former 6th Division's captain was a very strong person, but he was also very independent. In fact, the reason the 6th Division did not lag behind the 10B squadrons of Vanguard, even though they were few in number back then, was because the former 6th Division's captain, Theru was so strong and well-rounded that many things in the 6th Division were handled by Theru himself. This was because no one else was as efficient as Theru, and Theru was a person who paid great attention to efficiency. As a result, many people in the 6th Division grew dependent on him. Ever since Theru was transferred to the A Squadron and Xianxia took over as the captain, the 6th Division's shortcomings finally began to show themselves. Fortunately, there was Diaz. Diaz was a good judge of character, and when Xianxia took over, he quickly replenished some people to fill the giant hole caused by Theru's promotion. Xianxia had always been full of confidence until Silin's group of newcomers arrived. However, Xianxia had been hesitant for the past few days. A single poison fong had forced them into this state, and Xianxia really didn't know what to do. In fact, he didn't even have someone to share the burden with. At this time, the meeting room's doorbell rang. Xianxia brought up the light screen and saw Silin standing outside the door. He paused, let out a long sigh, and pressed the button to open the door. Xianxia pointed at a chair beside him. "Sit." Silin pulled over a chair and sat down. He looked at Lieutenant Lero and then at the tired-looking Xianxia. He said, "Can you tell me what happened?" Xianxia took his hand off his forehead and brought up a display. He moved it in front of Silin. "This is the video of that time." After that, Xianxia fell silent. Silin stared at the image displayed. From the appearance of the battleships, to the collisions between the starships and fighter jets, to the emergency retreat of the scouts under the cover of the dispatch fighter jets, the most obvious example of this was Poison Fong's suicidal ramming. The clashing fighter jets were like fireworks that had suddenly exploded in the night sky, carrying with them a sense of helplessness and tragedy. Silin could feel everyone's emotions at that time. No one would have an easy time facing a bunch of lunatics. Their usual strategies and techniques were truly useless against these lunatics. Poison Fong's men were experienced, skilled, and their craziness. Even the people watching the video couldn't help but feel incredulous. No wonder the military and hunter regiments were unwilling to fight Poison Fong. Poison Fong could afford to go crazy, but they couldn't. To avoid a repeat of the same mistake, the 6 squad's fighter jets were spread out far apart. It would be easier for them to avoid any sudden incidents, unlike Heaven's Birth where they were bombarded with shockwave bombs. However, Poison Fong didn't seem to be planning to use shockwave bombs at all this time. The continuous, indiscriminate attacks and suicidal ramming really did make people feel very pressured. After that, the lucky ones successfully returned to their starships, while the unlucky ones were forever left on that planet. There were also some people who were intercepted and captured by Poison Fong. Diaz and Yudi were among the lucky ones, but this luck came at a heavy price. From the moment Silin started watching the video, Xianxia and Lero had been observing Silin's expression. But to their surprise, Silin's expression didn't change at all. There wasn't even a hint of killing intent. After Xianxia sent the video to Bart and Bart's reply, Xianxia could sense Bart and Somba Leruo's killing intent even though it was just a video. The young man in front of him was terrifyingly calm. After watching the video, Silin turned around and asked Xianxia, "What's going on with the group of captives?" Those who were familiar with Poison Fong knew that they basically wouldn't do something like captives. Even if they did capture captives, they would torture and kill them one by one. But the strange thing was that they hadn't received any information about torture and killing until now. Xianxia habitually tapped the table with his finger and pondered for a moment. He seemed to be thinking about how he should tell them about this matter. Originally, Poison Fong was prepared to torture and kill them, but they learned about the energy ores and were prepared to extort them. They only told us to wait for further instructions. Not long ago, the 4 great hunter regiments were so famous that even other hunter regiments would more or less give them some face, much less the military and political side. When had they ever been forced to this extent? Extortion. Xianxia felt a deep sense of guilt, whether it was towards his sacrificed teammates, the Bedouin Diaz and the others, or the entire vanguard. This was a deep wound. Sillin understood that the fact that Poison Fong knew about the energy ores did not mean that there was a traitor in the squad. As long as it was someone who had not received special training, there were many ways to make them divulge some secret information. Moreover, Poison Fong was a lunatic who had all kinds of tricks up their sleeves. They definitely had even more extreme methods to make the captives spill their secrets in a state where they were unaware. Where did they go? I don't know. Xianxia shook his head. There were too many things to do on the starship after the chaotic war, and there were still hostages on Poison Fong's side. Poison Fong forbade them from tailing them, and Xianxia did not allow anyone to follow them either. He knew that if Poison Fong discovered that they were tailing them in secret, there was no telling how many of the 30 or so lives would be spared. What do you think, Commander? Sillin asked again. Bart has already learned of the situation, and the A Squadron just so happens to have reinforcements heading towards that green planet as well. He told us to wait for a while and send some people over to support us when the reinforcements arrive. Everyone in the 4 great hunter regiments knew that B squadrons and a squadron were 2 different concepts. A B squadron was a place to test people, and only the best could enter the A squadron. No B squadron would want to ask for reinforcements from the A squadron, because that meant that their B squadron was no good. Like a child who had yet to grow up, they had to ask their parents for help when they encountered difficulties that they could not solve on their own. But for the sake of the 6th Division, Xianxia still sent a message to Bart and explained the situation. Even though Bart had comforted him by saying that Poison Fong was a special organization that no ordinary B squadron could resist, Xianxia still felt suffocated. Every time he looked at the wreckage floating outside the starship and thought of his squad members lying on the sick beds, Xianxia felt a deep sense of exhaustion. If there is any extortion information, I hope that you can tell me, Commander. Sillin stood up and prepared to leave. Suddenly, the emergency communicator next to Xianxia rang. Commander, there's an unmanned transport flying over. There's also an unknown signal. Chapter 112. When he heard the news, Xianxia immediately brought up the screen and had someone send in the details. On the table in the conference room, a holographic screen was floating there. On the holographic screen was a small transport plane with a blood-colored skull symbol. At the same time, a signal was transmitted from the transport. After the signal was received, an image appeared on the light screen. A person appeared on the light screen, and it was a very sinister-looking person. There were blood-colored patterns on his face, and those patterns just so happened to be the symbol of Poison Fong, a blood-colored skull. The person did not look like a normal human either. His mouth was very big, and a pair of long fangs protruded from the top and bottom of his mouth. Dear people of Vanguard Division 6, I, Poison Fong's leader, Skeleton King Carreño, greet you on behalf of my little Poison Fong members. When he said this, Skeleton King Carreño smiled proudly. His 2 pairs of fangs extended outwards as if he was about to swallow his prey. Carreño meant skeleton in the sector language of Sector V, so it was obvious where Poison Fong's skull symbol came from. However, Xianxia had never heard of a person named Carreño before. Sillin had never heard of this name either, but perhaps Skeleton King was more famous. The image changed and displayed the 30 or so captives. Among them were the 2 6 team's vice commanders, Akai and Huaqin. Although they were locked inside transparent pods and unconscious, they were still breathing. This alone made Schotten feel a lot more at ease. I heard that your team has made a small fortune recently. You should know that Poison Fang's days are not going well. We've been chased by the military recently, and we're in dire need of energy. That's why I'm not going to beat around the bush here, in order to let those little Poison Fang members live a little better. These 36 lives. I accidentally killed another one yesterday. Carreño spread his hands innocently. There are a few boxes on the transport. All you need to do is fill them up. With Vanguard's reputation, I believe that you won't use fake energy ores, right? Ka. Carreño let out a strange laugh that made people tremble. There's a contract in the transport aircraft. To ensure fairness, you can send someone to escort the energy ores and deliver the signed contract. Of course, this king wishes to meet Captain Schotten. Ka. The video ended there. After he was done reading, both Schotten and Lalo fell silent. Sillin, on the other hand, still spoke in a tone so calm that no one could guess his thoughts. I'll go. No. Schotten and Laro objected at the same time. Schotten felt that if Sillin went, he might not be able to return. After all, he was a rare talent. Schotten was reluctant to use him. On the other hand, Laro didn't trust Sillin. Coupled with Sillin's age, neither of them wanted a kid who wasn't even 20 years old to take on this mission. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm just informing you, said Sillin. You can't go, Captain. If you go, the 6th Division is done for. Vice Captain Laro can't go either. We already have 4 vice captains who have lost their ability to fight. If we lose another one, the 6th Division's morale will hit rock bottom. Do you think anyone who can fight outside will be able to calm down? Schotten and Laro didn't say anything. A while later, Schotten stood up and said, "Let's go check out the transport aircraft first before making a decision." The fact that they were able to send a specialized transport aircraft over so quickly meant that there were many problems. One of them was certain, and that was that Poison Fang's men weren't too far away. They should be able to get some answers from the transport aircraft. When the trio arrived at the entrance of the passage, the technician was compiling the information. "How is it?" asked Schotten. "The transport aircraft is probably equipped with a navigation system. It's equipped with all kinds of scanning devices, and there are monitoring devices at every point. Moreover, many of the systems inside the transport are fixed. Any slight change will cause a self-destruction, and the self-destruction is enough to destroy this starship. There's even a countdown timer on the transport aircraft. According to the time board, it took a total of 52 hours to arrive here from its starting point, and the countdown timer only shows 60 hours. Listening to the technician's report, Schotten had to admit that those madmen were very smart. But it was truly troublesome to have such a brain grow on a madman's head. Those madmen didn't give them much time to prepare at all. Schotten was even starting to doubt whether the time board was correct or not. However, it didn't matter whether the time board was correct or not. What mattered was that they had less than 8 hours at most. 8 hours. If they couldn't wait for the A Squadron or reinforcements, they could only rely on themselves. Looking at the contract with the bloody skull seal in his hand, Schotten took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. He hadn't been a captain for very long, and he had never encountered something like this. He hadn't encountered such a situation even when Seru was still around. What should I do? While Schotten was thinking, his communicator buzzed. Looking at the message displayed, Schotten frowned and had the technician continue his analysis. Then, he walked to the corner of the passage and saw Sillin standing there. Sillin did not approach the transport aircraft. He did not want the surveillance equipment on the transport to record him. "Prepare the energy ores. Give me 5 hours. I'll give you a complete plan in 5 hours," said Sillin. Just as Schotten was about to say something, Sillin waved his hand. "Captain, we don't have much time." With that, Sillin turned and left. After Sillin left, he returned to the team's starship. He took out the key Engie had given him and opened Engie's workshop. Huimao followed him in and closed the door. No one knew what Sillin was doing inside. Schotten was still looking at the information analyzed by the technician. As vice captains, Asha and Laro couldn't give him any useful suggestions. Diaz was still asleep. Lusual was still lying in the ICU. Yudi and the others had not recovered yet. Xiaoxiang, Ba Dao, and Carrie were guarding outside the ward. At this moment, they did not know that a transport aircraft had entered the main ship's passage, that Schotten was struggling with the contract, and that the energy ores they mined were being moved onto the transport aircraft. 5 hours later, Sillin walked out of Enji's workshop and sent a message to Schotten. They talked for an hour in Schotten's conference room. Even Laro did not know what they talked about. Laro only knew that 7 hours after the transport aircraft arrived, Sillin boarded the transport aircraft. Coincidentally, the moment the transport aircraft left, Diaz woke up. Yudi and Beaver also recovered. Carrie was excited to inform Sillin, but he found that Sillin was no longer there. Chapter 113. Diaz was lying on the hospital bed with many instruments attached to his body, but he was in much better spirits. Asha left after Diaz woke up, leaving only Tang Xiaoqiu and Carrie by his side. Tang Xiaoqiu pursed her lips and did not say anything. Because Diaz had finally woken up, Yudi and Beaver had also passed the critical stage, but Sillin had disappeared. The most depressing thing was that Carrie and Diaz did not tell her where Sillin had gone. Tang Xiaoqiu was young, but there were many things that she understood. Diaz sighed. Xiaoqiu, Sillin is just out on mission. He'll be back in a few days. Don't worry. Tang Xiaoqiu still had her head lowered. You said that people will look at each other when they're telling the truth, but Carrie and the others don't even dare to look at me when they're talking. Carrie turned his head away, not wanting Diaz and Tang Xiaoqiu to see the look in his eyes. Carrie regretted it very much. While they were all immersed in grief and indignation while guarding the injured, Sillin had quietly shouldered that heavy burden. Tang Xiaoqiu lowered her head and fiddled with her fingers. She continued to ask in a low voice, "He won't come back, right? Sillin is so powerful, but he's still fine after being shot by you." "He'll definitely come back," Diaz said, trying to sound as sure as he could. Tang Xiaoqiu did not raise her head, but her tears fell on her fingers one by one. "Xiaoqiu, come here." Diaz raised his remaining arm and wiped Tang Xiaoqiu's tears. "Be good. You'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Everyone will be back when you wake up." As soon as he said that, Tang Xiaoqiu laid down beside Diaz's bed. Diaz had a miniature syringe in his hand. He had injected a sleeping potion into Tang Xiaoqiu's neck when he was wiping her tears. "Carrie, take her to rest." "Vice Captain Sillin, it's fine. Sillin is much more powerful than you think." At the same time, on the transport, Sillin was sitting on the only chair in the cockpit. His eyes were closed as if he was sleeping. Sillin didn't even need to lift a finger to control the transport's flight. Everything was preset, and there was a hidden coordinate map inside the system. Due to time constraints, the technicians weren't able to safely obtain the coordinates of the hidden star map. Therefore, not even the 6th Squad could know where the transport was heading to right now, and they didn't dare follow it recklessly either. Sector Z was an undeveloped zone. Other than the outermost area, there were no long-distance signal transfer centers in Sector Z. Signal connections were inconvenient as well, but this was not necessarily a bad thing for Poison Fong. Sillin knew that his every move was being recorded by the surveillance system, and that the recorded images would be transmitted to Poison Fong's men so that they could better understand the people who had come to this place. The people of Poison Fong were not afraid of death, but they were no idiots either. They understood the principle of knowing one's own strength and knowing one's enemy's strength. When the countdown board showed that there was only 1 hour left, Sillin saw a reddish planet through the display window. The most obvious thing about the planet was the giant skull on top of it from space. The pattern was outlined by the intersecting crimson and light red. It would appear that Poison Fong had put a lot of effort into this planet. Other than that, the planet's location should be pretty well hidden, and it had never been known to outsiders before. Or perhaps those who knew were already dead. In reality, this was Poison Fong's true base. Sector V was just Poison Fong's hunting ground and a place to recruit new members. It was no wonder that they could act as they pleased in Sector V. It was because they had never cared about any planet in Sector V at all. Destroying 1 or 100 planets was nothing more than a number to them. As long as the planet hidden in Sector Z was not discovered, they were still safe. At the same time, Sillin also knew that Poison Fong had no intention of letting the 30 or so captives, or Sillin himself, who was sitting inside the transport at all. Poison Fong did not believe in promises. They only believed in the dead. However, Sillin had already guessed it before, and he believed that Shotten and the others should know that Poison Fong had no intention of letting the captives go. But even if there was a 1 in 1,000 chance, Shotten would still transport the energy ores over. 3 space planes and a dozen or so fighters flew over. There should be someone among them who could control this transport, because Sillin noticed that the transport speed had slowed down. After the space planes and the transport docked, a few people walked in from the connecting passage. The leader was a 2-meter-tall brawny man with thick hair tied into a braid. When he saw Sillin, the man chuckled. To think that Vanguard Division 6 would send an idiot kid over. Is everyone in the 6th Division dead? He knew that the 6th Squad had suffered great casualties in a firefight not long ago. So he purposely said something like this to test Sillin and guess Sillin's personality based on Sillin's reaction. Sillin also believed that his basis was being watched by someone on the planet right now. Sillin stood up and opened his arms to show that he was unarmed. Of course, the transport was equipped with detection and scanning devices to begin with. These people should have known about this a long time ago. Someone came from behind a Bienzi and nodded, indicating that everything that needed to be moved had been moved out and that there was nothing unusual on the transport. Sillin handed over the contract in his hand. After the Bienzi took it, he threw it under his feet without even looking at it and even stepped on it twice. Sillin frowned and looked at the Bienzi. The Bienzi and the few people beside him laughed arrogantly. With a move of his hand, the barrel of the gun was pointed at Sillin's head. Kid, your mission is complete. If you have anything else to say, say it now. It'll be too late to regret later. Big Q liked to see famous hunters, military figures, or people from large families and business groups begging for mercy under his gun. He also liked to see their eyes filled with despair. All of these made him excited. However, what de Bienzi did not expect was that Sillin was still frowning. He looked at him and said calmly, I thought you would ask why Vanguard Division 6 would send me over. Interesting. De Bienzi chuckled and patted Sillin's head with the barrel of the gun. Then, he pressed it against Sillin's face. Then tell me why? My name is Sillin. I don't care if you're Sillin or Donglin. De Bienzi was about to give Sillin a good beating with the gun when the communicator in his hand suddenly rang. When he saw the message displayed on the communicator, de Bienzi narrowed his eyes and moved the barrel away from Sillin's face. He turned his head and said to the people beside him, Take this kid away. The king wants to see him. Sillin was taken to a spaceplane. The energy ores on the transport had been moved away. After the spaceplane had flown a certain distance away, de Bienzi pressed a button in his hand. Boom! The transport had turned into floating debris in space. If there was a signal device or someone hiding on it that Poison Fong hadn't discovered, it would have returned to space by now. Chapter 114. Since Poison Fong was able to pry information about the energy ores from the captives, then they must know how the 6th Division discovered the energy ores. In other words, they must know about Sillin and Huimao. If the energy ores were enough to attract the Skeleton King and Carreño, then Sillin's value would also enter Carreño's eyes. After the space plane landed on the planet, de Bienzi and a few other Poison Fong people surrounded Sillin in the middle, not allowing him to make any small movements. Sillin looked around. Judging from his situation, this planet's habitability was also rank B. It was not easy to find a rank B planet in Sector Z, but judging from his surrounding buildings, it was obvious that this planet had been Poison Fong's stronghold for quite some time. Not long after he got off the spaceplane, Sillin had to pass through a device that looked like a door frame before he reached the exit. Sillin had seen this kind of device in many places in other sectors before, and it was a device used to inspect subspace containers. After the device was turned on, the center of the device became distorted and blurry. Sillin stepped onto it, and while he was passing through the device let out beeping sounds. At the same time, a display screen at the side displayed the location of the spatial anomaly. After Sillin passed through the device, Dibianzi walked forward. This time, however, he did not use his gun. Instead, he said with a fake smile, "Be tactful and hand it over." Expressionlessly, Sillin took off a ring from his wrist and tossed it to Dibianzi. Dibianzi flipped a switch on the ring and poured out the contents inside. Looking at the food and water bottles scattered on the ground, Dibianzi let out a tisk and stomped on the compressed food. He even crushed it a couple of times. However, he kicked the water bottle to the person beside him. If there was no problem with the test, then he could use it. Dibianzi nudged Sillin. "Test again." Sillin also cooperated with him. The second test did not detect any abnormalities. "Let's go." Dibianzi called out to the people around him, and together they brought Sillin to where Carreño was. At the same time, no one noticed that a small metal protrusion at the bottom of the aircraft, which looked similar to its surroundings, slowly moved. It quietly slipped out and stuck to the bottom of another aircraft that was preparing to take off. When the aircraft took off, this small protrusion released some translucent sesame-sized balls. It was difficult to see them unless one looked carefully. The people at the port did not notice the small balls rolling along with the dust. They were still laughing and talking about the scene of a certain massacre. Sillin was brought to a 20-meter-tall building. It wasn't grand, but it was definitely unique. The color of the building was blood red, and there were some large poison fang emblems hanging on the pillars. There were 3 people who had been skinned alive and nailed to the pillars outside the hall. They were still breathing, but they were not far from death. This was definitely torture. Beside these 3 bloody people were their uniforms. They were the uniforms of the 6th Division. One of them was a combatant, and the other 2 were a technician. Sillin had an impression of everyone he met before. These 3 people were the subordinates of Akai and Huaqin, the 2 vice-captains. Dibianzi and the poison fang members around him let out proud chuckles. Sillin picked up a few broken stones from the ground and shot them at the 3 people before Dibianzi and the others could react. Death was always better than living a life worse than death. Dibianzi and the people around him raised their guns at Sillin in unison, but Sillin acted as if he knew nothing. He turned to Dibianzi and said, "Continue to lead the way." Dibianzi narrowed his eyes, wrinkled his nose, and let out a beast-like growl. However, he quickly calmed down. "Don't get too full of yourself, kid. When the time comes, I'll skin you and nail you to the ground, slice by slice, and feed you to my cute pets." Sillin said that he had been acting very calm all this time. He didn't pretend to be a trembling coward, because that would only be deceiving himself. Poison fang might be crazy, but they weren't a bunch of idiots. How could a person sent by the 6th Division be a cowardly piece of trash? In the end, it would only backfire and arouse even more suspicion. Although Sillin had only seen Carreño through that video, Sillin had a feeling that Carreño was the kind of person who would dig out the secrets at the bottom of your heart the deeper you hid them. This was Sillin's hope as well. After all, this way, he would be able to better develop according to Sillin's arrangements. "Welcome to my kingdom." At the top of the Great Hall, Carreño sat there and looked down at Sillin, who was walking in step by step. As he spoke, his 2 pairs of fangs protruded outwards, making him look even more ferocious. Sillin looked at Carreño, who was sitting high above. "I'm very happy to be able to meet the legendary Skeleton King with my own eyes. I believe that Skeleton King has done his research on me already. So, shall we get straight to the point?" Carreño smiled and pointed at a chair a few steps away from Sillin. "There's no rush. Sit first." There was a giant spider under Carreño's hand. Carreño's hand was placed on the spider's back, but it didn't seem to cover even a fifth of the spider's back. There was also an unknown animal lying at Carreño's feet. It had many pairs of legs, its body was covered in a layer of fine scales, and its tail was curled up. 2 pairs of eyes, one big and one small, were staring at Sillin with a murderous glint in their eyes. This should be a native species of this planet. Sillin had just sat down when he said, "I can tell you more about the energy ores, but I wish to meet my companions and confirm if they are still alive." Carreño looked to be in a good mood as he turned his head and spoke to a few Poison Fong people beside him. Sillin frowned at them. These people were not conversing in the language of the League of Stars. Sillin lost count of how many times he had frowned ever since he came here. The Poison Fong people were very happy to see Sillin's behavior. Carreño was conversing with the people in Sector V's language. After giving the order, Carreño looked at Sillin again. "I heard that you have a talking cat that can find energy ores." After learning about Hui Mao from the captives, Carreño had planned to attack the 6th Division again and capture Hui Mao. However, he received the news that the person who came this time was Sillin while he was planning. It had to be said that this was news that excited Carreño. According to the information he knew, the talking Hui Mao that could find energy ores belonged to Sillin. If he could trap Sillin here, then it would be much easier to capture the cat. Sillin nodded, "Yes, but I didn't bring it with me this time." While he was speaking, a Poison Fong member carried a person into the room and threw the person to the ground. The person who was thrown to the ground had his hands and feet cuffed and his mouth sealed. He looked like he hadn't caught his breath yet, and his eyes were a little unfocused. But when he recovered and saw Sillin's figure clearly, he struggled to get up, only to be kicked back to the ground by someone beside him. When Sillin saw this person, he immediately stood up from his chair and quickly walked to his side and crouched down. "Vice Captain Huaqing, how are you?" When Carreño saw that Sillin had clearly let out a sigh of relief after checking Huaqing's physical condition, he stroked the giant spider's back and smiled. 2 pairs of fangs protruded out of his mouth. "King, why did you summon me here?" It was at this moment a young man walked in. Chapter 115. The newcomer looked to be about 26 or 27 years old. He was an average human with long bangs and no tattoos. However, there were a lot of miniature instruments on his body. Even if he didn't know what they were for, Sillin knew that they were very threatening. Although the young man also addressed Carreño as king, his tone was not as fearful and reserved as Dibienzi's. Instead, it sounded a little more casual. However, it seemed that the rest of Poison Fong were already used to this young man's tone and style. Even Carreño himself did not express anything, and simply looked at the newcomer with a smile. "Oh, Mouse, come here quickly. I'll show you something." Carreño smiled until his 2 pairs of fangs were protruding. He waved his hand and pointed at a chair, gesturing for El Mouse to sit down first. The chair Carreño pointed at was closer to the throne than Sillin's. However, El Mouse did not go over immediately. Instead, he examined Sillin from head to toe for a moment before leisurely strolling to the chair and sitting down casually. He crossed his legs and looked at Sillin and the others with interest. Footsteps came from outside. Before his subordinates could report, Carreño said loudly, "Come in." A dozen or so people came in after him. The 3 leaders should be about the same status as Dibienzi. After bowing to the Skeleton King, they sat down beside Dibienzi. Sillin could tell that they were not pure-blooded humans. It made sense. Sector V was a chaotic place with a lot of people, and there wasn't a stable social system or group distribution either. It wasn't strange for multiple races to live together like this. The few Poison Fong people who came in behind the 3 people carried the energy ores boxes and placed them at the center of the hall. Then, they retreated to the back and stood still. Unlike the others, small fries like them did not dare to sit carelessly without the king's permission. The people who came in all carried a lot of weapons on them. There were ranged weapons, melee weapons, and even suicide weapons. El Mouse's eyes lit up as he scanned the boxes that hadn't been opened yet. The instrument on his body had already sensed something. "Haha, Mouse can't wait any longer." Dibienzi laughed. Carreño moved his fingers, signaling the people standing behind him to open the box. As the box was opened, black, red, green, white, and transparent ores shone out, causing everyone to be unable to take their eyes off them. El Mouse even jumped up from his chair and circled around the energy ores. His eyes were burning with passion, as though he had seen his lover. Good stuff. El Mouse touched the energy ore inside. De Bienzi and the others couldn't hold themselves back either. They got up and touched the energy ores, wishing they could just hold them in their hands. Lying on the ground, Huaqin's eyes widened as he stared at Sillin in disbelief. Then he looked at the energy ores inside the boxes, closed his eyes, and shook his head. He understood that these energy ores were for them, but Huaqin knew Poison Fang's intentions even better. These people had no intention of letting them go at all. Even if Sillin was the one who delivered the energy ores, he wouldn't be able to leave alive. The word trust did not exist in Poison Fang's dictionary. They only believed in possession and slaughter. My king, these energy ores are different from the ones we usually use. A person next to the Bienzi touched the energy ores left and right, looking very excited. Of course, Carreño laughed twice and turned to look at Sillin. In order for everyone to understand these energy ores better, I'll have a discoverer of these energy ores, Vanguard Division 6 Sillin, explain them to everyone. Huaqin abruptly opened his eyes and stared straight at Sillin with an aura that said, "If you dare say anything, I'll fight you to the death." Sillin flashed a smile at Huaqin. "Vice Captain Huaqin, don't worry. Nothing will happen." "Don't worry my ass. Nothing will happen." Huaqin was panicking inside. These energy ores should not have been revealed to these Poison Fang people, even if they had to sacrifice all 30 or so of their captives. Not to mention that they had already moved all the energy ores here. Huaqin was already regretting his actions enough, and you actually want to explain them to them. Huaqin comforted himself that Sillin was probably using some sort of tactic, and that the information he revealed was probably fake. At the very least, he had managed to fool Poison Fang. But to Huaqin's disappointment, the contents of Sillin's first words nearly caused him to lose his breath and faint. This bastard is actually telling the truth. As expected, he's still inexperienced and naive. Why did the captain send this kid over? Huaqin was whimpering on the spot. His mouth was sealed, and Sillin hadn't torn off the seal on his mouth just now. Right now, Huaqin was squirming and whimpering on the spot. On the other hand, Sillin was talking excitedly, spittle flying all over the place. It was absolutely brilliant. He had never spoken so much even when he was in the 6th Squad. While the Bienzi was stretching his neck to listen to Sillin's explanation, he felt that his leg was a little itchy. He scratched it casually before continuing to listen to Sillin's explanation. At the same time, the big spider under Carreño's hand noticed many small, translucent balls rolling towards it. These small balls gave it a very bad feeling, but at the same time, it felt that they should be quite delicious. This was a kind of contradictory psychology. Just as the spider was hesitating, these small balls rolled onto its body and stuck to its antennae. While the native beast under Carreño's feet was snoring, the small balls rolled into its mouth one after another. Some of them were inhaled as it breathed. Carreño was engrossed in listening, and he was still imagining just how powerful a weapon powered by these energy ores would be. But to his surprise, the big spider under his palm suddenly moved greatly and escaped from under Carreño's palm. In just a few moments, it had scurried off to God knows where. If this was any other time, Carreño would have sent people to look for it. But now, he was not in the mood to do so. Right now, almost all of his attention was diverted to the things that Sillin was talking about, because these energy ores could satisfy his ambition. The contents of Sillin's explanation were easy to understand. Carreño already knew some of the information from the captives, but there were some small details that Sillin added that made Carreño even happier. For example, Sillin said that the black and red energy ores could also stimulate some organisms to produce hard scales on the surface of their bodies. Every time an energy ore was introduced, Sillin would give some examples of its application. Although there were some things that Carreño had already imagined, the contents of Sillin's explanation were like paintings that had been colored, more vivid and more attractive. Moreover, Carreño was convinced that what Sillin said was true. Therefore, Following Silen's explanation, the Huaqian's face became more and more ashen, while the Bianzi and the others became more and more excited. Emao's was still reaching out to touch the energy ores. His long bangs covered his eyes, making it impossible to see his expression clearly. Chapter 116. After Silen was done, Muse and Silen went on to discuss a few formulas and parameters. In fact, the two of them even got into an argument over one of the parameters in the formula. The Bianzi and the others knew about examples, but they were definitely illiterate when it came to things like formulas and parameters. Before El Mouse and Silen could talk for long, someone beside the Bianzi shouted, "El Mouse, you're just looking for a beating, aren't you? Why you keep talking nonsense? Just be as simple and straightforward as possible." El Mouse was not angry. He ignored the person and turned back to continue his discussion with Silen. Sitting at the high seat, Skeleton King was still smiling and did not stop El Mouse. Even if Carreño himself did not understand, it was fine as long as El Mouse understood, wasn't it? El Mouse was an excellent weapon modifier and the absolute best in Poison Fong's technical team. Since El Mouse came to Poison Fong, he had created a lot of good weapons for them. This was also one of the reasons why Poison Fong could run amok in Sector V without fear of the army, the hunter regiments, and the great families of the League of Stars. Therefore, the more El Mouse discussed and understood, the more the modified weapons would not disappoint Carreño. Ahem, Skeleton King, is there any water here? Silen stopped his discussion and looked at Skeleton King. His gaze seemed to be saying, "I've been talking for more than an hour already, and you're so stingy that you can't even bring out a glass of water?" When he heard that Silen wanted to drink water, de Bianzi and the others also felt a little thirsty, probably because they were too excited about the energy ores just now. Carreño clapped his hands and specially asked someone to prepare fruit tea. The fruit used to make the tea was a native plant of this planet. Silen picked up the cup and looked at the blood-red liquid inside. He sniffed and found that there was a herbaceous fragrance. "This tea is pretty good," Silen said after taking a sip. "Actually, you can drink it often." Carreño seemed to be implying something. Silen smiled. "I'll return after I complete this mission." It was a tactful refusal. Lying on the ground, the Huaqian sighed on the inside. How insensible. He was young after all, and he shouldn't have said something like this. If he said it, his last chance of survival would be gone. He should have taken a roundabout way. After drinking the fruit tea, Silen continued his discussion with El Mouse. Just now, El Mouse seemed to be completely focused on the energy ores and didn't drink the fruit tea at all. Seeing that Silen and El Mouse had started discussing profound issues again, de Bianzi and the others were scratching their heads. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but de Bianzi felt a little suffocated. However, he attributed the reason to Silen and El Mouse's discussion. De Bianzi thought, as long as you know how to use guns and fly fighter jets, it's fine. What's the point of understanding so many profound issues? De Bianzi despised El Mouse in his heart. This kind of person only knew how to hide in the back. All he did was fiddle with a few new weapons. Wasn't he just a piece of trash on the battlefield? After the discussion was over, El Mouse took out his personal dagger. These daggers weren't high-energy density cutting tools, but were forged from a special alloy mixed in a certain ratio. They were used to cut energy ores in a small area. This was what technicians like to use, because this kind of dagger wouldn't consume too much energy from the energy ores. It looked like El Mouse was a very professional talent. El Mouse first cut off a small piece from the red-black energy ores and dragged it up with the dagger. His freed finger darkened the device covering his other arm and popped out a semicircular object. There was even a small notch inside it. El Mouse placed the cut energy piece into the notch and closed the notch. Then he took out the semicircular object and placed it in the empty space at the center of the hall. He pressed a button on top of the semicircular object, and a red-black energy shield immediately enveloped the semicircular object. Silen raised an eyebrow. This object was indeed intricate, as expected of a professional. No wonder Shotten said that Poison Fong's equipment was very good. It would be strange if such a talent wasn't well equipped. Not to mention, there should be more than one such talent in Poison Fong. De Bienzi and the others very consciously retreated. Elmouse operated the device on his arm again and popped out a launcher. A white light bullet struck the semicircular object, but the semicircular object wasn't damaged in the slightest. Sitting on a high seat, Carreño's eyes lit up. De Bienzi and the others also couldn't help but take a step forward. Elmouse pressed another button on his arm and popped out another 4 launchers. There were 5 launchers in total, and each launcher could fire 3 shots in a row. 15 light bullets struck the semicircular object, but the semicircular object remained intact. Nice! Carreño couldn't help but exclaim. The effect of this energy or his energy shield was just too good. De Bienzi and the others moved forward to take a closer look. King, this thing is just too good. Do we have to be afraid of those armies with this? We'll kill them the next time we run into them. That's right. When the time comes, we'll show them the power of our Poison Fong. Carreño calmed his breathing and looked at Elmouse. Let's continue with the rest. Let this king take a good look at the effects of these energy ores. Elmouse nodded and walked to the box containing the green energy ores with his dagger. He was just about to cut it when he heard Sillin murmur beside him, How did this happen? Everyone looked over, and Carreño's pupil shrank. Right now, blood was dripping out of Sillin's nostrils, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't wipe it clean. Both his hands were covered in blood, and there were a few drops on the ground as well. Elmouse stared blankly at Sillin and the blood on the ground. He got up and retreated as if he was avoiding the plague. Carreño had no intention of getting rid of Sillin so quickly at all. At the very least, Sillin was still useful right now, and it wasn't just a small one at that. But who the fuck did it first? Someone, treat him immediately. Carreño roared. Sillin seemed to be scared out of his wits. He pushed away the people who came forward to examine him and started coughing harder and harder. After he covered his mouth and coughed a few times, his hands were covered in blood when he took them away. Other than the blood coming out of his nose, he was also coughing up blood. Sillin staggered 2 steps and sat down weakly beside the box containing the energy ores. He was coughing nonstop as he sat on the ground. De Bienzi and the others were also a little dumbfounded. The guy who looked like he was giving advice and inspiring words just a moment ago now looked like a seriously ill patient who was about to kick the bucket. What on earth happened? What are you waiting for? Roared Carreño as he walked down from his high seat. The examiners hurriedly walked to Sillin's side to perform a preliminary examination. King, he's been poisoned. He's only been poisoned for 2 hours. We'll have to conduct further examinations to determine the specific situation. Then let's examine him. Carreño's body was filled with murderous intent as he glanced at the people in the hall. 2 hours. Sillin should have been brought here 2 hours ago, but he might have been poisoned before he arrived. Who was the one who poisoned him? King, that captive, exclaimed de Bienzi. Carreño looked over and saw that Joaquin, who was lying on the ground, was also beginning to spasm. Blood was flowing out of his nostrils. He was probably coughing too, but his mouth was sealed, so more blood was coming out of his nose. What on earth happened? I keep feeling like I can't breathe. Me too. While de Bienzi and the others were talking, Carreño suddenly felt a sense of danger. He instantly exerted force on his feet, and a deep depression appeared on the ground. At the same time, Carreño quickly retreated, but he was still too slow. His arms, legs, and back were all shot. De Bienzi and the others were not so lucky. They were shot in the head and chest, and all of them were fatal wounds. Someone actually shot them from behind. Who was it? Apart from the captive lying on the ground and Sillin sitting on the ground, there should be no outsiders here. There was no one, unless, yes, there was a person who could fire so many bullets at the same time without making a sound and hit their targets at the same time. Mouse, you traitor. Chapter 117. De Bienzi and the others had never thought that Elmouse would shoot them from behind. They had always thought that a person like El Mouse was most suited to hide in the backlands and dabble in technology to create weapons and develop resources for them. To put it bluntly, they never thought that El Mouse would have the courage to shoot them from behind. A person who dabbled in technology, a person who couldn't do anything without formula and parameter calculations, a person who wasn't as tall, strong, or imposing as they were, had actually given them a fatal blow. Where did he get the courage from? Did he not know the consequences of betraying the Skeleton King? There weren't many people in the hall, and Carreño didn't like to place so many guards around him. However, Carreño liked to keep pets, and sometimes he would release his pets to bite someone as punishment. Carreño liked the scene of his cute pets tearing people apart and eating them, and the Poison Fong members around him would either be excited by the sight of blood or fearful. Either way, Carreño liked it. In the past, the pets would rush out the moment there was any unusual movement. Pets were more loyal than humans. But today was different. It was only now that Carreño realized that he had been careless. Although the pets inside the hall wouldn't run out and show themselves, they were still hidden somewhere in the hall. But what about now? He didn't see a single one of them except for the native beast at his feet. No, the native beast was asleep. How could it possibly fall asleep after making such a huge commotion? Perhaps something was very wrong when the spider under his palm ran away. But Carreño had been listening to Sillin enthusiastically at the time. He had even started to make long-term plans in his mind to realize his ambition. In the end, it was still a carelessness. To be able to become the leader of Poison Fong, Carreño was a capable person. Moreover, he never trusted anyone, even subordinates who had followed him for dozens of years. At most, Carreño would regret the loss of a helper if he saw them die. He wouldn't be sad, much less reminisce. Carreño's first thought regarding El Mouse's betrayal wasn't why, but to avoid El Mouse's attack range, as if he had planned it beforehand. He would understand his subordinates first, and then he would be on guard. Carreño was always on guard against the people around him. So even if Carreño had walked down from his high position, he wouldn't enter anyone's best point of attack. This was also one of the reasons why he was able to avoid being hit in vital areas. Carreño had activated his protective shield while he was swiftly retreating to a place closer to the head seat. Then, he raised a metal wall to separate the head seat area from the area below the hall. El Mouse knew that he wouldn't get a second chance if he didn't end Carreño just now. Given Carreño's wariness, he must have arranged many escape routes. Right now, Carreño should have retreated from the hall and gathered the people outside to prepare to attack the hall. That was why El Mouse didn't chase after him. Instead, he pressed a few buttons on the device on his arm before the people outside rushed in. A beam of light shot out from the center of the hemispherical protective shield and swiftly spread to the surroundings, forming a hemispherical shield that enveloped the people inside the hall. Not satisfied with just this bit of protection, Emus threw out another 3 semi-spheres in quick succession. Using his dagger, Emus skillfully cut out a few small pieces from the red-black energy ores and installed them within. He then proceeded with the second, third, and fourth layer of protection and reinforcement. This series of actions was completed in an extremely short amount of time. By the time the people outside realized that something was wrong and rushed in, 4 layers of protective shields had already been raised. The red-black energy shield enveloped the entire hall tightly. Moreover, the energy used was special, so the people outside really couldn't do anything about it for a while. Carreño had probably already begun to gather people to make arrangements for the aftermath. For traitors, Carreño wouldn't show the slightest bit of mercy. Of course, Carreño wouldn't show mercy to anyone. All right, based on the current situation, there shouldn't be any problems within half an hour. But after half an hour, it's hard to say. Carreño must be mobilizing heavy weaponry right now. In order to destroy us, he definitely won't care about razing this place to the ground. El Mouse said, while leaning against the box containing the energy ores. There were only the 3 of them inside the energy shield. Be it Wuxia or Sillin, El Mouse wouldn't turn his back to them. Sillin, who looked like a dying man just a moment ago, slowly stood up and wiped the blood under his nose as if nothing had happened. Now that the blood had stopped flowing, he looked even more normal than a normal person. The same was true for Wuxia, who was lying on the ground. His breathing slowly recovered, and he looked puzzledly at Sillin and the Poison Fong trader. What on earth was going on? Sillin took out a gun and fired 3 shots at Wuxia. The 3 bullets hit the same spot, and the handcuffs broke with a clang. After recovering, Wuxia moved his limp hands and caught the gun Sillin threw at him. He broke the handcuffs on his feet and tore open the seal on his mouth. He grimaced in pain. Poison Fong probably didn't plan to tear open the seal for him at all. The seal they used was one that was almost glued to his skin. El Mouse's eyelids twitched when Sillin took out a gun. He didn't even see where Sillin took out the gun at all. The most depressing thing was that El Mouse still couldn't see where Sillin took out another gun after tossing it to Wuxia. Although Sillin had blocked the gun with his body, he should have done something to take out a gun, right? But in reality, El Mouse didn't see any extra movements from Sillin at all. He just casually raised his hand, and the gun was already in his hand. El Mouse was very puzzled. Logically speaking, Sillin must have gone through many layers of inspection before he was escorted here, but this person was actually carrying more than one gun after the inspection. That was why El Mouse raised Sillin's danger level to a whole new level. Sillin looked at El Mouse, but did not raise his gun. Instead, he stared at El Mouse indifferently and asked why. Sillin didn't think that Poison Fong would do something like this. He had only changed his plan halfway through. After he finished his fruit tea, Emus introduced a secret code to Sillin when he was discussing formulas and parameters with Emus. It was a secret code that only a portion of professional technicians could understand, and after combining the secret code, Sillin received news that Emus was about to make his move. Sillin also changed his plan slightly, and this was also why he was sitting down with his back against the energy ores. Those energy ores could block light bullets, and Sillin wouldn't completely trust Emus. He didn't want to be accidentally injured. El Mouse shrugged. I want to give myself a way out and some time to explain. In order to avoid being toyed to death by Sillin like the Bienzi and the others, El Mouse had pulled himself away in time and expressed that he would take care of the Bienzi and the others before Sillin took action. Before the fruit tea, El Mouse already knew that this person who was even younger than him had started his revenge a long time ago. If he hadn't installed a special device on his body, he definitely wouldn't have sensed the things that had unknowingly entered his body in that kind of situation. No wonder Sillin had spoken so brilliantly at the time. It wasn't because Sillin was too naive, it was because he wanted to attract their attention. Even if he was suspicious of the kids' intentions at the time, he had to admit that Sillin's explanation of these energy ores was very attractive and could evoke the ambition in people's hearts. It was no wonder that Carreño would be careless. Which way? Sillin asked. El Mouse smiled. If I tell you the truth, can you get those things on my body? I can. After giving Sillin a serious look and knowing that Sillin was telling the truth, El Mouse made a gesture that all the hunters knew very well. Seeing El Mouse's gesture, the Wuxia who had just managed to stand up felt cold sweat pour down his back. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.